The awakening ceremony begins now in Awakening Square, a large and prepared place. In the square, students touch the stele to awaken their professions as a blacksmith or bricklayer. Feng Yong appears, thinking that these life professions are rubbish and that a support one would be less boring. His friends praise him because, unlike them, Feng has awakened as a great sword warrior. Meanwhile, our hero accidentally bumps into the shoulder of the blonde bully, who gets angry. One of the henchmen then shouts, asking if the boy doesn't have eyes and how dare he bump into Brother Feng. The protagonist calmly apologizes and says that he is just in a bit of a hurry at the moment. This unexpected attitude leaves the two brutes somewhat surprised and without an immediate reaction. Feng Yong recognizes the boy, and his lackey asks if he could be some young master for being so arrogant. With a careful look, the blonde only confirms the question about the mysterious young master. Lin Han then walks to the stele and reveals that he is the remaining member of the exterminated Lin family. Feng Yong mockingly says that it is a shame because he was a prodigy, but now he is just a dreamy trash. The hero simply smiles, completely ignoring the envious man's provocations. He thinks the bully is just a weakling who barks, and that awakening a rare profession doesn't make him special. Placing his hand on the stele, Lin Han says he's going to show everyone there what true talent is. Immediately, an immense golden light appears, and a divine figure appears, causing everyone to be astonished. Feng's henchman becomes desperate and asks his boss what's going on with that light. Another student is impressed by the never-before-seen light and wonders if the boy is a genius. Feng Yong shouts that it's impossible for that trash to cause a phenomenon, and that if he ascends, he'll become a joke. The stele then reveals the result, which is a special inherited hidden profession, Beastmaster. Two girls comment that it's a waste to be a Beastmaster and question whether he's a genius or trash. We remember that Lin Han was once the eldest young master of a powerful top family. However, 3 years ago, the Lin family was completely destroyed during a beast tide. The original host of the body ended up dying of sadness after losing everything. Tragically, it was at this exact moment that our current protagonist ended up transmigrating to this new world. He even obtained a special system that could only be activated after finally awakening. The system activates, and the boy cries with joy because he waited 3 years and finally has a cheat. His status screen appears showing Lin Han Beast Tame level 1 and very high attributes. The system informs him that the awakening was complete, and a mission appears to spend 100,000 coins. He complains that he barely got the money, and the system already wants it but accepts it to see the tricks. Suddenly, he is transported to a starry place and asks where he is, and the mission is complete. With a smile on his face, the boy is clearly surprised by the rapid unfolding of events. The system congratulates him for unlocking the super-powerful mode and an ultra-rare beast for him. He reflects that every 10 levels he can hire a beast, and a wrong choice affects its power. Without money for another beast, he trusts the ones from the system because they must not be bad and chooses one. He decides to take a chance and then selects one of the available options, wondering what will happen. A huge creature with glowing red eyes appears, and he gets excited about it. Your first beast. The system congratulates you for activating one of the 10 primordial ferocious beasts, the horned celestial ant. He spent 100,000 coins and gained an ant. He feels cheated and asks if he can get a refund. The contract is detected. The ant begins to evolve into its second form, and he screams about being forced. The complete evolution and combat form of the celestial ant is activated, revealing a warrior. With a smile, he says that it is a big surprise and that tomorrow's exam is already in the conversation. The next day, at the Dark Mountains training camp, the students begin level 1. Training instructor Cao Chong appears and informs them that Professor Bai Bing had an emergency today. With the ant on his shoulder, he hears that the portal will take them to appropriate areas, but they must be careful. His friend Long Tian Jiao approaches, calling for little Lin with a smile on his face. He asks if Lin Han has already found a beast, and if they can't go together, because he will help catch it. Feng Yong appears and mocks them, saying that needing help to catch beasts is truly pathetic. The blonde provokes Lin Han to bark like a dog, and maybe he will give him a crossbow out of pity. Our hero turns around and with a serious look asks the bully who he is calling a dog. Feng Yong gets angry, and with a vein popping out on his forehead, asks if the boy dares to mock him. Then the blonde advances with his clenched fist, shouting that the protagonist is done for and will regret it. But Lin Han easily dodges the bully's blow with an agile and effortless movement. Our hero's hand firmly grabs Feng Yong's fist, stopping his attack in mid-air. With a mocking smile, Lin Han asks if that's all, and if the blonde didn't eat properly today. Feng Yong is shocked and wonders how a tamer has so much strength, and if Bai Bing helped him. At that moment, the instructor Cao Chong shouts for Lin Han and tells him to go to the portal right away. His chubby friend Long Tianjiao offers to go with him because it's not safe for him to go alone. Feng Yong appears and says that he has already spoken to Professor Cao and that Lin Han will not leave alive. Meanwhile, the instructor thinks angrily, how a brat dares to get so close to Bai Bing. He reinforces in his mind that this woman is destined to be his, and he will eliminate whoever gets in the way. Lin Han then approaches the shining portal alone, ready to face the challenge of the zone. A sign at the location indicates Swift Wolf Habitat, a silver training zone, level 11 to 20. The boy realizes that the wretch Cao Chong sent him here on purpose to harm him. Suddenly, a pack of wolves with bright yellow eyes appears, growling at the young man. Surrounded by the swift wolves, the hero curses the dangerous and unexpected situation he faces. With a smile, he tells his aunt on his shoulder to wake up because it is finally time for action. He still thinks that Cao Chong is not capable of killing him, and the small ant begins to glow. The creature on his shoulder then undergoes a luminous and rapid transformation, increasing in size. Her combat form of the horned celestial ant is activated, revealing a beautiful warrior. With long white hair and striking red eyes, she faces her enemies with seriousness. She says, "Master, I'm ready," and her status shows level 10 with impressive strength and agility. Lin Han smiles with bright eyes, and the system activates a mission to eliminate 10 ferocious beasts. The ant warrior advances quickly and lands a powerful punch on the snout of a fast wolf. She moves with grace and power, defeating the wolves one by one with her precise and strong blows. In moments, 7 wolves are on the ground, and she informs the master that she has already taken care of them all. The protagonist praises his primordial beast, because in less than a minute she has cleared the enemies. He thinks that when she grows more, she will be incredible, and notices that she has already reached level 6. The ant returns to her small and cute form on his shoulder, calling for the master sweetly. He laughs and says that it would be foolish to compare status with her, since she is one of the 10 primordial beasts. Stroking her on the head, he comments that it is difficult to associate her with the word ferocious beast. She looks like an innocent little girl, and blushes with the master's gesture, feeling comfortable and happy. 2 henchmen watch hidden, and one asks if Cao didn't say the target would be alone. The other replies that he doesn't know, but she's strong, and with that body and face, she's a rare beauty. One of them comments that she's very pretty, and his partner agrees that it would be a waste to eliminate her. The leader of the trio tells them to act carefully, because the woman isn't weak and plans to get the boy. He then turns around and asks his 2 companions why they remained silent. Suddenly, the ant warrior appears behind the 2 henchmen, who freeze in pure fear and surprise. With a cold and penetrating look, she asks if they intend to hurt her master. One of the brutes screams in terror upon seeing the murderous expression of that powerful and lethal woman. The leader realizes that she defeated the other 2, and that she must be level 20. So he tries to run away. He runs as fast as he can to catch Lin Han, and wonders who that boy is after all. As he runs away desperately, a wolf's paw almost hits him, and he screams in fright at the attack. The beast's paw hits him full on, throwing him violently to the ground and leaving him injured. Lin Han appears watching the scene, and the henchman on the ground screams desperately, asking him to stop. The protagonist then reflects on whether that training area is really recommended for low levels. A huge level 22 Swift Wolf King appears, and Lin Han notices his super powerful aura. Fallen and bleeding, the henchman begs our hero for help as his last hope for life. However, the Wolf King attacks the man without hesitation, quickly eliminating him with a fatal kick. A leader mission arises for Lin Han to eliminate the Swift Wolf King for 200 beast points. Faced with the powerful Wolf King, Lin Han realizes the difficulty and suggests retreating for now. However, when looking at his partner, the boy notices a smile and that she will not give in easily. So he decides to advance and orders his celestial ant to attack the monster with full force. Immediately, the gigantic beast roars, showing its fangs and preparing for confrontation. His warrior is not shaken and lands a powerful punch on the snout of the huge white wolf. She grits her teeth with effort as she tries to hold the head of the wild creature. Even though she is small, the fighter clings to the wolf's nose under the dark and illuminated sky. Suddenly, the Wolf King uses the lightning step skill of Gale, disappearing into the distance. A moment. The hero's partner is hit by the surprise attack and screams in pain due to the force of the blow. An explosion occurs at the scene, and the protagonist watches the scene worried about his ally. Falling to her knees, the warrior faces the imposing Wolf King, who looks down at her threateningly. The creature shows its sharp blue claws, preparing for a new brutal attack. Then the monster unleashes a sequence of fast kicks wrapped in blue energy. The celestial ant defends itself from the multiple blows with difficulty, feeling the great pressure. Lin Han, worried, thinks that the difference in level is great and that she has no direct advantage. Irritated, the young man complains that these wolves do not fight fair, always using sneak attacks. At that moment, two smaller wolves try to grab him from behind, but he notices the movement. With agility, the hero grabs one of the beasts and says that they are too naive for that. He mocks them, thanking them for giving themselves up so easily to him right there. Then the boy uses one wolf to strike the other, and the battle mission updates to 9. With a sharp look, the protagonist prepares to face the remaining wolves around him. He advances and lands a precise punch in the mouth of another beast that was trying to bite him. After the impact, the system indicates that the first battle mission has finally been completed. The notification confirms that the 10 ferocious beasts have been defeated as the task requested. With 100 beast points gained, he shouts for his partner to use the frenzy strike now. Meanwhile, his companion is still bravely resisting the attacks of the powerful Swift Wolf King. The system spends 100 points and awakens the horned ant's frenzy strike with full damage. The small ant in its tiny form flies quickly towards the giant opponent. The Wolf King seems confused by the approach of the small creature and lets out a slight grunt. The enormous beast stares at the ant with surprise in its blue eyes, not understanding its tactic. Despite its size, the small warrior hits the wolf, causing a strong explosion of energy. The creature glows with a blue aura, and its muscles seem to swell, gaining more power. In an imposing pose, the celestial ant prepares to unleash its maximum strength. Contained, returning to warrior form, she screams and releases a wave of overwhelming and pure energy. Surrounded by dark energy, the fighter delivers the final blow with impressive force. The impact of the frenzy strike is gigantic, raising a cloud of dust and debris. The boss's mission is complete, and Lin Han is amazed at how the Wolf King was killed instantly. With a mischievous smile, the warrior in chibi form says that this is a real beast. The system warns about dropped weapons, and the boy asks if his partner was notified. The cute chibi form returns, and the notification informs that the frenzy strike has finally ended. With a happy face in her normal form, the warrior happily calls out to her beloved master. She hugs him tightly, celebrating having defeated the big dog, and he asks her to calm down, laughing. The protagonist feels something new with the tight and unexpected hug of his loyal companion. Completely blushing, he wonders if this is what this feeling is like as she hugs him happily. Suddenly, the celestial aunt says that she is very tired with a very sleepy expression. Her eyes close slowly, and she repeats that she is very sleepy after the hard fight. She returns to her chibi form and falls asleep on his lap, and the young man comments that this is normal. He thanks her for her effort and lays her down on the ground, and she agrees, still very sleepy. The hero notices that monsters give items like in the games of his past life, and gets excited. Anxious for the rewards, he touches the system screen that starts processing the data. He goes crazy with his luck when he sees a silver-quality sword with a level 10 requirement. A bronze ice staff then appears that can make a good amount of money if he sells it there. He plans to hunt more to level up and collect items to sell, and then decides to check his current level. The system shows that he is a level 10 beast tamer and has reached the maximum level to evolve. Surprised, the boy notices that killing the Wolf King maximized his experience, and he no longer needs to hunt there. Before leaving, he decides to talk to the two guys still alive to find out who sent them. With a smile, the young man thinks that things won't be boring for a long time, and this cheers him up. A few hours later, a portal opens, and the medical team is informed that the test students will return. An instructor tells everyone to prepare for the exams and treatments, but not everyone will be so lucky. Suddenly, the instructor named Chao Chong is surprised by a voice that calls him with anger and fury. Professor Bai appears, and the students question her presence because she had another commitment today. Cao Chong says that they are just welcoming the students back and that he can take care of everything alone. The girl then asks about Lin Han's test and if the instructor doesn't owe her a clear explanation. The man replies that he knows about her closeness to Lin Han, but instructors should treat everyone equally. He then suggests that she accompany him to a private place to discuss and share experiences. Immediately, a metallic sound echoes in the place as the teacher shows her growing and visible irritation. She points a knife at his neck and demands an explanation about his previous actions now. With his hands up, the instructor pretends not to understand and asks what. What does she mean by that? Annoyed, she says that Lin Han barely woke up and he sent him to the silver-level training zone. The teacher asks if he thinks he can mistreat Lin Han just because his family is gone and he is alone. The man pushes the knife away and claims that she misunderstood because he had his own reasons for doing so. He justifies himself by saying that Lin Han needed difficulties to level up and even got 3 assistants to help. The girl threatens him by saying that he better pray for Lin Han to return safe and sound or there will be consequences. She warns that if he gets hurt, she will rip off the same part of the instructor's body to heal him. Scared, he agrees, but in his mind he curses her and says that she is just acting tough there. He thinks that when she sees Lin Han's body, her arrogance will disappear, and this pleases him greatly. The instructor has indecent thoughts about the teacher, imagining a chance to get closer to her soon. Suddenly, someone shouts that the people who participated in the test have finally returned to the safe place. Leng Lingshui from Class 6 appears, and everyone, they say she was the first to complete the difficult test. A blonde boy approaches and says that it was expected that the number 1 in the school would finish before him. He tries to get closer to her, suggesting that the 2 geniuses in the school should get to know each other better. The girl dodges his touch with a cold expression, and he ends up missing the unwanted physical contact. She says that if it were the old Lin Han, she would consider it, but with him, she can forget the idea. The blonde boy gets irritated by the rejection and the direct response from the powerful storm mage right there. Meanwhile, hurried footsteps are heard, and someone runs towards the return portal right now. Lin Han's chubby friend arrives out of breath and asks if little Lin has already returned from the dangerous test. Feng Yong says that he didn't expect the fat boy to survive, and that Lin Han definitely died in there. The protagonist's friend is furious with the blonde's words and stares at him with great anger and hatred. He challenges him to repeat, and Feng Yong says that Lin Han died because he was a weak and trashy tamer. At that moment, the instructor Cao Chong shouts, telling the fat boy to shut up immediately. They're present. The man asks if Lin Han is his father and tells him to stop worrying and focus on his strength. Then the instructor tells him to get out of the way so as not to block the other students who are still returning. Lin Han's friend walks away, grumbling that little Lin will surely be back soon anyway. An hour passes and the wait continues at the site, with all the students having already returned earlier. 2 students massage Feng Yong, thanking him for his work and asking about the pressure he felt. The chubby friend wonders why everyone returned except little Lin, who has not yet appeared. A student comments that he must have died in there and that it would be an honorable death for a tamer. Suddenly, a rock flies at high speed towards the group that was mocking the absent boy. The rock hits the talkative student and Feng Yong, who scream at the impact of the hard object. To everyone's surprise, Lin Han finally appears at the portal with a confident smile on his cheerful face. Lin Han appears and asks when the school got so many noisy dogs because he lost track of time. The chubby friend quickly runs towards him and shouts in relief that the brat finally returned right there. The classmate punches the boy on the shoulder, saying that the little devil scared him, while Teacher Bai watches Instructor Chao Chong with his arms crossed, wonders what happened because he sent 3 to take care of the young man. The man thinks that Lin Han got lucky this time, but he won't let him get away that easily. Then Feng Yong provokes him by asking what a tamer without pets can do and if he just hid. Furious, the chubby friend shouts, "If Feng Yong has gone crazy and if he thinks everyone is a coward like him," with a mocking smile, the blonde replies that he will soon find out if he is a coward or not, and then continues. He points to Lin Han and calls him a useless tamer who hid trembling in the mountains out of pure cowardice. The protagonist then asks if Feng Yong has finished barking, leaving his friend quite surprised by this. With a confident look, the young man says that with his skills he is not even good enough to clean his beast's shoes. Feng Yong is completely angry with the provocation and questions if he is really so different from what he thinks. He proposes a bet to see who has the highest level worth 100,000 coins or if kneel like a grandfather. The boy accepts and says he will slap him to the center of the earth while his friend asks him not to be impulsive. He then turns to Instructor Cao and asks him not to interfere because it is something between the 2 boys. Of course, the supervisor agrees, but warns them that they must keep their word because integrity is valued at the school. With a mischievous smile, he thinks that Lin Han asked for this and doesn't mind passing the knife to him. Now Teacher Bai notices Lin Han's look and aura, and realizes that the brat is trying to deceive someone there. Satisfied, the instructor declares that since the bet is made, they can start the dispute immediately. Then the chubby friend decides to participate too, and says that he is Lin Han's brother, revealing himself to be a berserker level 2. Feng Yong mocks the level 2 and shows his level 3. Great sword warrior like a true genius. The other students are impressed by Feng Yong's level 3 and call it incredible and very rare. Lin Han's friend is worried because he didn't expect Feng Yong to have reached the level 3 so fast. Feng Yong then calls Lin Han, saying that if the weakling Long Tianjiao is level 2, he can't be bigger. With a loud laugh, he says that the 2 should kneel down and call him grandfather right away. The chubby one asks what he's bragging about, but Lin Han stops him, asking him to wait a little longer. The companion questions, and Lin Han says not to worry because he doesn't take the blonde's strength seriously. He then reveals his power and says that even if he dropped a level, he would still be far ahead as a level 10 Tame. The crowd is completely shocked to see that the boy reached the impressive level 10 so quickly. Calmly, Lin Han stands there with the aura of a level 10 beast tamer shining brightly around him. Feng Yong doesn't believe it and wonders how a useless tamer could become so strong in such a short time there. He accuses Lin Han of cheating, because not even Leng Ling Sui, the best student, could do that, and it must be his lie. With a smile, the young man asks if, just because he can't do it, others can't either, and if he's ever heard of a hidden class. He reminds the instructor of the promise, and asks him to make sure Feng Yong doesn't run away from the bet he made just now. The boy ironically thanks the assistants who protected him and helped him reach level 10 of power. Cao Chong panics when he realizes that Lin Han knows about the men he sent and fears being badly knocked down. He thinks about all the hard work he's put into getting to his position and how he can't let a brat ruin it all. Determined, The instructor decides that he needs to shut the boy up forever, on that very day and place. Leng Lingshui watches and wonders if Lin Han has really reached level 10 and if he's the former #1 genius. She reveals herself to be a level 5 storm mage and states that she'll reach it sooner or later for sure. The young man turns to Professor Bai and asks what brings her here, since she had important matters before. The girl smiles and replies that her business is over, and since it's her job, she couldn't ignore the situation. The chubby boy praises Lin Han to the teacher, saying that with more time, he will truly be invincible. Very soon, Teacher Bai makes a thoughtful expression upon hearing the excited words of Lin Han's friend about his power. Suddenly, Cao Chong advances behind Lin Han, shouting for him to die, and with clear murderous intent, Teacher Bai reacts quickly and pushes Lin Han away, shouting for him to be careful with the dirty blow. She blocks the instructor's punch and questions him about attacking a student, which is against the rules of the academy. Angry Cao Chong shouts at Bai Bing not to try to use the academy's regulations against his nefarious actions. He states that he needs to take down Lin Han today and manages to land a blow on the teacher during the direct confrontation. With the impact of the blow, the teacher is pushed back and tries to balance herself on the ground quickly right there. The teacher retaliates with a kick and shouts that as long as she is there, he will not achieve anything anyway. The chubby friend shouts at Teacher Bai to hold on tight, while Lin Han notices that she is at a disadvantage there. Furious Cao Chong complains that she defends Lin Han and that his feelings for her were a total waste. With force, the teacher is thrown back. The instructor smiles at the girl lying on the ground and says he will charge her some interest first right there. Quickly, a boot is about to hit the instructor's face. Suddenly, Lin Han appears and lands a powerful kick on the instructor's face. Before she falls to the ground, the protagonist manages to hold Teacher Bai in his arms and supports her. The young man asks the girl if she is okay, and she answers a little embarrassed that everything is fine. Lin Han asks the fallen instructor what the kick tastes like and threatens to use his level 10 power on him again. Cao Chong accuses the boy, saying he knows how he got to level 10 and that 3 assistants disappeared. The man shouts that the boy must have defeated the assistants to gain experience points in a dirty way. Then Cao Chong says that the young man is cruel and does not deserve to be a student, and that he will seek justice right now. Suddenly, the instructor stops his attack because something suddenly fell in front of him. Lin Han throws one of the assistants at Cao Chong's feet and asks if it was this man he loved so much spoke. The supervisor looks at the fallen assistant and wonders in shock if Ah Hao is really lifeless on the floor. The man then concludes that if Ah Hao didn't make it, the other 2 certainly didn't escape alive either. With an evil smile, the instructor thinks that this is perfect, because those who are gone can't witness anything. Cao Chong shouts to Lin Han that the body is there and asks what else he has to say in his defense. The protagonist smiles and says he didn't. Cao Chong shouts to Lin Han that the body is there and asks what else he has to say in his defense. The protagonist smiles and says he didn't want to see anyone dead on the mountain, so he decided to help there. With slow steps, he approaches and says that the man sent his brothers to the end and still doesn't admit it. Crouching down, he touches the face of the fallen assistant and says that the guy is a poor guy for being used like that. The instructor gets furious and thinks that if the assistant isn't satisfied, he can look for him in the other world. Angry Cao Chong advances and shouts that he will break the young man's limbs so he will learn not to talk nonsense. Teacher Bai and the chubby friend scream desperately, asking the protagonist to be careful with the attack. Suddenly, a red aura surrounds the two, and Lin Han says that the man will be forced to tell the whole truth. The instructor shouts for the young man to shut up and says that he is doing that to avenge his assistant, Ah Hao. In response, the protagonist releases his blue aura and asks if the instructor really wants to silence the witness. Other students start to scream and hope that Instructor Cao will teach that trash student a lesson. Then the man goes for it, with a series of quick punches aimed directly at the boy's face. The protagonist dodges all the blows with ease, while the villain wonders how he is doing this. Lin Han realizes that Cao Chong is very strong, but fighting him head-on is not a real problem. The young man then thinks that he can't just defend himself because he needs a more aggressive stance in the fight. Suddenly, an ice staff appears in his hand, and a system window informs him that it costs 10 mana to use. Before he can react, the instructor's leg is frozen, and he doesn't understand what happened there. Without wasting time, the protagonist steps hard on the ground and prepares to strike the enemy with the next blow. He then lands a powerful kick on the instructor's frozen leg, who screams as the ice breaks. The impact of the blow is so strong that a large cloud of dust and rocks rises from the rocky ground. The boy is satisfied because his strength has increased a lot after leveling up, and he can dominate Kao. With a smile, the young man thinks that he just needs to move away, and the rest will not be a problem for him to solve soon. He thinks that his attributes are weaker than Kao's, but winning with brute force was never his plan. Soon after, a small, blue, shiny creature appears in front of the protagonist, ready for battle. The creature then transforms into a woman with white hair, and a panel with her status appears for the young man. The woman advances to attack Cao Chong from behind, and the man turns around surprised, not knowing where she came from. With a quick blow, the woman hits the instructor squarely and throws him far away from the protagonist. The mysterious woman's attack collides with the instructor's energy, creating a large explosion of "Be happy?" The woman asks if she was obedient, and Lin Han asks her to be quiet and go back to being an ant. With a cute smile, the woman agrees to return to her small form and fulfills her master's request. She quickly transforms back into the small blue ant creature from before. The creature then flies towards the protagonist and lands calmly on his shoulder as if nothing had happened. Cao Chong stands up and accuses the young man of joining a stranger to attack him and asks about the woman. The man says that a student with a character as rotten as the protagonist's needs severe punishment. With his shirt tearing, the instructor shouts that the young man must be severely punished for everything that happened. Before he can attack, someone steps on his shoulder and stops him from advancing, leaving the man quite shocked. Lightning strikes the instructor while a voice tells him not to blame the students without first investigating. The instructor looks up completely shocked and wonders how that person appeared right there in front of him. An older man with white hair smiles, and the system reveals that he is the dean of the Level 55 Academy. 6. Seeing the dean, Cao Chong accuses Lin Han of killing the assistant so he can level up in the academy. He continues saying that the young man tried to attack him and that such a bad person needs to be punished right now. Cao Chong shouts that the witnesses and evidence are there, and then asks the dean to kill Lin Han once and for all. With a smile, the protagonist mocks, saying that all of that is nothing more than a blatant lie. The dean then turns around and asks the young man if he has any proof for what he is saying there. The older man then uses an analysis skill on the assistant's body to check everything. After analyzing the body, he says that the assistant's bones and internal organs are completely destroyed. The instructor shouts that even if the fatal blow was from a beast, it certainly has to do with the boy, with a smile on his face. Lin Han says that the instructor is just wasting time with all this accusation. The protagonist asks why the instructor doesn't admit that he sent the assistant and was betrayed in the end. Professor Bai then approaches and says that she saw the boy and his partner being blackmailed by Cao Chong. Desperately, the instructor shouts that he is an instructor and asks how he could hurt a student. He continues shouting that all of this is a lie from the boy and that there is no evidence against him now. The dean then says that accusing an instructor is a serious matter and asks the young man if he has any evidence. With a smile, the instructor thinks that whoever saw everything is already gone, and without witnesses, no one can accuse him. The boy then says that there is a way to get witnesses, and a blue portal appears in front of him there. Suddenly, two tied-up men appear along with a large blue wolf, leaving everyone surprised. Teacher Bai and her chubby friend are left speechless, not understanding where those people came from. The young man explains that the three were ambushing him, but ended up bumping into the Wolf King due to their bad luck. With a smile, he continues saying that one of them was caught by the wolf, and he managed to catch the other himself. The protagonist then kicks one of the prisoners and says that they both must know the answer to everything. The two men start screaming and confess that Chao Chong hired them to watch and finish off Lin Han. They scream that they can't take it anymore and that it was all Instructor Chao Chong's plan to get rid of the boy. Little blue ants are biting the men's feet, and that's why they're screaming in pain. With an evil smile, the young man thinks it was too easy to make the two confess to the ants. The protagonist turns to the instructor and asks if he doesn't want to explain what's happening now. The instructor is shocked and thinks that those two idiots couldn't have confessed everything so easily. Suddenly, a blue magic seal appears on the instructor's chest, who is scared without knowing what it is. The seal shines and begins to electrocute Chao Chong's body, who screams in pain from the shock of the dean's magic. The dean says that as an instructor, Chao Chong tried to harm a student and violated the academy's rules there. With a serious look, the older man tells the instructor to prepare to receive the punishment he deserves. Professor Bai smiles in relief and says that the mistake has been admitted and that they can finally go home. The protagonist and the teacher watch as the dean walks away after resolving the whole mess. Suddenly, the blue-haired girl appears and asks if it was the protagonist who killed the Wolf King. She approaches and asks how he did it, and the young man asks his colleague to keep a little away. She then takes his hands and says that his class is long range and not hand-to-hand combat. With their faces glued together, she says that the only explanation is a powerful beast and calls him to a test fight. The boy thinks that it is not a good time for this, and that her personality is very different from what it seems. Teacher Bai then intervenes and separates the two students before the situation gets any weirder. The teacher says that she understands her desire to become strong, but now they need to rest and analyze. The blue-haired girl says that she is just curious about his fighting style, but the teacher denies the request. While the two argue, the protagonist tries to sneak out without anyone noticing his escape. He waves and says that everyone is tired and that it would be better if everyone went home to rest a little. The young man laughs awkwardly and comments that the weather is nice, while the two look at him angrily at his attitude. The teacher thinks about the mysterious woman and the new girl and wonders if he has become a playboy now. She gets irritated and thinks that it has nothing to do with it because it has nothing to do with the boy after all. The blue-haired girl stops him again and says that he still hasn't answered the question she asked before. The boy smiles awkwardly and says that he's tired and that they can talk about it another time. The girl agrees to the promise, and the young man smiles in relief for having managed to escape that situation. He thinks that the girl has finally left, but wonders if she was angry with him for some reason. Later, the protagonist arrives at a trading house to sell the items he got on his journey. While a waitress serves coffee, he thinks about selling the items to pay the bills and a debt he has. Back in the city, the protagonist meets an older man and throws a card in his direction. The butler in a suit catches the card in the air with a very serious expression on his face. The young man says that this is the money that Sister Bing lent him, and that now she is returning it all with interest. He also sends a message to her family and tells them to never try anything against him again. The butler is shocked and wonders if this is really the old Lin Han who was the family's trash. At another moment, the young man shows a sword and a staff that he got from the Mountain of Dark Shadow. The store manager is surprised and asks the boy if there is a problem with his items. The man then asks if the young man's name is Lin Han, and he confirms by asking if they know each other. The manager laughs and says that he has been friends with the boy's father for over 10 years, and that he can call him Uncle Tian. Uncle Tian praises him and says that with this strength, the revitalization of the Lin family is not far away. With a smile, the boy wonders if he can trust him and takes the opportunity to ask for a higher price. The older man also smiles and thinks that the boy is young and that he can get a good deal. The two then look at each other with fake smiles and prepare to start negotiating the items. Uncle Tian offers 5 million dragon coins and says that it is a friendly price for him. The young man smiles and says that business is business and that these items are worth at least 8 million. They start to discuss prices, and the manager offers 5.5 million, but the boy asks for 7 or 8. happy with life. The boy accepts the offer of 6,660,000 coins for the items. They shake hands and close the deal, but the manager feels that he was cheated by the boy in the end. The employee gives him 2 cards, one with the money and a VIP with a limit of 3 million. Uncle Tien says that he can come back whenever he has more items, and the young man thanks him for his help. With a chibi smile, the protagonist thinks about taking advantage and taking a look at the magic scrolls. 10 minutes later, the boy leaves and the manager watches him thinking about his great potential there. The older man smiles and thinks that in the future, he will have many chances to cooperate with the young again. The scene changes, and now an armored truck is parked in front of the protagonist's house on the street. Lin Han arrives and finds the butler from before, and asks what Uncle Liu is doing there. Now the butler introduces himself and says that it has been a long time since he last saw him, since the Lin family ended up falling. With a smile on his face, the protagonist asks the man what he wants in that place there. The butler says that Miss Bai captured a beast for him but was punished, and that is why he came to deliver it. The young man is touched to think that she really tried so hard to be able to help him with everything. Suddenly, the older man puts his hands on the truck door and says that he has a message from the master. The message says that the Bai family has done enough for him, and that now there is no more debt. With a malicious look, the butler tells the young man to never bother his young lady again. The protagonist is shocked by the sudden change in the older man's attitude in front of him. He then stops calling the man uncle and calls him only butler with a cold and distant look. The boy says he appreciates the help, but that he has never asked the Bai family for anything, not even in the past. He then turns his back and tells the butler to take the crossbow back and leave that place. With a serious look, he tells the man to tell the master that he does not need anyone's help. The butler smiles evilly and says that no one can refuse what the Bai family wants to deliver. He releases his aura and shouts that to refuse a gift, you first need to have the strength to do so. The protagonist's eyes glow red as he also prepares for the great battle. The butler is hit by a crushing pressure and is frightened without understanding what happened. A red fire aura surrounds the body of the young man, who stares at the man with a look of pure rage. The butler is pushed back by the pressure of the aura and wonders what the hell is going on. He thinks that Lin Han is just a beastmaster and wonders why he is feeling afraid of him now. Gritting his teeth, he screams that it is impossible for him to be pressured by a random boy like him. The scene then changes to show the facade of an apartment building on a calm, sunny day. Lying in his bed, the boy thinks that Sister Bing does not have good intentions, but does not like being forced. He then closes his eyes and decides that it is better to sleep before doing the transfer missions. While he sleeps, one of his pet ants appears and climbs onto his shoulder carefully. The small blue creature then climbs onto the face of its master, who is sleeping soundly. A strong light comes out of the window, indicating a new day that has begun there. He wakes up with his ant in its human form on top of him, calling him master with a smile. She then hugs her master, and the boy thanks her for having tried so hard the night before. The next day, the young man goes to the transfer temple, and the receptionist has already prepared a room for him. There, he hears some people gossiping about a beastmaster who became super strong out of nowhere. He is worried about the news spreading so much fast and decides he needs to be more discreet. With this in mind, the young man starts walking towards the room that was assigned to him in that place. Inside, he finds a huge blue crystal floating in the middle of the room and approaches it to see. The young man remembers that the receptionist told him to put his hand on the crystal to see his mission. He then touches the shiny object and wonders if the level 10 mission will be too difficult. The screen shows that the mission is level 5 and he needs to defeat some beasts. The level of the transfer mission is then confirmed as being 5 stars in difficulty. Outside, everyone is shocked when they discover that someone activated a 5-star mission. The young man puts his hand to his face and complains about his luck for having taken on such a difficult mission. The screen in the main hall shows everyone the 5-star mission that was activated there. A guy in the middle of the crowd screams and wonders who was the unlucky one who activated this mission. Fortunately, the young man celebrates inside because the system did not reveal his identity to the others. With a smile, he thinks that now that he has taken on the mission, it is better not to waste time and go logo. The scene changes to the Shattered Ruins, which is a place with a desert and mountainous landscape. Nearby, there is a mercenary meeting point with several soldiers and parked cars. A bald and strong man complains that if no missions appear, he will go hungry this month. Suddenly, the bald man notices something approaching the camp and becomes alert. The protagonist arrives at the camp, and the mercenaries keep an eye on the boy approaching. One of the men calls the boy a fat sheep and says it is time to open the business to make a profit. As the young man passes by, one of the mercenaries asks if he is there to do a mission. The bald man approaches and offers his services, with a guarantee and even a 20% discount. The boy walks right past him and says he does not need his help, leaving the man surprised by his refusal. The man insists and says they can negotiate the price and that he can even do it for free as a friend. Suddenly, the young man grabs the man's arm and says once again that he does not need his help. With his eyes shining, he warns the man to be careful with your arm if you keep annoying him. He then throws the man hard to the ground, who falls without being able to believe what happened there. The boy thinks that mercenaries who offer free things only want to steal and kill people. On the ground, the bald man becomes furious and shouts that he is going to end the life of that cheeky boy. Another man stops him and tells him to forget what happened, because it is not worth fighting. A red-haired woman hits the table and says that they should not let the boy leave like that. With an evil smile, she says that when he leaves the safe area, they will be able to have a lot of fun far away. The young man thinks that the place is very different from what he was used to seeing before. He then summons his aunt and tells her to leave because they are ready to start the mission. She says that she is ready, and the boy comforts her, saying that today she will be able to fight a lot. Suddenly, the system notifies the boy about a new mission that he activated without even realizing it. The mission is to kill the Apostle of Thunder and get the Heart of Thunder as a reward for the feat. He is happy because the reward is 300 points he can use to strengthen his aunt. The boy takes out his cell phone and thinks about buying information from Uncle Tien to find the apostle. He then tells his aunt that they will first do the class transfer mission. A pack of level 15 wolves appears in the desert and prepares to attack the two there. The aunt takes action and begins to fight the wolves while dodging their attacks. After being defeated, the remaining wolves decide to attack the protagonist, who is alone. He smiles and takes out a fire scroll, asking if they want to face him right now. The young man then throws a huge fireball in the direction of the wolves and tells them to try their luck. With a smile, he thinks that the roasted wolf meat must be delicious to eat later. The wolves are completely terrified by the huge fireball that is now approaching them. The magic scroll then launches several fireballs that explode and hit the pack directly. The surviving wolves flee in despair, while the system warns about the deaths there. Another notification warns that he cannot gain more experience before changing class. The boy says that the mission is not over, and his scrolls will not let them escape like that. He then orders his aunt to speed up and finish off the remaining wolves once and for all. After the battle, he holds an energy crystal and smiles, satisfied with the result of the fight. The system shows that his aunt has reached level 15, and he regrets the lost experience. Despite this, he is not shaken and puts his hand in his pocket to get his cell phone and see something. He thinks that by now, Uncle Tian must have sent the location of the Apostle of Thunder. The message warns that the Apostle is very strong and that he should not go alone if he is weak. The young man then calls his companion and says that it is time to hunt the next target of the mission. Hidden, the red-haired mercenary observes the boy and thinks that he is rich for using scrolls. The bald man asks if they should attack now, but the boss says to wait a little longer. She explains that it is better to wait for him to get tired and get more energy stones before attacking. Following the map, they find the Apostle of Thunder of level 17 sleeping peacefully. The boy finds it strange that he is only level 17 and says that he does not seem like a big threat. Excitedly, he points to the monster and tells his aunt to defeat it so they can go home. The noise wakes the creature that gets up furious and faces the two intruders in front of it. Without wasting time, the ant advances and lands a powerful punch right in the face of the Apostle of Thunder. After the blow, it begins to glow and returns to its small blue insect form. It quickly digs a hole and hides underground to prepare the next attack. The Apostle is confused and looks around without understanding where its enemy went. Suddenly, it comes out of the ground with everything and lands a powerful hook right in the creature's chin. Seeing an opportunity, the protagonist grabs an ice scroll to end the fight. He throws the scroll that hits the Apostle squarely, causing massive damage to the creature. With a smile on his face, the boy tells the monster that it is over for him and his mission. Suddenly, a huge pillar of ice comes out of the ground and goes through the monster's body, defeating him. The system then notifies that the Apostle has been defeated, but he does not gain any experience. The ant says that it is tired, and the young man complains that the monster was weak but had a lot of life. But he is happy to have gotten 300 points just for defeating that monster there. He uses the points to awaken the Iron Bone ability for his faithful ant. It begins to shine, and the system warns that the new ability increases its defense by 20%. Happy with the new power, she hugs her master, who warns her to be careful with the place. Suddenly, a shadow covers the two, and a voice says that the boy is very good at fighting there. The red-haired woman appears with her group and says that to survive, you need to have power and brains. The boy recognizes the bald man and asks if he came to seek revenge after the fight is over. The woman says that he will pay for having rejected them and tells him to hand over all his treasures. The young man stands up and asks if they are not afraid of being caught stealing there in the desert. She smiles and explains that this is an unsafe area and the patrol never shows up there. The woman says that if he disappears here, everyone will think that a monster took him. With an evil look, she says that she will take good care of him, and a henchman asks about the girl. Suddenly, he realizes that his aunt is no longer by his side and wonders where she went. The aunt appears silently behind the red-haired woman and prepares to attack with everything. With a quick movement, she grabs the arm of the mercenary who didn't even have time to react. In an instant, she throws the woman to the side and knocks down all the henchmen with ease. The bald man is also thrown away, as if it were absolutely nothing. The remaining henchmen get up and decide to shoot the girl to try their luck. The bullets hit her body, but the Iron Bone ability is activated and protects her from the damage. On the ground, the woman is shocked by the girl's strength and realizes that she underestimated the enemy. The red-haired woman remains on the ground, completely panicked without understanding what just happened there. Smiling, the protagonist takes another scroll and says that now it is too late for them to escape. And then a huge explosion of light hits the remaining mercenaries, defeating them all at once. The only one standing complained that the girl is a monster and that the boy has infinite scrolls. The bald man then whispers to his boss that if they defeat the boy, they can still turn the game around. Confidently, he stands up and says that the young man is weak without his items and that he will fight him. Standing in front of them, the protagonist mockingly asks if they still dare to resist him. With a smile, he shows several scrolls and says that this weakling here has many skills. The young man orders them to hand over everything they have, and maybe then he will think about letting them go. With an evil look, he says that he will teach them about fear, and the woman calls him a thief. We see the large guild hall where missions are distributed. The receptionist comments on the boy who took the 5-star mission in the morning. Suddenly, she is surprised. It was the same boy from the mission, and he says he has already completed what he had to do. The girl is completely shocked and wonders if she heard what he said correctly. She then tries to compose herself and asks if he wants to know more about the mission. But the boy confirms that he really finished the task and is there to complete the process. Still in disbelief, she asks again, and he answers that it was actually quite easy. She then points to room 996 and tells him to go that way alone. The girl wonders if in a few hours he really did it and if it wasn't just a lie. However, a notification appears informing him of the completion of the mission. When she sees the announcement, the girl's jaw drops as she didn't expect it to be true. Other adventurers are also surprised and wonder who this strong guy could be. Meanwhile, our protagonist receives the notification that his transfer mission was a success. With a tap on the screen, he confirms his change class. Now his new profession is that of a beast scholar. Our hero is super excited, celebrating his new power, and feels that he has become stronger. His status screen shows that he is now level 10 with his attributes much higher. In addition, new skills have been unlocked, such as lightning wings and skill copy. The boy reads the new skills with a smile on his face and seems very satisfied with them. Then he decides to test the power of one of his new skills. An aura of lightning surrounds his body, and the boy begins to fly around the hall. He is surprised because flying is an advanced skill and he released it very early. His other skill allows him to copy the skills of his beasts for 5 minutes. This will be very useful in a difficult fight and can guarantee victory. Now he needs to choose the system reward for his class promotion. The options are Fusion Heart Induction and Malicious Float. The third option catches his attention because it is like an automatic radar for nearby enemies. He thinks that if he had this earlier, he would have avoided the surprise attack of the mercenaries without thinking twice. The boy confirms his choice and selects Malicious Float. A big yes is selected on the screen, confirming the acquisition of the new skill. He celebrates happily for having acquired such a useful skill. Soon after, a new mission appears, and he wonders what it is. The task is to capture a new beast, and the reward is 500 points. The boy begins to think that his current beast is good against only one enemy. He needs something with area attack and decides it is time to have a new companion. So he decides to go to the exchange office to sell his items and buy information. When he gets there, an old acquaintance is surprised to see him and asks if he found a treasure. Our hero shows a pile of treasures and says he met some generous people. The old man gets excited and calls 2 girls to help assess the value of everything. While the girls work, he thinks that, even though it is a lot, it is still little compared to what the mercenaries had. The total value is 1,300 coins, and the money is transferred to his account. The boy thanks them and asks if he has any tips about a beast of the electric type. The old man becomes thoughtful and tries to remember something. Suddenly, he seems to have an idea and snaps his fingers. He says that a high-quality bird appeared in a forest a few days ago. The beast may have an ancient lineage, and many who tried to capture it failed. The boy becomes super excited because it was exactly what he was looking for and asks for more information. A woman brings a box, and the old man says that they got a feather from the beast. The feather glows when it is near the bird, and our hero says he wants it. The protagonist is irritated by the price of the feather. The old man, with a forced smile, asks him to pay 1 million, and he closes the deal with the old man. The old man tries to convince him that if the feather works, it will have been worth it. Soon after, he arrives at the Thunder Forest, a place full of lightning. There, the boy remembers that the feather only shines 10 meters from the target and feels cheated. He throws himself on the ground in anger, shouting that if he were that close, he would see the bird with his eyes. Now calmer, he thinks that with his companion, crossing the forest will be easy. His partner Yi is very strong, and the boy thinks about getting another beast to become even more powerful. With a mischievous smile, he imagines the possibilities of having a new companion. But Yi, in her human form, seems to not like the idea of having competition at all. Suddenly, a chibi version of her appears and starts punching him in anger. The boy runs through the forest while his furious partner chases him non-stop. In the middle of the confusion, they hear a cry for help coming from nearby. A girl with pink hair is running away from a giant shadow leopard. The girl named Su Nianwei is a level 10 master tracker and is almost out of strength. In the rush, she ends up tripping over a tree root and can't get up. The girl falls to the ground and is completely vulnerable to the beast's attack. The leopard approaches her, ready to deliver the final blow with its sharp claws. Without hope, the girl closes her eyes and accepts her terrible fate. But a noise makes her open her eyes and she realizes that she is still alive. Our hero appears and with a powerful punch throws the beast away, saving the girl. Su Nianwei's jaw drops, not understanding what just happened there. He asks if she is okay and the girl wonders who this strong guy is. The girl gets up and screams for them to run away because the leopard is still a threat. But our hero smiles calmly and calls the giant beast a simple kitten. The boy tells her not to worry because someone will take care of the animal now. Then his companion Yi, in her giant insect form, goes on the attack. Yi bites the leopard's neck with incredible strength and immobilizes it. Then she applies a submission blow, breaking the beast's bones. The leopard is defeated, and the boy is impressed by the strength of his companion. The girl on the ground is confused and wonders if another beast has appeared to fight. He approaches her and checks if she was hurt during the fall. With a gentle smile, the boy extends his hand to help her up. She takes his hand, thinking that the insect must be a level 20 monster. Still scared, she pulls the boy and tells them to run away before the creature notices them. Suddenly, the body of the defeated leopard is thrown in front of them. Yi lands on the beast and stares at the girl jealously for her being with her master. The girl is terrified, but the boy just pets the insect's head. He promises a reward for Yi later, and the girl is even more confused. Sunyanwei doesn't understand anything that is happening and is stunned by the scene. Our hero says he will introduce himself, and Yi begins to shrink in size. He introduces himself as Lin Sai, a beastmaster, and says that the insect is his partner. The girl recognizes him from the rumors about a beastmaster, with hidden class Yi on his shoulder, continues to be jealous of the closeness between the two. Lin Sai explains that his goal in the forest is to capture a thunderbird. The girl reveals that she is a master tracker and offers to help as thanks. He thinks that her tracking ability will be very useful for his mission. They then decide to form a team, and the girl says that he can count on her. However, she explains that she needs an item from the bird in order to track it. He shows her the shiny feather, and she recognizes it as a rare and very expensive item. The girl warns that using her ability may destroy the feather, and so they will not be able to sell it later. The boy tells her not to worry because if the feather breaks, it will be all his fault, and the girl agrees. The girl then closes her eyes and begins to use her tracking ability with the shiny feather. Suddenly, her eyes open and she seems to have found something important. Smiling, the girl says that she found the way, and now she just has to follow the light to find the bird. The pair then walk through the dark forest, while the girl guides the way with the magic light. Out of nowhere, the boy stops her and warns her that there are many enemies ahead waiting for them. Worried, the girl asks what they should do in that dangerous situation. On his shoulder, little Yi is irritated by the girl's suggestion of taking a detour. The little ant doesn't seem to like the idea of running away from the fight that was about to come. With a smile on his face, he tells Yi to go ahead to clear the way for them. He smiles when he receives 650 experience for defeating a thunder crow. Yi, in her human form, defeats the monsters and complains that they were too weak for her triumphant. She is happy to have solved everything and thinks that her master will be proud. The girl is shocked by the defeated monsters, and he says that it was a piece of cake for his partner. Satisfied, he thinks that he has finally reached the level 11 and receives a notification from the system. In a moment of distraction, the pink-haired girl trips and falls face down on the ground. The boy asks his partner to return to normal, and she agrees with a smile on her face. The girl gets up confused and wonders if an enemy attacked them by surprise. She then sees him talking to the little ant and is shocked by the scene in front of her. The girl is relieved to see the ant, and the boy asks Yi to return to her normal size. Yi returns to being a giant ant, and the girl feels that the insect is aiming at her. A chibi version of Yi appears and threatens the girl for trying to seduce her master. Back on his shoulder, the ant continues to stare at the girl with a look of pure hatred. The girl is enchanted by the little ant and thinks that she is too cute to be evil. With her eyes shining, the girl approaches and tries to pet the little ant. Desperate, the ant asks her master to save her from that annoying woman. The boy then stops the girl and says that Yi will get angry if she keeps insisting. He then asks her to. Yi goes ahead and defeats a few more monsters for them to pass. Sometime later, night falls, and the moon is already shining brightly in the dark sky. The system notifications show that he has leveled up several times, reaching 15. The status screen shows that Lin Han is now level 15, and has a lot of points to distribute. The boy thinks that he has leveled up too fast and will soon be able to do more difficult missions. He looks at Yi sleeping on his shoulder and notices that she has reached level 18. The girl comments that they have worked hard, and the boy seems exhausted from the journey. The girl shows the trail of destruction and says that they have almost destroyed the entire forest. She says that they can now find the Thunderbird without interruption and knows the direction. His partner on his shoulder makes a strange noise and he asks if there is any danger ahead. He thinks that his partner is an ancient beast and must be sensing a powerful presence. Finally, they find the level 13 Thunderbird on a tree branch. The boy smiles and thinks that he will gain a lot if he can get a contract with that bird. The eye of the big bird glows with electricity and it seems to have noticed their presence. Scared, the Thunderbird starts to fly away and the boy shouts that it is running away. The girl laments that they cannot fly and therefore will not be able to catch the bird. Suddenly, an intense yellow light begins to shine on our hero's back. The girl is completely shocked to see that he now has wings of light and is flying. With his new wings of light, he flies quickly towards the Thunderbird. Flying in the sky, he finally reaches the bird and begins to talk to the creature. With a smile, he offers the bird the chance to become his beast with food and shelter. The bird does not seem to like the proposal and tries to escape from him by flying even faster. The boy wonders why the bird's reaction was so exaggerated and becomes intrigued. He decides that he will have some fun with the bird and tells his companion to wait there. The pink-haired girl agrees and says that she will wait for him in that place flying. He tries to convince the bird to join him, promising that he will not regret it. But the bird is very fast, and our hero ends up missing the attack by a hairy margin. Annoyed, the boy complains that the creature managed to escape from him once again. Suddenly, the Thunderbird stops running away and begins to summon powerful lightning bolts. He smiles and praises the bird's courage for deciding to fight instead of continuing to run away. With a determined look, he warns that he will have to defeat the bird by force. Then he concentrates his energy in his fist and launches a furious blow in the direction of the bird. He finally manages to grab the bird by the neck, and a magical contract is formed. The boy looks at the bird's stats and realizes that it is much weaker than his Aunt Yi. However, he remembers that the system has a function to strengthen its contracted beasts. The system informs that the evolution was a success, and the bird transforms into a woman. The screen shows that she is now a level 18 Thunder Emperor with very high stats. He is impressed because she has gone up 5 levels and gained a destruction ability. The new creature then lands gently on the ground with her high heel shoes. With a smile on her face, the woman bows and calls him master for the first time. The boy is shocked by her appearance and comments that she is much larger than Yi. On his shoulder, the little Aunt Yi is furious with the comment and with the new companion. In her human form, Yi appears with a look of pure rage, ready to fight. The two begin to argue, and the Thunder Emperor threatens the little ant. He tries to calm the fight by saying that they are now a family, and Yi must be the older sister. The girl then asks her new master to give her a name to seal the pact. He thinks for a moment and remembers an ancient poem that talks about thunder in heavens, so he decides to call her Tianlai, and she is very happy with the new name. He thinks that, despite her gentle appearance, she has a wild ability and wants to test it. Suddenly, he has an idea and realizes that there is a perfect opportunity for this. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl waits alone and wonders where he went. The scene then cuts to a barbarian camp in the middle of the forest. He returns and the girl talks about a difficult mission to hunt down the barbarian leader. He says he will help her as thanks, and to test the power of his new ally. Then he tells Tianlai to go ahead and show what she is truly capable of. The bird obeys and flies into the dark sky with her body covered in purple lightning. In the sky, she assumes her human form and prepares to use her special ability. With a war cry, she invokes her annihilating thunderstorm ability. A huge storm of purple lightning forms over the barbarian camp. The barbarians look up at the sky without understanding what is happening there at that moment. He thinks that the enemies are too weak and fears that Tianlai's attack is exaggerated. He tells Tianlai to just knock out the leader, and the girl wonders where the bird is. Smiling, the girl says she will obey the order of his master and prepares for the attack. A single bolt of lightning falls from the sky with incredible precision towards the camp. The bolt hits the ground right in front of the barbarian leader without seriously injuring him. The barbarian leader is terrified by the power of the lightning and tries to shoot an arrow. But Tianlai appears in front of him in the blink of an eye, leaving the man shocked. The man is enveloped by lightning and ends up being knocked out by the force of the attack. The girl asks if Tianlai has already attacked, and he watches her curiously about the situation. Suddenly, a branch falls in front of them, and the girl with pink hair gets scared. The bird returns carrying the unconscious leader, and the girl is shocked by how quickly it happened. He then hands the girl a knife and tells her to finish her mission. The girl holds the dagger with trembling hands and agrees to finish the job. With a quick movement, she finally finishes off the target of her mission. After that, the girl with pink hair thanks the boy for all the help he gave. As a thank you, she offers to be his guide in the city since he lives there. He declines the offer because she also helped him find the Thunderbird, and says goodbye. As the boy walks away, the girl blushes and hopes they will meet again, alone with his beasts. He thinks he was lucky to get two in one day and now plans the future. With a serious look, the protagonist focuses on his next objective. Suddenly his cell phone rings, and it is a call from his friend Long, and he wonders what it could be. Answering the phone, he jokes and asks if his friend is calling him to eat something. But on the other end of the line, the colleague says that it is not time to eat because he has something important to talk about. The friend then asks if he has ever heard of a place called the Kingdom of Illusion. Meanwhile, we see images of warriors fighting against several powerful beasts. A warrior with a hood faces a monster with very large horns. The friend explains that the Kingdom of Illusion is a virtual place where no one really gets hurt. Inside, it is possible to face several different monsters to train your combat skills. Although it does not give experience, the place is used to train movements and new fighting techniques. He continues saying that his father managed to get a place for the boy because it is very difficult to get in. Our hero becomes thoughtful upon hearing about this unique training opportunity. He realizes that this place is perfect for training the teamwork of his two beasts. Meanwhile, Yi Yi and Tianlai promise to serve the master with a smile on their faces. The protagonist thanks his friend and says he will send him the address so he can go whenever he wants. The chubby friend jokes that he should not forget him when he becomes famous, and the boy agrees. The next day, our hero is woken up by his alarm clock that says 8 in the morning. As soon as he opens his eyes, he sees Yi Yi smiling and giving him a very cheerful good morning. Then Tianlai hugs him and says it is still early and he is unable to move. The two begin to argue because one thinks she is suffocating the master with her body. The argument becomes serious and the two begin to fight for real right there in bed. The boy thinks they look like adults but act like children, and that training is urgent. When he arrives at the place, a receptionist guides him and explains that he will enter a capsule. She says that he can choose the difficulty and that the rewards are given by the army. With a smile, he enters the hibernation capsule while his beasts watch him. The system then scans his data and shows that he is a level 15 summoner. A screen asks if he wants to enter the silver-level dungeon, and he accepts the challenge. His little aunt Yi Yi is very excited about the master's decision. The Thunderbird Tianlai also celebrates and prepares for the battle that is to come. The screen finishes loading and wishes our protagonist a good trip. Thank you for watching. Above, the grandiose setting of the dueling arena quickly reveals itself and draws attention. Suddenly, 4 blue wolves surround the protagonist and his 2 companions. The situation is tense. Baring their fangs, the level 13 wolves advance towards the group. Irritated, one of the girls says that she will show who deserves to be at the master's side. The girl charges at the wolf to attack it and immediately shows her sharp claws. The wolf doesn't stay behind and retaliates with a direct attack, trying to hit the girl. The other girl points her finger, showing that she doesn't like her friend's attitude at all. Imposingly, a level 15 wolf appears. With this, The girl becomes even more tense with the situation. Despite this, the blue-haired girl is not intimidated and begins to concentrate her power to fight back. A powerful purple energy is released, showing how strong she can be. We see the protagonist observing the situation, while the two companions prepare to fight there. However, the protagonist complains that the two are taking this fight too seriously. The boy shows concern for the girl's safety and not for the fight itself. Thus, the two realize that they overdid it in the fight, even forgetting their duty. After all, they realize that their main duty is to protect the protagonist at all costs. The tension increases as level 20 wolves approach, showing that the challenge is only increasing. The image focuses on the blue wolves, who prepare to attack the protagonist without mercy. Soon, the system warns that the machine does not cause physical damage, but transmits pain faithfully. In addition, the system also warns that the user can give up the training if he wants to. The protagonist smiles confidently. After all, he thinks that this level of difficulty is acceptable. The wolf attacks with fury and the protagonist prepares to receive the impact of the attack there. Concentrated, the protagonist closes his hand, showing his determination to fight the monsters. With a powerful punch, he hits the wolf squarely, breaking the animal's defense without mercy. So, the protagonist uses his skill to defeat the wolf with relative ease. The girls are impressed by the strength the protagonist demonstrates at that moment. In turn, the protagonist shows confidence and says he will use everything he has to win. In response, the wolves howl, announcing that the real fight is just beginning. With that, the two girls prepare to fight alongside the protagonist with everything they have. They are ready to fight together and protect the protagonist at any cost there. The boy smiles confidently because he knows he is ready to face whatever comes his way there. So, the two are ready to fight with everything they have to protect their master. Outside, the camera shows the building where everything happens in virtual reality. A group congratulates a boy for passing the challenge quickly. The boy is really good. A girl observes the situation and comments on the challenge that the boy completed masterfully. The friends invite him to play in a group next time since it will be more fun. Watching, a blonde boy looks at her with an interested look, wanting to talk to her. In this, men in suits comment on the results obtained in the virtual challenge and find it all impressive. The data shows that the protagonist completed the final phase in 8 minutes and 59 seconds. Surprised, a man is astonished to learn that he passed the final stage in 9 minutes. Some wonder if he is one of the children of rich families who are learning to play. On the other hand, others say that he doesn't seem like such an important guy at school. However, a panel shows that he broke the record for the silver level challenge and surprises everyone. The girl and the others are even more surprised by the protagonist's new score. Back in the virtual world, the grandeur of the building impresses everyone there. From then on, the protagonist and his companions come across several wolves on the lookout. At that moment, the system informs him that he has won a sword for passing the challenge. Soon after, the system congratulates him and even tells him to try a gold-level challenge. We then see the boy leaving the virtual reality machine after successfully completing the challenge. Showing his seriousness, the protagonist walks through the corridors of the virtual reality building. Curious, people comment on how quickly he passed the challenge on sight. And they also wonder how he suddenly became so famous in that place. No one understands. The girl watches him from afar and is happy that he stood out so much in the virtual challenge. But when he sees the protagonist attracting attention, the blonde boy gets irritated and doesn't like it at all. A man watches everything from above, from the virtual reality control center, and shows his attention. They talk about the protagonist's results and how fast he is. The numbers are impressive. There, the men comment on how he managed to win in such a short time. It's unbelievable. At that moment, the boss orders an investigation into the protagonist's past to find out more about him. The next day, inside the classroom, people talk a lot about the protagonist. Suddenly, the protagonist approaches, and we see the blonde boy staring at him angrily. Wanting to get satisfaction, the blonde boy yells at the protagonist and intimidates him a lot. The blonde boy asks what he wants and even makes fun of him. asking if he didn't get beaten up enough. Even more irritated by the comments from the people there, the blonde boy gets very angry. In an attempt to calm him down, one of the blonde's friends tells them to go have fun together. However, the blonde's friends continue to tease the protagonist, but he doesn't even care. By making fun of the protagonist, the blonde's friends irritate him. This makes him even more furious. Pointing at the protagonist, the blonde challenges him to a real fight and provokes him. Quite irritated, the blonde swears revenge on the protagonist and promises to get revenge. From then on, in a forest, energy beams fall, showing the power of that place. There, the protagonist prepares to face the dangerous monsters that live there. Very confident, the protagonist is determined to show his strength in that dark forest. The girl hugs the protagonist, happy to be by his side and fighting against the creatures together. However, the other girl comments that she is not that weak and also helps her friend a lot. At this point, the two begin to argue about who is more useful to the protagonist in that place. Realizing this, the protagonist tries to calm the two down to prevent them from fighting there. Annoyed, the protagonist ignores the two's fight and decides to go to an even stronger area. Then, the protagonist asks if they want to go to a gold-level area in the place. A sign soon indicates that they are entering the gold-level training area in the forest. Soon, the protagonist and her friends hide amidst the dense vegetation of the area. From there, the group comes across level 21 poisonous lizards hiding in the area. In view of this, the protagonist prepares to test his skills against the dangerous lizards. The protagonist attracts the attention of the lizards so that the girls can attack the animals. One of the girls attacks the lizard with precision, while the protagonist watches everything from there. Suddenly, one of the lizards opens its mouth, ready to strike the protagonist. At that moment, the girl is hit by the lizard's poisonous attack and screams a lot in pain. The girl tries to stand firm, but feels the poison spreading throughout her body. Thus, the girl says that she is not feeling well because of the lizard's poison. Seeing this, the protagonist realizes that the lizard's attack caused great damage to her. Then, the protagonist uses his ability to protect the girl from the lizard's attack. In turn, the other girl uses her power to attack the lizards with powerful rays. The lightning strikes the lizards head-on, causing great damage there and then. The girl's energy beams destroy the lizards there instantly, impressing everyone. There, the protagonist says that he needs to learn a new skill to use. Almost by magic, a skill book appears in front of the protagonist to teach him how to fight. Concentrated, the protagonist analyzes the information about the skill he wants to learn. Very confident, the protagonist shows conviction and decides to learn the new skill there. Then, with great concentration, the protagonist begins to learn the new skill successfully. The system informs him that he has successfully learned the poisonous cut skill and congratulates him. Thus, the protagonist celebrates having learned the new skill quickly in that place. Soon, the protagonist uses the new skill and causes great damage to the lizards there. As if by magic, poisonous spikes appear from the ground, hitting the lizards with precision. Desperate, the lizards try to escape the poisonous spikes, but unfortunately it is too late. The girl then attacks the lizards with lightning, while the protagonist uses his powerful spines. The system informs them that he has defeated several lizards and gained a lot of experience with the victory. Grateful, the girl says that they should thank the master for helping them in that place. The protagonist realizes that he has gained 4 levels in a short time there, in that dangerous place. Then, the protagonist notices that the other girl has attracted a level 22 tiger. Surprised, the protagonist smiles, because the girls are already level 20 in that scary place. Then, the girls join forces to attack the tiger and ensure victory for the group there. Then, the system informs them that the 2 girls have successfully reached level 20 in the game. With that, the protagonist says that, since they are already level 20, there is no point in staying there anymore. And so, the protagonist decides to return to the city and complete the main missions of the game. Once there, the protagonist enters the temple to change classes and advance in level. The protagonist then taps the screen to begin the evaluation missions of the sacred site. As a prelude, a panel announces that 5 ranking missions, 5 stars were released for him. The people there are shocked by the news of the rank 5 missions in the place. A woman comments that he will certainly complete the missions quickly. Fearful, the protagonist wonders if the missions will be too difficult for him to complete. Determined, the protagonist decides to complete the missions in order to advance in class. At night, the protagonist walks along the pier, thinking about the missions he needs to complete. In his thoughts, he wants to complete the missions quickly so he can go home and rest. The girls hug him and assure him that they will protect him from all the danger that may occur in the missions. However, the protagonist tells them to be very careful, as the danger in the missions is great. Soon after, a ship appears in the sea and they realize that their target has appeared in the place. One of the girls comments on the legend of the ghost ship and the danger it may represent. Suddenly, a skeleton appears on the ghost ship, and the protagonist is very frightened by the scene. Coming from the worst nightmares, a ghost appears in front of the protagonist and stares at him in a terrifying way. And then, the ghost extends its hand to the protagonist, and he becomes even more frightened by the scene. To finish, the ghost tells the protagonist that he will be the next to enter the ship. In turn, the protagonist is irritated by the ghost's boldness and challenges him right there. Impatient, the protagonist uses his wings of light to mercilessly attack the ghost ship. With that, the protagonist uses all his power to destroy the ghosts that are on the ship. Surprisingly, the system informs him that he defeated the ghosts and gained more experience. So, the protagonist decides to complete the missions as quickly as possible to get rid of that soon. At that moment, several ghosts approach the ship to attack the protagonist there at sea. At that moment, the 2 girls prepare to attack the ghosts and defend their friend from the dangers. Faced with this, the protagonist tells them to attack the ghosts with everything they have in that place. In turn, the girl uses her power to attack the ghosts with her lightning bolts there. However, the protagonist realizes that the ghosts are not as strong as he imagined. Soon after, the protagonist notices a strange movement there and pays attention to his surroundings. Several sinister skeletons emerge from the depths of the sea to attack the protagonist without mercy. Then, the protagonist uses a secret ability to merge with one of the skeletons and fight. Finally, a level 25 ghost pirate appears to fight the protagonist. Suddenly, a man fires shots at our protagonist and the woman on the ship. A girl then orders the man to attack while the others provide cover. The woman smiles confidently, anticipating the imminent battle. A group of girls appear, ready to confront the protagonists. One of the girls immediately fires quick and powerful lightning bolts at the man. The shots are deflected by another person who uses a special ability. The woman, in turn, attacks the ghost captain with a series of powerful punches. Suddenly, the girl looks back, looking proud. With a smile and red eyes, she praises the strength of her opponent's lightning. Confused, the protagonist scratches his head and asks for help to fight. Shortly after, the white-haired girl throws herself at the ghost captain. The young woman prepares a precise blow imbued with incredible power. Due to the impact of the attack, the ghost captain is thrown far away. Then the girl joins her hands and releases a devastating energy. The power hits the ghost ships head-on, destroying them completely. Surprised by the girl's power, our protagonist spits out some blood. Shortly after, he gains more experience for having defeated the captain. The 2 women celebrate their victory over their enemies. The protagonist comments that this was a good first collaboration. The protagonist then concludes that the problem of the ghost ships has been solved and that he now needs to head to the Red Forest. The windflower emanates an intense glow while some monsters approach. The hero closes his eyes, concentrating on his senses. With a smile on his face, he announces that he quickly found the second material. The girl speaks up, revealing that the flower is the eye of the wind, and that she intends to get it. The protagonist stops her, explaining that the trees are too dense. Another girl offers to help our protagonist in the mission. 10 minutes earlier, the other girl was already on her way to get the eye of the wind. She hands the item to the protagonist, who praises her work. In return, the ant girl shows sadness for not receiving praise. The ant girl throws herself on the ground and starts digging a hole. The protagonist and the other girl watch the scene curiously. The ant girl continues digging, now in a hole with dark earth. Finally, the ant girl emerges from the hole completely covered in earth. The girl decides to climb a giant tree in search of the Eye of the Wind. Almost reaching her goal, she shows confidence. The girl is about to get the Eye of the Wind for the protagonist. Our protagonist despairs, foreseeing that something bad is about to happen. Suddenly, the ant girl is thrown away with force. Monsters appear to protect the Eye of the Wind. The girl falls to the ground but gets up, determined to fight the monsters. The girl with wings runs to help her friend, joining the fight. She uses a skill to increase her speed drastically. In a quick movement, she carries the ant girl away from danger. Confused, the ant girl asks what is happening. Her friend explains that our protagonist requested her help. The winged girl informs the protagonist that she rescued her friend. Our protagonist smiles with a look of someone planning something. Suddenly, he orders them to run as fast as possible to escape. The monsters begin a relentless pursuit, moving at great speed. Confused, the two girls wonder what they should do. As they run, the red forest is engulfed in fire. The distressed protagonist asks the reason for the chase. In the middle of the escape, the protagonist opens his attribute screen. He then invests all his points in agility. The screen shows a drastic increase in his agility. Our protagonist shoots at high speed, surprising everyone. He assures them that they are close to a safe place. Worried, the ant girl asks what awaits them ahead. The protagonist advances towards the heart of the burning forest. The monsters are confused by his entry into the heart of the burning forest and fall behind. The monsters give up the chase. The girl asks if he planned everything to escape. He reveals that the boss of the monsters resides in that place. Then the long-awaited fire leaf is shown. Our protagonist announces that the third necessary material is there. The group moves to a hotter area in the hope of finding the item. Several monsters swim in a river of lava. The ant girl comments that the monsters are bathing. Our protagonist fixes his gaze on the item he needs to obtain. Shortly after, he finally finds the desired item. A notification appears informing him that he has received a mission. Surprised, he questions the reason for having received a mission. He analyzes the details of the mission he needs to complete. He asks the girl to get the item for him. The girl performs the task quickly and easily. She hands the item to the protagonist, who smiles broadly. With the item in hand, our protagonist comments on how easy the mission was. He begins to make plans to defeat the boss of the fire monsters. Suddenly, a man teleports in front of the protagonist. The man, accompanied by his henchmen, demands the immediate handover of the item. The protagonist questions their identity and the reason for their interest in the item. The man introduces himself as a member of the Magic Association. He claims that the association is an organization dedicated to protecting citizens. In reality, this association is a notorious gang in the region. The man threatens, demanding the handover of the item or risk attack. In a sudden fit of ambition, the man changes his mind and demands the handover of the two girls. Pointing at the protagonist, the villain says that he has changed his mind and now wants the two girls for himself. Our hero then responds that they are trash and that they should be recycled to protect the environment. The leader of the group is furious with the answer and wonders what kind of nonsense the boy is talking. Seeing that the young man will not cooperate, the leader orders his henchmen to finish him off and throw him into the fire. The henchmen then prepare fireballs and threaten that if he resists, things will get much worse. Despite the threats, our protagonist remains calm with his hands in his pockets, releasing his aura. The two girls quickly advance towards the henchmen to protect their master. The other girl also releases her power and attacks one of the enemies with a powerful ray, shouting that he will pay. In an instant, all the henchmen are defeated and fall to the ground completely without reacting. The leader of the group is shocked by the scene and wonders how those two women can be so strong. Our hero then introduces himself as a level 20 tamer and reveals that the two are his beasts. He explains that they are ancient beasts and that they can finish off the villain as if it were a joke. The villain thinks that the beasts do not abandon their master, so he plans to hurt the young man so he can escape. Concentrating his energy, he creates a purple sphere and throws it with all his might in the direction of our hero. The girl with blue hair appears in front of the attack and says that as long as she is there, no one will touch the master. The villain is completely shocked to see that his attack was blocked so easily. Suddenly, the other girl appears behind him and attacks him, saying that he will regret messing with her master. The girl beats up the villain, and the protagonist asks her not to finish him off because he has plans. A short time later, the whole group is tied up and the leader threatens, saying that the association will not forgive him. Our hero smiles and says that there are no hard feelings, and asks why he would hurt them. The hero smiles and says that he has a mission for them, and the frightened villain asks what he wants to do. Suddenly, screams of despair echo throughout the cave filled with fire monsters. The group of tied-up villains are used as bait, being swung in the air while they cry for help. The blue-haired girl holds the rope and tells them to scream louder if they don't want to become food. The men beg for their lives and ask the girl not to let go of the rope under any circumstances. They are swung up and down, attracting the attention of all the fire monsters. Our protagonist watches everything with a smile, and the ant girl asks what he is up to. The young man explains that to fish the fire lizard king, you need to have bait to attract it. Then he snaps his fingers and the rope that was holding the villains breaks in half. The group falls to the ground, and the fire monsters begin to approach to attack. The creatures quickly surround the men who are now completely defenseless. The desperate leader tries to use lightning magic to drive away the approaching creatures. However, the attack has no effect on the monsters who continue advancing without any problems. One of the henchmen warns that the attack did not work, and a huge monster prepares to attack. The hero tells the girl to protect the useless guys so that they do not die so quickly. The girl then prepares to use a powerful skill to paralyze the monsters. The skill creates a large area of lightning that hits all the smaller fire monsters. Our protagonist says that's right and asks them to make even more noise to attract the boss. Suddenly, a huge explosion of fire comes out of the lava river, catching everyone's attention. The level 28 Fire Lizard King finally appears, and the hero celebrates that the big fish took the bait. The protagonist says that the plan worked, and orders the girl to bring the monster closer. The ant girl asks about the villains, and the hero says that they won't last long alone. He comments that the guys are criminals, and if the monsters don't catch them, he'll take care of it himself. Then she says that the priority now is the mission, and the ant girl advances to battle. A swift kick connects with a powerful thud, initiating the coordinated assault. The white-haired warrior follows up with a furious strike, aiming directly for the massive red beast's head. With a powerful cry, she tears into the creature's back, trying to rip its tough hide apart. She lands and turns, planning to maintain pressure on the beast to test its true strength. Meanwhile, her winged companion restrains a smaller glowing creature, following her master's orders. Their master watches with confidence, believing they can defeat the Salamander King through teamwork. But then, he suddenly grabs his head in pain, wondering what is happening to him. At that moment, the giant beast lets out a furious roar, sending both of his companions flying. It then unleashes a massive fireball as the young man yells for them to get out of the way. The two women turn in mid-air, bracing themselves to defend against the incoming blast. A massive explosion erupts, engulfing the entire area in a blinding light. After the blast subsides, someone lands firmly on the scorched ground. The young man rushes over to his two companions, who have been thrown to the ground by the impact. He holds the injured Tame, noting that the level gap is too wide, and considers withdrawing. However, she looks up at her master with resolve, insisting she can still continue the fight. Tame explains they can't give up on the master's important task, as retreating would only get them chased. Her companion agrees fiercely, stating that his wish is their wish, and she must help him succeed. Both warriors reassure him they will complete the mission as they charge back toward the beast. He is moved by their loyalty, realizing that just as he cares for them, they care for him too. Deciding to protect them, he plans a new strategy, noting the beast's immense size and defense. He observes that neither of his companions can inflict any significant damage with their current attacks. Concluding a frontal assault is too difficult, he realizes they need to change their approach. But then his eyes widen as a new idea suddenly strikes him. He spots the bleeding wound on the creature's neck that the white-haired warrior made earlier. He orders them to continue fighting but to focus on expanding the wound on the beast's neck. The warrior yells with determination, not knowing her master's plan, but trusting him completely. Her blue-haired companion agrees, stating that listening to their master is always the right choice. She follows the order, striking the wound repeatedly to slowly widen the opening. As soon as she creates an opening, her master commands Tame to follow up with an attack. The winged girl obeys, unleashing a massive lightning blast that strikes the beast's weak spot. The ground cracks under the immense force of the attack, sending a powerful shockwave outwards. The two companions stand together, looking surprised by the aftermath of their combined assault. The giant beast glares down at them, taunting that after fighting for so long they still had little effect. But their master appears amidst crackling energy, stating that what they did was more than enough. He takes a determined step forward, his body now surging with a powerful yellow lightning aura. The young man explains that their attacks were only weak when used alone, revealing he can copy their skills. He demonstrates by combining their abilities, activating the ant's berserk mode and giant strength. Using a copied furious strike, he leaps forward to land a more effective blow on the beast. He then prepares to act as a lightning rod, copying defensive skills to endure the coming storm. The youth taunts the creature, informing it that he is about to unleash 1 billion volts of electricity. His powerful strike lands true, its force tearing the monster's existing wound open even wider. He grits his teeth, his body reinforced by copied abilities to withstand the overwhelming power. The full force of the devastating lightning attack surges down from the sky, channeled into the beast. Grabbing the salamander, he tells it to get ready to be turned into a piece of charcoal. A massive pillar of energy engulfs them both, as his companions can only watch the incredible scene. A system notification confirms the mission is complete, and he has successfully obtained the reward points. His companions thank their master, both celebrating a level up and feeling a surge of new strength. Standing triumphantly atop the fallen beast, the winged hero finally expresses his relief. He smiles, exhausted but satisfied that the grueling battle has finally come to an end. As his energy fades, he stumbles forward, but his companions rush to catch their master. He urges them to leave quickly, as the other mages are likely gone and more monsters will soon arrive. The next morning, they arrive at a grand and imposing temple to complete his class advancement. Inside, a system window confirms the mission's success, promoting him to an elite beastmaster. He is pleased with the result, noting that he also awakened 2 new skills, which made the mission worthwhile. Elsewhere, a public notice of the mission's completion leaves a crowd stunned by the incredible speed. A woman in a suit scoffs at their shock, saying that after seeing his progress, nothing surprises her anymore. Back with his team, the young man asks how much stronger his 2 companions have become. The ant warrior boasts that she feels much more powerful, showing off stats that leave her master completely speechless. His winged companion agrees the upgrade feels good, revealing she unlocked a new battle form, which also stuns him. He sulks in a corner, unable to believe the massive stat difference between him and his companions. He decides that since they are his companions, the stronger they are, the better for him. He then remembers the class advancement rewards he had not checked yet, and starts to consider his options. The system offers him 3 new skills: fusion, telepathy, or perception shielding. His companions walk up behind him, curiously asking what he is looking at on the screen. Both girls get excited about the fusion ability, eagerly encouraging him to choose it. He realizes that fusing their powers would be far more effective than simply copying their skills. Convinced, he decides to pick the simple and direct fusion ability for now. His companions cheer for his decision, while he suggests they find a chance to test it soon. Just then, one of his companions calls out to their master, getting his attention. A new mission alert appears, surprising him with its timing as his team looks on. The mission requires him to bind a third Imperial beast, offering a reward of points. He smiles, thinking to himself that this type of mission is practically a guaranteed win. Hearing this, the ant warrior begins to cry, afraid her master might not want her anymore. A hand gently pats her head, offering a moment of comfort to calm her down. Her winged companion reassures her, stating that their master would never abandon them. His winged companion smiles and asks for confirmation that he would never leave them, making him look nervous. He quickly changes the subject, stating their priority is to continue training for a big event coming up. Both of his companions look surprised, asking him what big event he is referring to. A few days later, a speaker addresses a crowd of students at the Wuzhou High School entrance exam ceremony. The white-haired man on stage announces that it is the big day for various colleges to recruit new students. In the crowd, the young man thinks he almost forgot the exam, glad he remembered before a certain Ice Sister got mad. Suddenly, his ant companion's voice cries out in his mind that she does not want to stay put. Inside his beast space, the girl is crying out for her master, who tells them both to calm down. He feels bad for putting them in the storage space, but knows this formal event is not the right place for them. The speaker on stage welcomes the university leaders with a round of applause from the students. He introduces two of the representatives, Director Li from Beitian Academy and Director Liu from Qingji Academy. His friend gets excited, remarking that it is rare for two top empire academies to recruit in their small town. The friend asks the young man which of the two prestigious schools he would prefer to attend, but he points to the stage, more interested in knowing which academy the man in the military uniform represents. The announcer introduces him as Chief Ye Tai from the military academy, a figure his friend calls a true big shot. His friend asks about his current level and what beasts he has contracted, to which he replies, he is level. The friend notes how much stronger he seems, but the hero casually asks about his companion's own class advancement. Nearby, a blonde-haired youth scoffs at them, muttering about someone's empty boasting and lies. He then loudly confronts the hero, telling him to admit his lack of strength instead of bragging shamelessly. The hero's companion steps forward defensively, but the young man calmly acknowledges the newcomer, Feng Yong. Feng Yong brings up a past gambling debt of 100,000 dragon coins, demanding to be paid back immediately. The blonde youth points aggressively, declaring that the hero is no match for him today, but his opponent just seems unfazed. With a smirk, the young man replies that Feng Yong is about to be very disappointed. Before they can argue, the announcer on stage declares the start of the exam, which has two parts. He explains the initial level test is mainly for students to assess their strength and form teams for the next stage. The second stage is a practical exercise that will judge their teamwork and adaptability on the battlefield. A blue-haired girl listens intently as he mentions the top 3 teams will get special resources and priority selection. To prevent cheating, he announces that only pure teams of students can advance to the end. With the rules explained, he officially begins the exam, wishing all the students the best of luck. Students line up for the level test, where a crystal ball that detects levels up to will prevent any cheating. The level tests begin with the announcer calling out students' names and their modest ranks, like a level blacksmith. A teacher watches on, quietly wondering how her student, Lin Han, has prepared for this life-changing exam. She suddenly gets angry, remembering how he had the nerve to refuse a rare beast she had captured just for him. An onlooker thinks to himself that Teacher Bai should be more careful about who she chooses to defend so fiercely. Her blonde-haired rival approaches her, wondering aloud what she sees in a worthless student like Lin Han. The teacher clenches her fist, telling him to hurry up and test, warning him not to badmouth her student again. The youth smirks, confidently claiming that even without her saying anything, he is still much stronger than Lin Han. He steps forward to the crystal ball, vowing to show everyone his innate talent as it lights up, showing level. Teacher Bai looks on in disbelief, shocked to see he has reached the rank of an elite giant sword user at level. The crowd murmurs in awe, realizing his high score will make him a top recruit for the university directors. The rival turns to the hero, telling him to see the huge gap between them, as he is now the strongest in the school. But the protagonist calmly suggests he might not be the strongest, because his score has just been beaten. He points past his rival, who turns around with a confused look on his face, wondering what he means. A blue-haired girl stands by the crystal ball, which now shows level, shocking everyone with her high rank. The announcer proudly tells the university leaders that Leng Shui is the pride of their school, with both top scores and talent. The academy directors are impressed by the girl's performance, agreeing she is a great talent with a promising future. The military director then asks about another top student named Lin Han, wondering if he has arrived yet. Just then, the announcer calls out his name, and the hero steps forward with a calm smile. The military man recalls that Lin Han is the student who broke a previous record, curious to see his performance. His rival taunts him, stating that the test will expose any lies about his true strength. The blonde youth smirks, eagerly waiting to see the hero humiliate himself in front of everyone. His teacher becomes furious, clenching her fist and thinking the rival needs to be taught a lesson. But the hero calmly stops her, telling his teacher the best way to deal with a clown is to put him in his place. He adds with a confident smile that he can no longer wait to do exactly that. Seeing his confidence, she simply smiles and encourages him to go ahead with the test. The youth places his hand on the crystal ball, wondering what will happen since he is already past level. As his hand touches the orb, the energy inside it begins to surge and crackle uncontrollably. The crystal ball starts to shake violently, and his teacher nervously asks if this is normal. Suddenly, the orb cracks under the immense pressure, with bright light bursting from within it. The crystal explodes into countless pieces, showering the hero with glowing fragments as he stands in shock. The crowd stares in disbelief, and the hero's friend asks what just happened. His teacher rushes to his side to check if he is injured, but he assures her that he is okay. The teacher wonders why the testing device would suddenly shatter, while the hero silently speculates it was due to his high level. His rival laughs mockingly, claiming his power was so weak it broke the machine, and tells him to just withdraw. A smug-looking man with red hair agrees with the rival's taunt. The man, an exam proctor, approaches and accuses the hero of lawlessness for breaking the only test device. The hero recognizes the proctor, remembering his past troubles and how he somehow avoided punishment from the dean. His teacher quietly warns him that the proctor is the brother of a man he previously reported and likely holds a grudge. The proctor turns to the directors, formally reporting that the student has damaged school property and failed the test. He then recommends that the hero be disqualified from the combat drill, leaving the young man shocked. The hero calmly steps forward, stating that an exam proctor should not bring personal grudges into the exam hall. Enraged, the proctor grabs the student by his collar, telling him to stop his useless struggling. He dismisses the Beastmaster profession as worthless and not deserving of the director's precious time. One of the directors agrees, commenting that it's too difficult to cultivate a Beastmaster without vast resources. The proctor smirks, telling the hero that he heard the director's final judgment on the matter. The school dean can only stand by with a grim expression, awaiting the final verdict on his student. Both the proctor and the blonde rival smirk, believing the hero's career path has just come to a premature end. But the young man speaks up, questioning if a person's strength should not be judged by their combat performance. The military director agrees, stating the level test was merely for gathering info, and the real test is the combat drill. His firm statement makes the other two academy directors look down, questioning their own judgment. They nervously agree to watch the second round, adding that this student might provide an unexpected surprise. The military chief then asks the school dean if this new arrangement is acceptable to him. The dean gratefully thanks the directors for giving his student another chance to prove himself. His teacher tells him this is a rare opportunity. Surprised, the impartial director defended him. She grabs her student and shakes him, telling him to do his best to prove his doubters wrong. The blonde rival scoffs that he is just lucky, taunting that no matter what, trash will always be trash. He then lets out a loud, mocking laugh, completely assured of his own superiority. The hero turns with a cold expression, daring the youth to repeat what he just said. His eyes glow with a menacing red as he warns his rival that he wouldn't mind dealing with him during the fight. He then challenges him to settle it on the battlefield, a challenge the rival furiously accepts. The announcer begins the second round, the combat drill, instructing students to form teams of up to 3. He adds that the entire test will be live-streamed, so the university directors will be watching their every move. In the courtyard, a chubby guy approaches our hero and invites him to form a team. The guy in the white sweatshirt accepts the proposal, and the two form a partnership right there. Suddenly, a girl appears, all embarrassed, calling the protagonist's name. She introduces herself as Yu Ting and asks if she can join their team. His friend then comments that our hero is quite popular because the hottie from the other room came after him. However, the guy gets serious because joining her might end up exposing some important secret, so he declines the girl's invitation and says that his team is unfortunately already full. He adds that she will definitely find a much better team than theirs. His partner then whispers, asking why he rejected her if fighting without a girl is boring. The girl replies that she knows he broke the record, and that only with him can she win the championship. She then asks for one chance, and even though she is level 15, she assures the team that she won't get in the way of the team in any way. Seeing her sincerity, the guy thinks she seems very straightforward and won't cause any problems in the battle. His partner then insists that the protagonist accept the request, because the girl is practically begging him. Unable to stand his friend pestering him any longer, the hero gives in and agrees to let her join just to have some peace. The girl is overjoyed with the news, and her eyes shine with excitement at the opportunity she's been given. Soon after, they take the application form with the 3 names to a woman named Bing. The white-haired woman looks at the paper and is surprised to see that Yu Ting from Group 3 is on their team. The hero then explains that the girl's profession fits well with the team, which is why she decided to accept her. The woman is sorry because she wanted to nominate another girl for their team, but another guy got there first. The protagonist approaches and tells Bing not to worry because her team will definitely win. He then jokes that he's afraid she won't get a team and will end up embarrassing Group 6. The woman is embarrassed and asks our hero to be very careful during the challenge she's about to face. She also tells him not to overexert himself and to call her if something unexpected happens. Then the boy hugs her to comfort her, and the girl ends up accepting his affectionate gesture. His companions call him because a portal has opened, and it's time for them to go on their mission. Stepping away, he thinks of all the people who are supporting him and rooting for his success. With a determined look, he realizes that this time he can no longer hide his true power. Arriving at a desolate place, they discover that the place is divided into 3 different areas. The protagonist's friend then looks at his bracelet, which he uses to see the ranking and ask for help. Soon after, all the students run towards the monsters to begin the battle. Elsewhere, a blonde guy easily defeats 2 fire lizards with his swords. Suddenly, our hero's partner is surrounded by 3 of those fire creatures. She then points her finger and prepares an ice ability to attack the enemies. With a single movement, the girl completely freezes all the monsters around her. Their team, he earns another 160 points by defeating 4 more salamanders. Far away, everyone watches live on a large screen what's happening inside the battle arena. On the screen, 2 men comment that a team is already in first place with 240 points. The scoreboard then shows our protagonist's team in last place, and still without any points. A red-haired man then mocks that the hero's team is a disgrace for not having achieved anything yet. The white-haired girl thinks everyone there is blind and doesn't see the boy's potential. Suddenly, a danger alert appears on the screen, showing our hero's team. A drone informs them that they have reached the silver area with monsters ranging from levels 10 to 20. The boy then looks at his glowing bracelet and thinks to himself. He receives a message from a rival bragging about being the #1 student in the whole school. Seeing the provocative message, the hero gives a slight smirk. His friend turns to the girl and says the hero is a bad guy who takes advantage of others. Suddenly, a system notification pops up in front of the hero, with a blue glow. The screen displays a hunting quest. Defeat 10 gold-level beasts for 1,000 points. His partner grows worried, saying they're not even strong enough for the silver creatures. The girl explains that those monsters attack in groups, and the battle will be really tough. The boy then tells them not to worry. Their only job is to stop the enemies from escaping. They move forward into the gold zone, while a strange wolf watches them from a distance. A system window appears, and identifies the creature as a level 18 hound. His partner says something, and the hero is shocked by what he just heard. The boy clenches his fist, bracing for the creature's imminent attack. He then lands a powerful punch on the wolf, sending it flying, leaving his friend stunned. His partner shouts a warning as an entire pack of red-eyed wild hounds surrounds them. With a single strike, the hero defeats 5 hounds at once, and the team earns 450 points. His teammates are stunned, and the girl thinks she may have joined a true expert. Stepping on the fallen beast, the boy asks if they've decided to head into the gold zone. The girl and his friend give a thumbs up, clearly excited to continue. Outside, on the big screen, a major danger alert appears as the team enters a new zone. A teacher starts arguing with Bing, blaming her for letting the girl go into the dangerous silver zone. Bing calmly asks the teacher to relax and says the boy knows exactly what he's doing. Behind her, the red-haired teacher mocks, claiming the boy knows he can't win and will sacrifice the team. The white-haired woman immediately confronts him and asks where his morals are as a teacher. He replies that the area isn't meant for rookies and says the boy's teammates are done for. Suddenly, one of the teachers gasps and asks how the hero's team scored so many points. The big screen updates, showing the boys' team has earned 450 points and jumped to 10th place. A high-ranking official is stunned to read the boys' name on the scoreboard. Soon after, their score rises again. The team gains another 120 points in total. Shocked by the numbers, Bing orders the cameras to pull up the hero's team footage. On screen, a small purple creature finishes off a blue wolf, while the others watch. His partner is amazed watching his electric summons annihilate all the wolves nearby. One of the teachers comments that the beasts aren't ordinary, and maybe they're the boy's greatest weapon. Even so, the red-haired teacher refuses to believe and says 2 summons aren't enough for the silver zone. Back in the arena, the point notifications keep popping up as their score rises fast. The other teacher remarks to Bing that the 2 creatures are true point machines. The red-haired teacher stands speechless, realizing that at this rate, they could actually take first place. The white-haired woman teases the other teacher, who awkwardly apologizes for doubting the boy. Bing realizes he had a better option, and that's why he turned down her offer as the scoreboard keeps rising. With his electric summon, the protagonist finishes off another monster with a powerful lightning-filled attack. His teammate celebrates that they've moved into 5th place, but the girl corrects him, saying they're already 3rd. The boy then informs the team they've cleared the area and need to find a new spot. His partner is amazed by his strength, and the girl adds that no one in their class is even close to his level. With a side smile, the protagonist then asks, "Whoever said I was in my 2nd transition?" His teammates are shocked and ask if the boy is already in his 3rd transition. His friend asks how he reached the 3rd transition, and the boy tells him to calm down and talk properly. The hero says the silver zone is no longer enough, and that he'll lead them into the dreaded gold zone. Watching from the big screen, the other teacher is stunned and wonders if they've gone insane by entering the gold zone. Professor Bing looks worried, wondering if the boy will really be able to handle such danger. The red-haired teacher mocks, saying the hero is full of himself and an idiot for overestimating his strength. The white-haired woman confronts him and asks if he doesn't see that the summons are as strong as gold-ranked monsters. She adds that a good teacher should trust their students, and the man has no reply to that. Angrily, the teacher remembers that the hero sent his brother to prison and swears he'll get revenge. Right after that, we see the border of the zones, with several blue wolves already defeated on the ground. In that area, a blonde guy says that at this pace, the protagonist will never catch up to their points. Suddenly a message appears on his phone, and the boy stops what he's doing to read it. The red-haired teacher informs him that the hero's team is now in 2nd place and entering the gold zone, then shares a location. His partner suggests they don't move forward. If they run into silver monsters, it'll be a problem. But suddenly, the blonde disappears, and the girl wonders where he went after defeating that blue wolf. With a scared expression, she senses a powerful creature approaching the area. Moments later, the boy appears running from a giant level 20 ape, yelling for his partner's help. With a wicked smile, he thinks it was a good thing the teacher gave him the monster's location. However, the beast is much faster than expected and slashes at him before he can react. At the last second, his partner uses a spell to create an ice barrier, protecting him from the blow. The ice spikes strike the ape in the chest with force, pushing it back and saving the boy from danger. The creature roars in pain and rage as the ice spreads, but it's clearly not enough. The blonde yells at his partner to stop whining and fight the monster. Frustrated, the girl prepares a new ice attack with her powers. Furious, she thinks joining that guy was a huge mistake. She regrets ever being part of his team. With a furious roar, the giant beast easily breaks the ice crystals stuck to its muscular body. Trying again, the girl launches multiple ice spikes from the ground toward the monster, which charges at her at full speed. But the ape completely ignores the attack and smashes through the spikes with its body. The girl is stunned by its resilience. The creature rushes forward and swings its claw at full force, aiming straight at the girl standing before it. The monster is about to hit her head-on. She screams in fear, unable to dodge the attack. With her eyes shut tight, the girl waits for the final blow, her sweaty face showing just how terrified she is. Suddenly, a powerful punch slams into the ape's face, sending it flying to the side. The girl opens her eyes, shocked by the sudden help. The blue-haired girl is left speechless, unable to believe what she just witnessed. Turning around, she sees the protagonist approaching, one of his summons flying overhead. He walks up and asks what they were thinking coming to a place like this. Suddenly, the hero's small summon charges at the giant ape with a fast strike. In the sky, the bird summon prepares a powerful lightning attack to support the battle. The electric blast hits the monster right in the chest, while the other creature leaps away from danger. With the combined assault of both summons, the giant ape finally falls to the ground, defeated. The girl is amazed, wondering how his summons are so strong that they can defeat a level 20 monster. The hero then scolds them, asking who gave them the nerve to fight such a powerful creature. The blonde guy turns away and leaves the area, surprising the hero with his reaction. The protagonist thinks that if he had known the guy was there, he would have arrived sooner to help. With dirty hands, the boy leans on the ground, furious for having been saved by someone else. Turning around, he glares at our hero with pure hatred for interfering. The blonde guy grabs the protagonist's shirt and yells, demanding to know why he stole his prey. He grips the hero's clothes tightly and doesn't seem like he's going to let go anytime soon. His partner steps in and says that without the hero's help, he would have been crushed by the monster. Annoyed with the girl, the guy shrugs off her hand and says he didn't need to be saved. Tired of his attitude, the girl slaps him across the face, leaving him stunned. Furious, the blonde stares at her, but the girl meets his gaze and says she's not afraid of him. She reminds him that they had a deal and that their relationship is strictly transactional. She warns him that if he keeps acting like this, things won't end well for him, and the guy is left speechless with rage. The hero comments that the fight was fun, but he needs to go since his friends are waiting. With a wicked smile, the blonde thinks to himself that the hero's arrogance won't last long. The rival adds that he prepared a special gift for the protagonist in the gold zone. At the edge of the gold zone, the hero's teammates worry about how long he's been gone. Suddenly, the protagonist returns and asks his friends if they're okay after all this time. His friend runs toward him crying and desperately asks where he's been all this time. He clings to the hero's leg, sobbing in fear from being stuck in the dangerous gold zone. Suddenly, a blue creature leaps from the shadows and charges straight at them. While the hero tries to calm his friend, a level 28 wolf appears, ready to strike. The boy's eyes turn serious as he prepares for the coming fight. With a swift move, he lands a powerful punch directly on the wild creature's jaw. The blow is so strong it sends the monster flying backward violently. A system window pops up, informing him that he gained over 2,000 experience points from the victory. The girl realizes these wolves usually hunt in packs, and that could be a problem. Moments later, an entire pack of level 28 wolves surrounds the team, but the boy just grins confidently. The monsters he defeated earlier helped level up his summons. He then commands his summons not to hold back, and to turn all the wolves into experience within 10 minutes. Soon the system announces that he has defeated several wolves, and leveled up to level 26, gaining many points. His ant summon attacks one of the wolves with its blue flames, and defeats it with no trouble. His bird summon also uses its lightning to annihilate another beast, and the hero rises to level 27. In a short time, the entire wolf pack is wiped out, leaving his teammates stunned at the sight. He checks his status, and sees the mission is complete, though he finds it strange that so many wolves appeared right away. Thinking ahead, he uses his 1,400 points to increase his strength stat. Suddenly, a small blue ant with red eyes appears, watching everything from afar. The tiny creature suddenly jumps onto the hero's chest and calls him master, startling his teammates. A large blue ant rests on the master's chest. Its spirit form worries that the big dog was defeated while he asks the creature to get off him. The ant's spirit thinks its master smells good. The young man then notices the bloodstains covering his chest are not his own. A phoenix-like beast appears, telling the ant not to monopolize their master. He sits up, reminding them they must continue killing monsters. A girl is impressed by the hero's skills and his beast-taming ability. Her companion simply tells her to get used to his surprising talents. The hero turns to his companions, offering them 2 nether wolves to finish off for experience points, since they followed him this far. The students eagerly accept, their eyes glowing menacingly as they thank Father Lin. Even the wolf seems intimidated by their sudden change. After the battles, the boy checks his wristband, curious about their current ranking in the competition. He is stunned to see their team is in first place with a massive lead. His companion calmly tells him they took the lead some time ago. Elsewhere, 2 men watch the rankings on a large screen. One notes the incredibly high score, crediting it entirely to Lin Han's efforts. The larger man clenches his fist with determination, declaring that his school, Kungsheng, must recruit the talented student. His companion scoffs, questioning Kungsheng's ability to teach beast tamers. He insists the young man should join his school, Baitian, instead. The Kungsheng teacher questions Baitian's greatness and resources. The Baitian teacher retorts that they are stronger, daring him to a fight. Nearby, a woman and an older man watch the argument unfold. She is surprised to see 2 major schools fighting over one of her students. The 2 men agree to settle it with a fight. The winner gets to recruit Lin Han, and they agree not to back out if they lose. Just as they are about to fight, the Baitian teacher's expression shifts to shock as he stares at something behind his rival. A man in a military uniform interrupts them, pointing out that they have overlooked the most important person involved in this matter. The 2 teachers recognize him as Director Ye from the military academy. They know their institutions cannot compete with the military. The director admits he admires Lin Han, but he believes the choice of which academy to join should depend entirely on the student's own opinion. He sternly orders both of them to sit down and wait quietly for Lin Han to come out before they continue their discussion. Intimidated, the 2 men look down and meekly agree to follow the director's command without another word. Meanwhile, the school dean is moved to tears, declaring it a great day for the school. His colleague tells him to calm down. The woman then smiles, agreeing that Lin Han is truly outstanding and deserves all the achievements he has earned. Elsewhere, a furious man watches the rankings, wondering how the waste Lin Han became so strong. He orders Feng Yong to kill him. In the silver leveling zone, Feng Yong stares at his screen in disbelief, unable to accept that Lin Han's team has surpassed his. He turns to his partner Leng Lingshui, insisting they still have a chance to tie the score and take back first place. She just smirks at his words, sarcastically asking him what kind of big dream he is having. The blonde youth gets angry, questioning if she no longer wants the level 20 weapon he promised her. His companion calmly replies that her strength is nearly gone, telling him to get the points himself if he has the ability. Frustrated, he relents for now, deciding to let Lin Han be proud for a while since he believes danger will find him soon. Soon after, the trial officially concludes. A group of officials stands before a portal, welcoming all the students back. Feng Yong and Leng Lingshu emerge from the portal, their team officially ranked second in the trial. The dean welcomes them back, commending their teamwork. He specifically praises Leng Lingshu for her skill in taking down powerful foes. He continues his assessment, noting that Feng Yong's performance was remarkable. However, the youth was impatient and almost caused trouble. The dean calls them both outstanding talents. He then looks around, asking why their classmate Lin Han has not appeared yet. The blonde youth smirks, recalling how he smeared demon ape blood on Lin Han. He believes the blood would attract beasts to kill him. Just then, a voice announces that Lin Han and his team are back. Feng Yong and his partner turn around in shock. Lin Han and his 2 friends walk out of the portal as the first-place team. He never expected they could achieve this rank. Feng Yong is in disbelief, shouting that it is impossible for Lin Han to have survived. The hero just smiles calmly while his rival can't understand why the plan failed, wondering how he survived the gold zone. The two academy teachers rush past the stunned rival, pushing him aside as they run eagerly toward Lin Han. The Qinsheng teacher offers scholarships and resources, while the Baitian teacher promises to take responsibility for his beast tamer. Lin Han and his friends are taken aback by the two directors' intense enthusiasm, finding it a bit overwhelming. The two men continue to shout, each pleading desperately for the young man to choose their academy over the other. The students watch, thinking the teachers from the prestigious academies look more like old liars trying to cheat people. Director Ye steps forward, interrupting the argument. He politely asks the two if he can have a chat with Lin Han first. The blonde youth starts sweating nervously, pretending he does not understand what Lin Han is talking about. A woman in heels steps forward, her presence drawing the attention of those nearby. The white-haired teacher puts a hand on her student's shoulder, reminding his rival that cameras recorded everything. Feng Yong's accomplice simply lets out a small, confident laugh, not looking worried at all. The hero watches their exchange, his expression hardening as he senses that something is wrong. The rival smugly asks the red-haired examiner to show his monitor. Lin Han realizes this is a setup. The examiner holds up a broken camera drone, claiming it was damaged during battle and can no longer play back footage. The teacher reaches for the device, angrily declaring that it is impossible for the camera to be broken. The red-haired man thinks they are fools. With the surveillance camera destroyed, there is no way to prove anything. Suddenly, a voice offers another camera for viewing, causing the examiner to shout in disbelief. Director Yi holds up his phone, explaining the military installed its own cameras to monitor every student. He projects the footage for everyone to see, admitting he did not expect it to be used as evidence. The video shows the blonde youth crouching over a demon ape and deliberately gathering its blood on his hand. The footage then shows him grabbing the hero and smearing the blood onto his chest, shocking the crowd. The director explains that this was done to attract powerful beasts and get Lin Han's team killed. The director's eyes glow with fury. He tells the student he is lucky not to be one of his soldiers, or he would regret framing a companion. The blonde youth is terrified by the threat, sweating as he is unable to form a coherent response. The dean angrily points at his student, expelling him for his despicable act and for ruining the school's reputation. But the hero interrupts, telling the dean that the disgraced student is merely a pawn in a larger scheme. He questions how a student would know about the blood's effects and why his surveillance camera would so conveniently break. He then turns to the red-haired examiner, noting the coincidence of his brother's hostility and the broken camera in his hands. The hero suggests that in this game of chess, the examiner is the one truly pulling the strings from behind the scenes. The examiner quickly denies any involvement, raising his hands and claiming he would never do such a thing. He even expresses his shame for being associated with such a despicable person, trying to distance himself from the plot. The disgraced student panics, turning to the examiner and begging him not to abandon him like this. He confesses that it was the examiner who sent him a message about the blood and ordered him to frame the hero. Before he can say more, the examiner silences him with a swift and powerful kick directly to the face. The force of the blow sends the blonde youth flying backward, and his phone falls from his pocket as he hits the ground. A hand reaches down and quickly picks up the fallen device from the ground before anyone else can react. The white-haired teacher now holds the phone, looking at its screen with a curious and focused expression. The teacher is shocked to find a message from the examiner on the phone, confirming the student's story. Panicking, the red-haired man lunges forward, shouting that it is a false accusation while trying to grab the phone. The school's dean appears behind him, his face filled with rage as he scolds the examiner for his despicable behavior. Without hesitation, the dean delivers a powerful punch, slamming the examiner into the ground with overwhelming force. With the culprit subdued, the dean suggests they hand him over to the military for proper punishment. The director looks down on the fallen man, promising him a punishment he can't imagine for abusing his power. The other academy teachers agree, declaring that neither of their prestigious schools will ever admit the disgraced student. Hearing this, the blonde youth collapses in despair, realizing that his future is now completely ruined. Lin Han reflects that his pet aunt, immune to the demon blood, was the key to discovering the scheme so quickly. He is also impressed by the director's skill, thinking it would be great to enter the military academy. Just then, the military director turns and addresses the young hero, capturing his full attention. He praises the student's performance and officially invites him to the military academy, but warns of its rigorous training. The director tells the young man that the choice is his alone, urging him to consider the difficult path carefully. He advises the student not to rush into a conclusion, suggesting it is better to take a closer look at all options. At that moment, the other two academy teachers rush back in, boasting that their faculty is the best in the empire. The dean watches the scene unfold, noting it is the first time colleges have competed so fiercely for one of his students. He decides to support him. Later, on a large stage, the dean announces that the exams are over and the awards ceremony will now begin. He starts by announcing the third-place winners, a group of 3 smiling students who proudly accept their ranking. Second place is awarded to Feng Yong and Lengling Xu. The blonde youth grinds his teeth in fury while his partner remains emotionless. Finally, the first-place prize goes to Lin Han and his 2 companions, who step forward looking confident and proud. The dean presents the young hero with his prizes, a villa in the city center and an advanced skill book called Heavenly Fist. He also receives a gold-level amplification necklace that can boost his attributes by 20% for 3 minutes. Lin Han expresses his gratitude to the school, while secretly feeling excited about the villa where he can live with his companions. The dean tells him to save his thanks for when he returns successful, then asks the teacher, Bai Bing, to show him the villa. A car drives along a path leading to a large modern villa surrounded by towering skyscrapers. Inside the car, the teacher asks Lin Han if he has decided on an academy. He admits he does not know and asks for her advice. She suggests Qingbei for a stable path, but adds the military academy is excellent for training and pursuing greater goals. The hero considers this, thinking that without his system, Qingbei would be best. But with his regression ability, his needs are different. He realizes that what he lacks most are beast-taming points, which he can only gain through honing his skills in battle. He then tells her there is no need to consider it further and that he will go to the military academy. She smiles, offering her future support. He nods, realizing her family can't help with the military academy. He thinks she is just trying to spare him from any pressure, but he smiles, feeling no pressure at all. With his 2 spirit companions by his side, he feels completely confident. His 2 spirit companions appear, agreeing to serve him well. Seeing them, he playfully admits that perhaps there is some pressure after all. A hand grips the steering wheel tightly as the vehicle moves at incredible speed. A black car drifts sharply around a corner, its tires screeching against the asphalt. The abrupt maneuver leaves the young man inside looking startled and a bit unsteady. He lurches forward, bracing himself as the car comes to a sudden and complete stop. Now resting his head on his companion's lap, she asks if he needs a beast, offering to help him find one. He looks up in surprise, asking if she knows a place to find good fire-attributed beasts. The white-haired woman suggests a platinum-level firebird in a nearby forest, perfect for his current level. She also notes that he is close to the 4th level, and this quest will help him reach the requirement. His companion then playfully asks the youth if he has enjoyed resting on her lap enough. With a cheeky smile, he agrees that it was enough and sits up, ready for the next task. She smiles back confidently, announcing that it is time for them to head to the Flame Forest. Their journey takes them to a vast forest where every tree and leaf glows with a fiery red hue. As they arrive, she hopes the information is correct while he thanks her for the assistance. Without warning, a ferocious roar echoes through the woods from a menacing, fiery beast. More fire lions charge forward, but the hero stands ready with his companions, eager for a fight. The young man tells his companion to hide behind him if she is scared of the approaching beasts. But the pack of fire lions charges forward, their manes blazing with intense roaring flames. His companion steps in front of him, unleashing a powerful wave of ice energy from her hands. Her ice attack slams into the fiery beasts, suppressing them despite their elemental advantage. He watches in awe as she expertly weakens the lions, nearly defeating them in a single powerful hit. After the fight, he asks about her true power, but she just tells him to go harvest the experience. The hero then steps forward with his companions, ready to finish off the weakened beasts. As his ant companion kills a lion, a notification appears, confirming he has easily reached level 29. He defeats another one, and the system confirms he has now upgraded to level 30 with new attributes. His spirit beast finishes off the last lion, but the hero notices he gained 0 experience points. An alert explains he has reached his job's limit and needs a new mission to break through the cap. His companion asks if he has leveled up enough, and he happily confirms he has reached the limit. She then gently takes his hand, her expression calm and reassuring. She tells him they must keep going because the place where the firebird appears is still ahead. They venture deeper into the forest, looking up to see a magnificent glowing bird in the trees. His companion confirms the information was correct. The youth smiles, declaring that it is now his turn to fight. He gets into a ready stance, preparing to launch himself towards the fiery beast. The young man leaps into the air, launching himself directly at the firebird. His companion watches with a surprised expression, wondering when he learned how to fly. The hero smiles, thinking it is time to show off his true strength in front of her. He points to the sky, calling upon his loyal ant companion, Ai, to join the battle. Ai faces off against the giant firebird, ready to attack the much larger creature. As the two beasts clash, the hero commands his companion to use its massive force. The ant's powerful attack sends the firebird crashing down onto the volcanic rocks below. With the creature weakened, the hero steps forward, activating a contract spell to tame it. A system window displays the stats of his new beast, a level 35 Crimson Flame Blazing Firebird. He notes its stats are low for its level, realizing he still has to rely on his ant's special ability. His companion says he is capable and she can now leave. He asks if she is going to work. She explains she is leaving the city and that the rest of his journey depends on him, believing in his future. She stops walking, her black heels planted firmly on the fiery ground before she departs. She tells him to come find her later and surprise her. He looks at her, promising that he definitely will. He watches her car drive away through the fiery forest, his new bird companion perched on his shoulder. With his friend gone, the hero turns to the firebird, ready to begin its ancestral awakening. He commands the beast to begin, and it erupts in a massive burst of brilliant flames. The creature's eyes glow with an intense fiery light as its transformation reaches its peak. A notification confirms the beast has reverted to its ancestral form, revealing a woman in a red outfit. A system window shows her new stats as the true Phoenix, one of the 10 ancient evils with immense power. The newly transformed Phoenix embraces her master, while he celebrates gaining another powerful companion. Now with a stronger team, he arrives at the massive Job Change Temple to take his transfer quest. He receives a 5-star mission to kill 50 lizard turtles in the Bitterwater Swamp. The hero accepts the difficult mission, feeling confident that he is no longer the same person he was before. Inside the Grand Temple, many adventurers gather around the quest boards. Others nearby are shocked, wondering why so many 5-star missions are appearing at the same time. They speculate that a single, powerful person might be taking all of the high-level quests. Meanwhile, the hero walks forward with his 3 powerful companions, ready for their next challenge. The hero smiles, ready to tackle his 4th job mission and head to the Bitterwater Swamp. They soon arrive at their destination, a dark and eerie swamp under the starry night sky. He observes the calm water, noting that the swamp does not seem very dangerous at first glance. Suddenly, a small serpent-like creature pokes its head out of the water, its tail splashing nearby. Moments later, a massive water snake erupts from the surface, hissing aggressively at the intruders. The young man calmly delegates the task to his Phoenix companion, trusting her to handle the snakes. Surrounded by fire, the Phoenix unleashes her power, commanding the serpents to get out of this world. Her blazing attack instantly engulfs the water snakes in a vortex of scorching flames. The serpents are quickly incinerated, unable to withstand the overwhelming fiery assault. After the easy battle, the hero wonders why there are only snakes instead of the lizard turtles from his quest. Just then, his companion spots a lizard turtle in the distance, and he eagerly tells her to lead the way. They travel deeper into the dark swamp, moving towards the location of their true targets. He is shocked to find a huge swarm of turtles underwater, admitting he has a fear of clustered patterns. But he quickly realizes this is good, as he will not have to search for them one by one. Standing with his companion, he entrusts the upcoming battle to his powerful beasts. His other 2 companions assure their master they can handle the fight, telling him to rest assured. The Phoenix then asks what she should do, so he tells her to stay by his side while the others level up. The ant companion dives into the swarm of lizard turtles, unleashing a flurry of powerful strikes. Meanwhile, his winged beast summons a massive thunderstorm, blasting the enemies with purple lightning. The hero relaxes, remarking how amazing it is to complete a mission just by lying around. Just as he is enjoying the moment, a massive splash erupts from the water nearby. A colossal level 49 lizard turtle king emerges from the depths, letting out a deafening roar. The hero and his phoenix companion stare up in shock, stunned by the monster's incredible size. He thinks that while others would flee, he can rely on his system to face this challenge. The mission objective updates to defeating the king for beast taming points, and the phoenix powers up. He believes they can still fight if all three of his powerful beasts attack together. The hero commands his ant companion to use her massive force, and she launches a powerful punch. He then orders his winged beast to use her thunderstorm attack, striking the king from above. Finally, he tells the phoenix to deliver the final blow, and she gathers her immense firepower. Her devastating flame attack engulfs the giant turtle, causing a massive fiery explosion. The massive lizard turtle king floats in the water, critically wounded but still breathing. He is surprised the beast survived the full-strength attacks of his three powerful companions. He thinks that is all it can handle and prepares to gladly accept his system reward. But suddenly, a black python lunges from the water, stealing his kill and his beast-taming points. His mission fails, but a new one appears, offering more points to defeat the black water python. He decides this is the perfect time to test his new system skill, activating Fusion Level 1. He calls upon his first companion, Ai, preparing her for the fusion process. Next, he calls upon his winged beast, Tianji, to join the powerful combination. Finally, he summons the Phoenix, ordering all three of them to follow his command. A brilliant light erupts from his hand as he initiates the fusion of his three companions. Their bodies merge into a new form, clad in shimmering blue and gold armor. The fused being's chest glows with a powerful mix of red and blue energy. The system shows his new fused stats, and he is shocked by the exaggerated numbers. The Blackwater Python hisses aggressively, unaware of the new power it now faces. Now fused, he stands surrounded by more pythons as his companion warns him to be careful. In his new form, the hero confidently tells his companions to rest assured as he faces the pythons. He channels the power of his companions, unleashing a powerful attack he calls Phoenix Flame. Beams of fiery energy erupt from his body, instantly striking down all the surrounding snakes. He gets no experience due to his level cap, then declares it is now the Python King's turn. The massive Blackwater Python King lets out a ferocious roar, ready to challenge the armored warrior. The hero combines his beast's powers, preparing to unleash a frenzy of force and phoenix flames. The energy slams into the giant serpent, creating a massive blast upon impact in the water. But the beast endures the attack and lunges forward, attempting to bite the fused warrior. He explains he wanted to spare it for study, but its surprise attack showed no respect. The warrior declares that with the system's help, he can bind even the most ferocious beasts. As he faces the python, the wounded Turtle King lunges from below, forcing him to fight both. He unleashes a combined attack of Phoenix Flame and Thunderstorm against the two giant monsters. The powerful elemental combination results in a massive, brilliant explosion that fills the area. When the dust settles from the powerful blast, a system notification appears before him. He has defeated the beast, obtaining a platinum-level item called the Black Tortoise Shield. In his fused form, the hero absorbs the essence of the defeated monster. His new Black Tortoise Shield can reduce critical damage and even improve his luck and lifespan. Now back to normal, he tells his companions the mission is done and it is time to go to the temple. But suddenly, he grunts in pain, a bead of sweat running down his face as he weakens. His companions rush to support him as a notification explains the fusion skill has left him weakened. Later, at the Job Change Temple, he places a hand on the crystal, completing his mission. A system window confirms he has successfully completed the fourth job change to Beast Tamer. He reads about his new skills, which include invisibility, stealth, and even a short-range teleport. To his surprise, reaching the fourth level has also triggered another special system reward. He is offered a choice between 3 skills and chooses the Perception Shield to complement his stealth. A blue aura surrounds him as the system successfully implants the new skill into his body. His status screen updates, displaying his new hidden class, stats, and a long list of powerful skills. With his power significantly boosted, he smiles, deciding it is time to report to the military academy. He arrives at a busy city plaza where a large, glowing teleportation circle is active. He decides to keep his beasts in their smaller forms to avoid drawing attention in the crowded place. A voice suddenly calls out his name, catching the young man's attention in the busy city plaza. He turns to find two of his old friends, a cheerful boy and a girl, happily waving at him. His friend reminds him they promised to attend the same academy, while the girl adds that she will join them. The youth happily puts an arm around his friend, admitting their coincidental meeting was a fun surprise. Agreeing to stick together, the two boys walk towards the portal, with the girl following them. Later that evening, the group checks into a modern hotel to rest before heading to the academy. But the hero finds it impossible to sleep. Annoyed by his friend's incredibly loud snoring, he sits up in frustration, worried he will be too tired for his journey through the forest tomorrow. As he lies back down, a voice from his companions tells him not to worry, as they have a solution. His three spirit companions appear in the room, combining their powers to create a glowing energy sphere. He realizes they can create a soundproof space, allowing him to finally get some peaceful rest. While he sleeps, his companions begin playfully arguing over who gets to be closer to their master. The Phoenix companion wraps her arms around him, declaring that their master belongs only to her. The others bicker back, with the winged beast warning the Phoenix not to push her luck. Meanwhile, in the fallen forest, a scout reports that 3 freshmen have entered their territory. As the group ventures into the forest, the hero is suddenly alerted by a system prompt warning of a malicious energy wave. Reacting instantly, he grabs his 2 friends by the back of their necks, shoving them forward. He pushes them to safety just as a fiery blast strikes the ground where they were standing. A massive clawed paw lands heavily on the scorched earth, surrounded by glowing embers. A level 40 flame Black Panther appears, and the young man tells his companions to get ready for battle. His friends are stunned, realizing the rumors about a dangerous entrance exam for the academy were true. The hero tells them to stay back and leave the rest to him, charging forward to face the monster alone. The fiery beast narrows its glowing eyes, preparing to launch a swift and deadly attack. In a flash, it teleports across the clearing, reappearing right behind his unsuspecting friends. The young man turns in shock, not expecting the creature to have a teleportation skill. As the panther lunges, the girl shouts a warning to her companion, who is directly in its path. But the hero activates his own swap ability, instantly trading places with his friend to block the attack. He smirks, letting the beast know it is not the only one who can teleport in this fight. He then summons his ant companion, confidently ordering her to use her great force. The small beast flies forward, slamming into the much larger panther with incredible power. The hero scoffs at the so-called entrance exam, declaring it too weak after his easy victory. His friends are relieved, thanking him for helping them pass the military academy's test so easily. He smiles confidently, telling them they will not regret their decision to stick with him. But a new system alert warns him of more malicious energy, making him realize the trial is not over yet. He quickly shoves his friend out of the way, shouting for him to be careful as danger strikes. The youth's expression turns serious as he prepares for the new, unseen threat lurking in the woods. He pulls out an unexpectedly long needle, causing his companions to stare in shock at the weapon. He warns them that something is wrong with this trial as they all stand guard, ready for an attack. The hero realizes his energy detection failed, wondering if the enemy can somehow conceal their presence. Suddenly, another student lunges from the trees, launching a surprise attack directly at him. But the hero easily catches the punch, calmly asking the intruder if he still wishes to fight. He clenches his fist, his knuckles turning white as he prepares to counter the failed attack. He slams the assailant to the ground, asking if he enjoys playing dirty with sneak attacks. With a powerful throw, he sends the attacker flying backward through the air toward a tree. He pins the man down, demanding his purpose. The stranger quickly pleads, claiming they are all family. The hero angrily demands to know what the stranger means by calling them family, asking him to explain clearly. The man on the ground introduces himself as Li Yantong, a senior at the academy, and suggests they talk standing up. The youth allows the senior to get up, while he and his 2 friends stand over him, waiting for an answer. With his arms crossed, he asks the senior why he attacked them if he is also a student at the military academy. Li Yantong explains it was a misunderstanding, claiming his needle was only a paralyzing shot as part of a tradition. He clarifies that seniors assess freshmen by catching them to take 80 of their initial 100 points upon admission. The hero listens thoughtfully, his expression serious as he processes the information about this point system. The senior adds that these points are the Academy's official currency and have a high exchange rate. He warns that while registering untouched earns 300 points, getting caught near the entrance means expulsion. The hero's companion grabs the senior angrily, asking if only old students can snatch the freshman's points. The terrified upperclassman quickly explains that strong freshmen can also hunt seniors for 500 points per ID card. The youth realizes that the malicious energy he had sensed earlier must have come directly from this senior. He thinks about the new information, intrigued by the fact that freshmen are allowed to hunt veterans. A confident smirk appears on his face as he suggests to his friends that they should become the hunters for once. He then asks the terrified senior for the contact information of other upperclassmen nearby, making the man very nervous. The hero smirks, informing the senior he has been caught. He adds that the man will now lose 500 points, which is a significant amount of money. The senior panics, realizing that amount is nearly all his savings. He worries that cooperating with the freshman could ruin his future at the academy. The youth then offers a deal to ease the man's fears. He promises a 50-point rebate for every senior the upperclassman helps them defeat. The senior confirms he only needs to call others over, not fight. The hero agrees but makes it clear that the generous offer will not be increased. After a moment, the upperclassman agrees to cooperate. He makes it clear he will not join the fight, and they shake hands to seal their new deal. The man then asks how they can prove their victories. He explains that every senior carries a special ID card, which can be used to redeem points. The young hero smirks, finally understanding the mechanics of the trial. The key to winning this game is collecting the valuable ID cards from seniors. The hero tells the senior he can start now. The nervous man reluctantly hands over his own ID card to the girl standing beside the young hero. Using his phone, the senior nervously calls a friend named Old Wang. He apologizes, explaining that he was forced into this situation. Meanwhile, another student walks through the dark forest, checking his phone. He is now only 50 meters away from the location his friend mentioned. This newcomer is Wang Lichong, an important member of the student union. He arrives at the spot, expecting to find his friend, Li Yantong. He spots the hero's two friends resting carelessly by a tree. The senior scoffs, ready to teach the freshman about the cruelty of battle. With a confident shout, he lunges forward to attack the unsuspecting pair. He declares that he will be taking their combined 160 points, but as he lands, his foot slams into empty ground, cracking the earth beneath him. The two freshmen have mysteriously vanished from sight. The senior looks around in complete shock, his eyes wide with confusion. He cannot understand where his targets could have possibly gone. A massive rock slams into the ground, narrowly missing the senior who had just attacked. The hero compliments his new accomplice on a job well done. The senior is stunned by how easily they solved the problem. The defeated senior on the rock furiously accuses his friend of betrayal, threatening to revoke his scholarship. But the accomplice retorts angrily, revealing the senior has been taking his scholarship money for years. The hero then asks his new partner why the anesthetic from his needle has not taken effect on their target yet. The accomplice explains the man has body-strengthening skills. He decides to increase the dose for the next targets. The defeated senior can only crawl on the ground in frustration as the group moves on to their next plan. Their accomplice calls another senior, luring him with false information about 3 easy freshman targets. Their trap works again. Another senior lies defeated on the ground while the accomplice celebrates his 500 points. The plan continues to succeed as they take down more seniors. The accomplice happily calls them the best partners. Thrilled with their success, he pulls out his phone, eagerly preparing to call even more people over. Deep in the jungle, the full moon hangs high in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the dark forest. Elsewhere, a senior captain receives a panicked report that several teams have vanished without a trace. The captain looks worried, realizing that a monster must be hiding among this year's new freshmen. Meanwhile, the accomplice makes a deal with another senior, who agrees to split the points if he finds any new students. The accomplice points out 2 freshmen to a bald senior, identifying the boy as a berserker. The bald man with a staff confidently states he can knock them both out in a single move. But a sudden alert warns all interception teams of a special situation and a possible red target. The bald senior wonders if freshmen are hunting them, while his partner panics, realizing the alert is for their location. The accomplice suggests it is a mistake, urging his partner to regroup with the captain first. As the senior turns to leave, the hero swiftly kicks him down, telling him he should stay put. He asks his partner why the seniors were suddenly alerted, and the man nervously explains it is a red target plan. This plan allows all seniors to jointly intercept new students in an area where multiple seniors have failed. The accomplice warns that united seniors are too much for one person, but the hero knows they are not yet exposed. He tells his 3 companions to hide while he scouts ahead, planning to give another senior a shot. The accomplice agrees to handle the unconscious man, reminding the hero to be careful of other talented seniors. Promising to be back soon, the young warrior dashes off into the dark forest to continue his hunt. Elsewhere, a pink-haired girl runs through the jungle, confused by the large number of people in the area. She is quickly surrounded in a tree by several other students who tell her there is nowhere left to run. She shouts back defiantly, refusing to be caught since it would prevent her from reporting to the academy. A senior tells the pink-haired girl there is no point running, as catching a red target is worth 1,000 points. She fires a net from her gun, telling the freshman to blame her bad luck as she happily accepts the points. But the girl easily breaks free from the net, her eyes glowing with determination as she prepares to fight back. She lands on the ground, but the group of seniors quickly surrounds her, cutting off any possible escape. Cornered, she declares they will fight to the death, promising to injure them even if she loses. One of them calls her resilient and fires a web-like projectile, suggesting she should just go to sleep. Suddenly, an explosion erupts from the ground as a skill called Iron Bones is activated, shocking the attackers. The hero appears, holding the unconscious girl and apologizing for accidentally getting her involved. He realizes she was knocked out by the anesthetic. Meanwhile, his ant companion asks for attention too. The seniors are stunned, wondering how a new student could have survived their attack completely unscathed. He looks at them with a serious expression, deciding to make this fight quick and efficient. He then unleashes a powerful blast of purple lightning, instantly taking down the entire group of seniors. He returns to his friends, explaining the girl is a freshman. His companion teases him about his popularity. The girl wakes up and is surprised to see Lin Han, asking if he was the one who saved her from the seniors. She is confused, recalling he was only at the 2nd level last time, and wonders how he became so strong. He calmly reveals that he has actually already reached the 4th level, shocking the girl. She stares in disbelief, unable to comprehend that he has already gone through his 4th evolution. His friend gives him a thumbs up, proudly declaring that the hero is truly worthy of being his brother. The other girl looks at him with admiration, thinking of him as her powerful protector. Their accomplice watches the scene, wondering if this incredibly strong freshman is a real genius. The hero then suggests that instead of hiding, they should actively hunt the seniors for their ID cards. He asks the pink-haired girl if she is interested in joining their group for the hunt. She realizes that she must now take the initiative to hunt the older students instead of just trying to escape. Excitedly, she agrees to join them, adding that she has always disliked the arrogant older students. The hero outlines his new plan. The girl will act as bait, and he will handle the rest from behind. He also asks his senior accomplice to continue gathering internal intelligence for them, which the man agrees to. With their new strategy in place, the hero declares that it is time to officially begin the battle. Elsewhere, a senior captain is informed that they have detected signals from missing team members nearby. A scouting team moves through the forest, soon reporting that they have found the missing team member. They find the man unconscious but fine, noting that his identity token is strangely missing. The captain wonders how the new students are locating them, while his subordinate injects an antidote into a fallen senior. As soon as the man wakes up, the captain orders him to report on the details of his recent attack. The senior explains that an old student named Li Yantung is colluding with the freshman to set up ambushes. The captain tells him to rest and then considers his next move, while his subordinate suggests making a public announcement. But the leader disagrees, deciding to use this opportunity to teach the younger students a lesson with their own trick. He orders his men to gather the other teams for a counter-ambush, and his subordinate eagerly agrees. In Ye Tai Cheng's office, a knock sounds at the door. The director, sitting at his desk, invites the person to come in. A man wearing glasses bursts into the room with a panicked expression, shouting that there is a problem with the hunting event. The official asks if the senior students were too harsh on the freshmen, but the man clarifies that the old students are the ones being hunted. Director Ye seems pleased, saying someone finally broke the precedent. The man insists the problem is much more complicated than that. He explains that one freshman is hunting seniors relentlessly, with over 20 already defeated and a whole team wiped out. The director stands up in shock and asks who is responsible. His subordinate reveals it is the beast tamer he recruited, Lin Han. The man adds that based on his calculations, the points Lin Han has earned today would be worth millions of heavenly dragon coins. Director Ye processes this news, quietly remarking to himself how quickly Lin Han has grown in such a short time. His subordinate nervously asks if they should intervene. The director, however, starts walking toward the door with a calm demeanor. He tells the man not to panic, reminding him that Lin Han is not the only genius on the team as he gestures toward a list of names. With a confident smile, the director says their job is simply to provide a stage and the right resources for these talents to succeed. Meanwhile, in the forest, Lin Han celebrates with his team over their defeated opponents, praising their successful teamwork. A screen displays their reward, showing they've earned a total of 15,000 points from their latest hunt. One of the group members smiles at his phone, thrilled about how much money that is and feeling he made the right choice. The team gathers in the dark woods, still energized from their victory, as the young man continues checking his device for updates. A new notification pops up on his screen, announcing a reward of 10,000 points for any freshman who hunts the red target. A companion suddenly alerts Lin Han that his personal information has just been exposed to all the other students. Lin Han analyzes the situation, concluding that while his identity is known, his exact location remains hidden for now. He tells his group they need to change their strategy immediately and begin using guerrilla warfare to stay safe. The team follows his lead, moving deeper into the dark forest as they prepare to execute their new plan. Lin Han instructs a girl named Nian Wei to use her tracking skills, believing the senior students should be nearby. She agrees immediately. A system notification appears on screen, announcing that a skill called Malicious Fluctuation has been activated. The pink-haired girl concentrates, channeling her energy. Her tracking skills activate as she successfully locks onto her prey. She visually scans the area ahead, quickly counting over 30 targets. She warns Lin Han that nearly 50 people are in ambush. He asks if these are the same people they dealt with before. She confirms the auras are completely different from yesterday's group. Meanwhile, a different student thinks about the competition's rules, realizing that seniors lose their qualification if their identity card is lost. He then asks a senior what would happen if the operations commander was disqualified. The senior says the hunt should end, but it has never happened. Hearing this information, Lin Han gets an idea and smirks. He decides it's time for them to play a big game. Elsewhere, a senior student spots a lone freshman. He notes the target isn't a red one and orders his subordinate to take him out. A muscular figure immediately leaps down from a high branch, moving quickly toward the unsuspecting student below. He lands with a heavy thud, telling the freshman to take a nap, promising he will wake up back at the military academy. The frightened student tells him to stay away, but the muscular senior continues to advance, ready to attack. Just then, Lin Han appears from behind and lands a swift chop on the senior's neck, knocking him out instantly. The rest of Lin Han's team emerges from the shadows, quickly surrounding the other senior students in the area. The student who was just saved stares in disbelief, asking who these mysterious newcomers are. Lin Han extends a hand with a smile, telling him they are just a group of freshmen who were passing by. The group takes a moment to explain their plan and the current situation to the confused young man. He is shocked to learn they are hunting seniors. Lin Han then offers him 10% of the profit if he is willing to help. The student eagerly accepts, saying he doesn't need the profit since Lin Han's group saved him once before. The senior commander waits impatiently nearby, wondering why it is taking so long for his team to deal with one ordinary freshman. Lin Han uses the captured earpiece to introduce himself to the senior commander, adding that his friend is currently unconscious. He then informs the commander that his location is surrounded, offering to let him go if he surrenders his ID card immediately. The senior commander scoffs at the bluff, asking if the freshman really expects him to believe such an obvious lie. Lin Han just winks, cheerfully telling the senior they will meet soon. He reminds him not to forget his ID card. Enraged by the taunt, the commander furiously ends the call. He then asks his subordinate if they have pinpointed their target's location. His teammate confirms they have a lock on Lin Han's position, but he warns it could be a trap, since the freshman knows he is being tracked. The commander dismisses the risk, ordering the information posted on the forum. He declares that tricks are useless against absolute power, Meanwhile, Lin Han's group finishes their work, taking the ID card and earpiece from the senior they just neutralized. The freshman they just recruited looks at his phone in shock, exclaiming that Lin Han's group is already incredibly famous. His phone screen displays the school forum, showing Lin Han as the #1 search topic with everyone vowing to capture him. One of his teammates remarks that he has become a school celebrity before classes have even officially begun. With a confident smirk, Lin Han holds up a captured ID card. He is ready to take them all on and collect every single card. Back in the office, the director's subordinate marvels at Lin Han's bold move, taking the initiative despite being heavily outnumbered. Director Yahello looks at a tablet with a pleased expression, remarking on how formidable the younger generation can be, but his assistant points to a large map, showing that the freshman's green dots are completely surrounded by the senior's red dots. He then spots an orange dot appearing on the map. He informs the director that the senior captain, Chi Tian, is near Lin Han. The director's expression becomes serious. He decides to watch the events unfold, eager to see Lin Han's true strength. High in the trees, Lin Han's team hides and waits. One of them senses that a large number of seniors are approaching. A system alert appears, warning Lin Han of strong malicious energy in the area. He realizes the fish have taken the bait. A teammate worries their trap might fail, but he says if they can stall, he can defeat the commander and end the hunt for good. Hidden from sight, Lin Han watches as a group of senior students walks right into their designated ambush zone. 3 of his teammates stand in the open as decoys. One of them cheerfully asks the approaching seniors if they brought their ID cards. The freshman they recruited is disguised as Lin Han. He is determined to succeed in this crucial role for the team. The seniors fall for the bait, confirming the decoy's identity. They get ready to teach the arrogant freshman a lesson. As they charge forward, the real Lin Han watches from a distance, identifying the commander and communications officer of the enemy team. Suddenly, one of the decoys slams his foot down, activating a skill that unleashes a giant force upon the ground. The earth shatters beneath the charging seniors, sending them tumbling into a massive pit trap. With the enemies contained, 2 of Lin Han's summoned spirits appear. One tells her companion to handle the rest. The other spirit gathers energy, preparing to cast a weakened version of a powerful thunderstorm spell. She then unleashes a blast of purple lightning, directing the attack straight into the pit where the students are trapped. The seniors are instantly overwhelmed by the electrical attack, screaming as the powerful magic engulfs them. The spell subsides, leaving the pit filled with smoke and the students completely incapacitated. The other spirit calmly descends and picks up an ID card from one of the defeated seniors on the ground. She proudly displays the stack of cards they collected, happy that their master will be pleased with the points they earned. The 2 senior leaders, who managed to avoid the pit, realize with dread that they have walked right into a trap. Seeing that his plan worked perfectly, the real Lin Han knows that his moment to strike has finally arrived. He activates his stealth and frenzy skills, aiming to eliminate the 2 remaining leaders with a single powerful blow, but the communications officer's enhanced hearing detects him, and he yells a warning to his captain about an attack from behind. Lin Han appears in a flash, his diamond ice fist skill clashing with the senior captain's defensive move. He is shocked by the force of the blow, realizing his opponent's power is much greater than he initially expected. Pushed back by the force of the blow, Lin Han slides across the ground, regaining his balance after the unexpected clash. He asks how the senior commander managed to notice his attack, as his stealth should have been flawless. The captain smirks, explaining that while he couldn't detect the freshman's breath, his listener skill can track any movement through air currents. He adds that he is a rank 5 cultivator, and while Lin Han is strong, he is not strong enough to pose a real threat. Lin Han retorts that the battle is not over yet. He then tells the commander to look at his own teammates. The senior looks over and is shocked to see his entire team, including the decoys, completely frozen in solid blocks of ice. Lin Han shouts out in concern for his large friend, who is trapped within the ice, unable to move. He also calls out to Shu Ting, the disguised freshman, who is equally helpless in his frozen state. Nian Wei and the others are also caught in the unexpected attack, completely immobilized by the powerful freezing spell. With a panicked expression, Lin Han realizes that every single one of his teammates has fallen into the enemy's trap. The senior commander gloats, telling the freshman he is the only one left and must now choose between his teammates or escape. With a menacing look and glowing blue eyes, he dares Lin Han to challenge him directly. A system notification appears, informing Lin Han that he is facing a powerful enemy and will receive a reward if he wins. He decides to fight. The senior captain is amused that the freshman chose to fight instead of flee, seeing it as an interesting development. A live stream of their battle begins on the school forum, broadcasting the confrontation for all students to see. The commander declares he will give the freshman his first real lesson at the academy. Lin Han simply tells him to stop talking. With a confident taunt, the senior activates his Icefall Fist skill. His hand glowing with intense blue energy, he lunges forward at incredible speed, surprising Lin Han with the power of a 5th-level cultivator. Their fists collide in a powerful explosion of energy, the ground cracking beneath the force of their combined attacks. As the impact sends him sliding back, Lin Han receives a system alert, notifying him that his agility has been temporarily reduced. Lin Han realizes that ice crystals have formed on his arm, slowing his movements and weakening his power. The senior commander taunts him, asking if he has finally figured it out. He is confident in his attack's effectiveness. He explains that his spirit-gathering break skill will freeze one of his opponent's skills if they are at a lower level, which he has done. A system notification confirms this, showing that Lin Han's spirit contract skill has been frozen, rendering him unable to summon his beasts. Ice rapidly spreads from the ground, encasing Lin Han's legs and trapping him in place as the freezing effect intensifies. He struggles against the ice, but the powerful restraining force keeps him completely immobilized. The communications officer expresses concern, asking if using such a powerful skill on a freshman is going too far. The commander justifies his actions, stating they must make an example of Lin Han to prevent other new students from defying authority. He then offers a deal, saying he will remove the skill if the freshman publicly apologizes and cleans the school for a year. The senior captain taunts him further, calling him a useless beast tamer who cannot even summon a single beast. Back in the office, the director's assistant believes the fight is over, but Director Ye seems unconvinced. The man questions the director's confidence, pointing out the vast difference in their power levels. Director Ye calmly reveals that according to his information, Lin Han recently broke through to the 4th level and has a fire attribute beast. His subordinate is stunned by this revelation, shocked that someone so young has already reached such a high level. The director smirks, realizing that the most exciting part of the battle is only just beginning. Suddenly, Lin Han's hand erupts with flames, shattering the ice that was binding him. The intense heat sends the senior commander flying backward, caught completely off guard by the sudden burst of power. The senior captain stares in disbelief, unable to comprehend how the freshman could have broken free from his ultimate skill. He lands on his feet a short distance away, his composure completely shattered by the unexpected turn of events. Standing before him, Lin Han is now wreathed in flames. The commander demands to know how he broke free from the spirit-gathering break. A system notification announces that Lin Han's skill copy ability has been activated. He tells the senior that there are still many impossible things. Surrounded by roaring flames, he smiles confidently, his body now imbued with the power of his fire attribute beast. He gathers a ball of fire in his hand, declaring that it is now his turn to make a move. Using his copy ability, he unleashes a powerful Phoenix Flame attack, sending multiple streams of fire hurtling toward his opponent. The senior commander reacts quickly, summoning a massive ice wall to defend against the incoming fiery assault. But the Phoenix Flame is too powerful, and the ice wall begins to crack under the intense heat and pressure. The wall shatters completely, exploding into a cloud of steam and ice shards as the flames break through. Unfazed, the senior captain charges through the smoke, shouting that the fight is not over yet. He meets Lin Han's attack with his own Diamond Ice Fist, their powers clashing once again in a brilliant display of fire and ice. The resulting shockwave sends them both stumbling backward, evenly matched in this new exchange of blows. Frustrated, the senior commander wonders why his attacks are not landing, as Lin Han easily dodges his follow-up strikes. Lin Han clenches his fist, gathering the full power of his copied skill for a final, decisive blow. He shouts the name of his attack, Phoenix Flame, as he lunges forward to strike his opponent. The flaming fist connects squarely with the senior's face, sending him reeling from the powerful impact. The commander hits the ground hard, completely defeated by the overwhelming force of the freshman's attack. Lin Han follows up with a swift kick, ensuring his opponent is fully incapacitated and can no longer fight. Surrounded by flames, he stands victorious over his fallen foe, declaring that he has won the game. The other senior students, now freed from the ice, can only stare in shock at the sight of their defeated leader. With a cold and challenging gaze, Lin Han turns to the remaining seniors and asks if anyone else wants to challenge him. Completely intimidated, one of the seniors raises his hand in surrender, admitting that the freshman has won the hunting competition. One of the seniors throws his captain's ID card to Lin Han, pleading for him to release their leader. Lin Han catches the card and then approaches the unconscious commander, reaching down to grab him. He effortlessly lifts the senior captain and tosses him back to his teammates, having fulfilled his end of the bargain. The communications officer thanks him and orders a retreat, carrying his defeated captain away from the scene. As the seniors flee, Lin Han smiles with relief, glad that the long and difficult battle is finally over. Back in the office, the director's assistant is in awe, exclaiming that Lin Han's combat power is unbelievably strong. He rationalizes that a beast tamer's strength is tied to their beast's bloodline, suggesting the freshman's companion is extraordinary. Pointing to an image of the fiery beast, he excitedly notes its striking resemblance to a legendary phoenix. Director Yo agrees that Lin Han's ability is undeniably powerful, admitting that few students at the academy could compete with him. The assistant praises the director's foresight in recruiting such a talent, predicting the freshman will become the school's ace. The director reflects on the situation, thinking it has been a long time since such a powerful beast tamer has emerged in the empire. The assistant then asks if Lin Han should be added to a special list of candidates, holding out a file for the director's consideration. Director Ye dismisses the idea for now, telling his subordinate to continue observing the other candidates as planned. The scene shifts to the new student registration office at the military academy's main gate, where students are gathering. Lin Han arrives with his team, including his summoned beasts who are now visible to everyone, though their true nature is hidden by a skill. He notes how useful the cognitive interference skill is, as it prevents others from seeing or hearing his beast's true forms. He then checks the rewards from his system for completing the recent challenge, curious to see what he has earned. He is presented with two options: cognitive interference, which makes his beasts appear ferocious, and experience growth, which provides daily experience. He considers the second option, thinking that while one free experience point a day is small, every little bit helps in the long run. He asks the system about the range of cognitive interference. It confirms the skill works within 100 meters and bypasses all reconnaissance abilities. After considering his options, Lin Han makes his decision, selecting the cognitive interference skill from the system menu. He then speaks with the student who helped them, thanking him for his hard work and promising to transfer his share of the points soon. Nearby, a group of second-year students recognizes Lin Han. They decide to challenge him to prove they are more formidable than the third years. The helpful student advises Lin Han to get to the dormitory quickly to avoid being surrounded. Lin Han agrees that retreating is the best strategy. He tells his friend Fatty to follow him, and they quickly leave the registration area before any trouble can start. The scene transitions to the outside of a large modern dormitory building under a dark, cloudy sky. Inside, Fatty expresses relief that the other senior students were distracted, allowing them to enter the dormitory without any issues. They enter their new room and are greeted by a young man who introduces himself as Sun Tianqi, a gunner. They introduce themselves in return. In the dorm, the new roommate points shocked at our hero recognizing him. Then the shooter asks if he is the legendary Lin Han, and the protagonist is surprised, wanting to know how he knows him. With that, the boy shows his cell phone and says that the newcomer's reputation is all over the military academy forum. The beast tamer is speechless as he sees the news and discussions about himself on the device. At that moment, his chubby friend slaps him on the back and tells him that he really became famous. But the protagonist is worried because now he will become an easy target in the academy's activities. Later that night, the room is dark and all you can hear is a very loud snoring noise. It turns out that the chubby guy snores very loudly, and our hero covers his ears thinking about how to block out that sound. Suddenly he appears in a different place, and his three beasts surround him, dying of longing. The girl with antennas says it's been 9 hours and 48 seconds since she last saw him. Their master then apologizes and pinches the young woman's cheek, saying that he couldn't summon them before. Meanwhile, the blue-haired woman hugs him, saying that her energy has become unstable without him around. Seeing that, the other beast with antennas just says that his companion's technique is pretty bad. Then the blonde sits on her lap and says she is the most well-behaved because she doesn't argue with her sisters. With a smile, the boy hugs the three and tells them to stop fighting because they are all dear to him. He regrets not being able to stay there and hug them in silence because of his friends snoring. The blonde then suggests that they use the previous method and create an enclosed space to muffle the sound. The two then create a sound barrier, and the protagonist is relieved to no longer hear the torture. Then a system notification appears informing you that cognitive interference is in progress. The scene then shifts to the freshman square of the military academy, where something is about to happen. A veteran approaches the group and asks if they are adapting well to the new environment. The young man then explains that the academy is different because it is governed directly by the military. He goes on to say that teaching there adopts a team system with 4 people for everything. This also includes combat ratings, so it is very important to choose good teammates. The veteran adds that rewards are given to the leader, and since there are 4 of them, they already form a team. Hearing this, the pink-haired girl becomes sad and says that maybe she will get in the way because she is not good at fighting, but the protagonist reassures her that her tracking skills are incredible. With that, the guy extends his hand and officially invites her to join their team. The young woman accepts with a smile and promises that she will try to keep up with everyone else. The veteran then advises that they need to register the team and think of a name for the team. He also reveals that only freshmen participate in the convention where each class sends a team. In the competition, 2 groups are eliminated at the beginning, and the winner of the final receives a reward. The veteran encourages them to win, and our hero says he's already thought of a good name for the squad. He suggests Night's Watch, as they will be the ones who protect the lights in each home. One of the girls then asks the captain to take good care of her, and he decides to go and register her. So the new team of 4 walks towards the academy building to register. Seeing the huge line, the chubby guy is worried that someone has already chosen the same name as them. The protagonist agrees and thinks of alternative names until a man with glasses approaches. He introduces himself as King Hai, a mentor from the academy, and our hero asks what he wants. The mentor says that manager, he wants to speak with him, and the young man accepts the invitation thinking of the reward. The mentor asks if the boy is a level 4 beast tamer, and he confirms that he is. Chung is impressed by the feat and praises him, while the young man acts modestly. Then the man mentions the previous fight and curious about his beasts. He activates a recognition skill. At this point, the protagonist's system warns that cognitive interference is working. He thinks he would be in trouble if they discovered that 3 of the 10 ancient evils were with him. With a smile, the boy lies to his mentor, saying that his beasts have nothing special. The mentor's scan fails, and an error notification appears in his view. Surprised, the man realizes that the newbie is hiding some secret because his skill has never failed before. Arriving at the door, the mentor insists on wanting to see the boy's beasts because he thinks they may have mutated. Our hero is worried because the man is suspicious and he needs to find a way to deceive him. Suddenly the door opens and Director Yi appears, calling the boy into his office. In the office, the director says that the academy will not interfere as long as its beasts do not harm the empire. The man then gets straight to the point and asks how many veterans he defeated in the competition. The director confirms the number and mentions the exchange of cards for points, and the young man understands the reason for the meeting. Then the man asks if he has thought about how to use the more than 20,000 points he earned. The protagonist thinks that with so many points, the first thing to do is buy food for his beasts. But the director explains that the academy cannot give so many points at once, leaving the boy confused. So he apologizes on behalf of the school and offers a compensation plan with items he needs. The young man thinks for a bit and says he agrees with the plan, but the items don't have much effect on him. The director then offers a beast of any level the boy wants, since he is at level 4. Furthermore, the director offers to cover all your expenses and the food for your animals at the university. Thinking about this, the boy remembers that his beast's food is running out, and one of them is eating too much. The director then comforts him by saying he will make it up to him and offers extra training materials. Then he dismisses him to register the team, and the young man leaves the director's office. As the protagonist walks down the hallway, Mentor Kinghai walks towards the principal's office. Arriving at the door, the man knocks and says he has something to discuss with manager Yai. Bluntly, the mentor asks to become our hero's class teacher. The director is surprised and asks why, since the mentor hasn't taught newbies for years. Kinghai explains that the freshman is excellent and believes he can help him develop even further. With a smile, Principal Yi agrees and appoints him as the boy's new class teacher. He thanks him and leaves the room determined to discover the secret behind the young man. Back with his friends, the chubby boy runs, excitedly showing off their squad's new badge. The hero then looks at his cell phone and sees that he has been added to the class group, but doesn't know what the teacher looks like. One of the girls tells him that everyone needs to introduce themselves on the class channel, and he agrees. After introducing himself, the chubby guy is shocked by the number of girls who added his friend. In the chat, the students are excited to be in the same class as the superstar, and a girl offers herself to him. Seeing that, the boy's beasts become jealous and angry at the girl who is hitting on him. Suddenly, a message from Professor Kinghai appears, telling everyone to go to Merit Square. The protagonist is surprised and angry to discover that Mentor Kinghai is his new teacher. The scene then changes to the military academy's Merit Square, where several students are already gathered. In the square, the protagonist thinks he needs to be more careful now that Mentor Kinghai is his teacher. The teacher then shouts to form 2 teams in 5 seconds, or everyone will run 10 kilometers. Students are desperate with such little time and rush to organize themselves quickly. After lining up, the teacher explains that they are there to elect the class representative. He says the representative will help him, and the election will be a competition of strength for the position. His chubby friend thinks it would be easy for him, but our hero says he's not interested in the job. The teacher then shows an hourglass and announces that if time runs out, everyone will do 500 jumps. As an incentive, the teacher reveals that the class representative earns 100 extra points every month. Hearing this, the students get excited, but one of them worries because no one can beat the famous freshman. The protagonist becomes irritated, realizing that his fame is only bringing him more problems. Suddenly, several students stare at him with threatening looks, ready to attack him first. Seeing that they are surrounded, the boy and his team prepare for the confusion that is about to begin. A student then suggests that everyone join forces to defeat the strongest and then decide the rest. With that, the beast tamer orders his friends to retreat and creates a shield to protect them. 2 boys attack him together, confident that they can defeat him with their numerical advantage. One of them launches a sphere of water, but our hero's shield blocks the attack easily. The water attack crashes against the ice shield as one of his beasts appears to help. The student is thrown away, and the others are shocked to see that he was unharmed by the attack. Surrounded by a purple aura, the boy asks if they are finished playing, because now it's his turn. He then releases an electric blast that hits everyone at once, and they scream in surrender immediately. The professor is shocked, because the newbie defeated everyone without even using his beasts. Then the master declares the protagonist's team the winner and asks who will be the representative. The chubby one says that the beast tamer should be the representative, and the boy accepts the position, but the mentor warns that it won't be easy, and he wants to know what he needs to do at the assembly. With a serious look, the teacher explains that his task is to lead Group 4 to victory in the competition. Our hero then accepts the challenge with confidence and says to leave everything to him. The professor then points to the damage to the track and says that he will have to pay for the repairs. The boy then says that it's no problem, and that he can use his many points to cover the damage. The master thinks he is strong, but a battle cannot be won alone, and waits to see his performance. The scene then shifts to the courtyard of the military academy, where several other students are gathered. Your chubby friend says that if he wins, he will get the contact information of many girls in the competition. One of his beasts asks if he can go out and look, and the master agrees because of the interference. The beasts then appear at his side wanting to fight too, and he says he will let them go later. Suddenly, a system notification warns that a malicious float has been activated nearby. Other students see him with his beasts, and the boy wonders where all that evil comes from. Then two guys approach, and one of them asks if he is the idiot who has been so praised. The protagonist responds that he doesn't know if he's famous, but that he's never heard of that guy. With an arrogant smile, the boy introduces himself, saying that he is from the famous Zhao family. The beast tamer taunts him by asking what family this is, and if the academy belongs to them. The furious Zhao family member points at him and shouts that Class 3 will come first. The rival says that they are both beast tamers, and that they will soon see who is the best in the competition. Our hero then remembers an ancient lesson about the initial strength of beast tamers. The opponent calls him a coward, and the protagonist thinks there is no way he can be stronger. Seeing the insult, the chubby boy and his friends get angry and defend the representative of Class 4. His beasts also become furious and want to attack, but their master calms them down and says he will take care of it. With a smile, the boy accepts his opponent's challenge and asks what the bet between them will be. Then, the rival proposes that the loser kneel down and call the winner grandfather 3 times in a row. Provoking his opponent, the young man agrees since the other is so eager to be his grandson. The Zhao family member is furious with the answer and shouts, while the hero's friends laugh. Blinded by rage, the bully advances with a punch charged with energy, ready to attack. Seeing that he took the bait, the protagonist smiles and prepares his own electric counterattack. But the strong fluctuation in power catches the attention of the director and the mentor, who decide to go and check it out. Suddenly, the director appears and grabs the attacker's fist, stopping their private fight. He then turns to the protagonist and orders him to put away his abilities immediately. The boy obeys and stops his attack, regretting that his little trap has been discovered. The principal scolds the teachers for not taking care of the students, while the rival is left confused. Mentor King Hai then sends all his students back to their seats in the stands. The opponent angrily walks away, thinking he will crush the newcomer in the upcoming competition. The system warns about the rival's evil, and our hero thinks he is looking for trouble. The mentor reflects on the young man's talent, and an announcement says the meeting starts in half an hour. On stage, a man announces that this year's conference will have different rules and will be a barrier challenge. He reveals that the teams will be reorganized so that everyone learns to trust strangers, leaving the students surprised. But our hero finds the assessment method interesting and unexpected, as expected from the military. The teacher then prepares to explain the rules in detail using a magical ability. Each class will send 3 teams of 4 people, and the opponents will be decided by drawing lots. The competition will be in a ring, and the winner will advance until all 4 members of a team are defeated. With this, the boy realizes that the order of battle is very important to test positioning skills. After the competition, an MVP will be chosen by the college leaders and will be able to claim a reward. The teacher warns that the only team to worry about is Class 3 and asks them not to disappoint him. The chubby friend celebrates being in the same group as him, and our hero checks out his other companions. Looking at his cell phone, he sees information about his new colleagues and seems satisfied with the team's formation. Suddenly, a girl and a boy approach and wave to him, calling him class representative. They are your new colleagues, a shield knight and a therapist who are happy with the group. Half an hour later, his friend informs him that the draw to decide the fights has finally begun. The principal announces that Class 1 will face Class 4 and Class 2 will fight Class 3, surprising everyone. Seeing the result, our hero's rival regrets not being able to eliminate him straight away in the competition. But Zhao Feng is confident as the rules limit his opponent to only fighting twice at most. He says that with a special item from his family, he will be able to steal the beast from the boy sooner or later. On stage, the director raises his hand and declares that the freshman meeting is officially open. The announcer then calls the first team from Groups 1 and 4 to come up to the stage and begin the fight. On stage, a muscular guy introduces himself as Zhang Yang, a level 3 barbarian warrior. Our hero says he will ensure a good start and put Class 1 in its rightful place. So his chubby friend offers to fight first and test his opponent's strength. With a smile, the protagonist encourages him to continue trusting in his friend's ability. In the ring, the chubby guy and the barbarian warrior face each other. Ready for the first fight to begin, the opponent taunts him by saying that he is no match and that there is still time to surrender. The referee then gives the signal and shouts that the game has started. Starting the first match of the competition, the warrior attacks with his weapon, but the chubby one dodges and says that he hides like a master. Observing the protagonist, he thinks that they are both warriors, but the opponent has an advantage in strength. The chubby guy then counterattacks with his giant blade, yelling at the other guy to take his knife. The opponent's weapon glows with a red aura as he swings it forcefully to attack. The two weapons collide in a powerful impact, creating a huge wave of energy in the ring. The chubby guy is pushed back, almost fainting due to the strength of his opponent. He then decides to change tactics as the direct approach is not working against the enemy. With that, the boy uses a skill creating several blades of energy that come out of the ground. The warrior is surprised by the unexpected attack and is forced to dodge the blades. Our hero realizes that the tactic is to tire the opponent, but the other has not yet used any skills. Suddenly, the opponent finally activates a skill called Chain Entanglement. Seeing the bright currents coming towards him, the chubby boy realizes that the situation is not good. He is caught by the red chains and thrown forcefully across the ring by the warrior. His teammates are worried about the fight, but the protagonist knows his friend has an ace up his sleeve. The barbarian warrior then spins the chubby guy in the air and throws him with all his force on the floor of the ring. With the impact of the blow, the boy is thrown far away, hitting the ring ropes with everything. Badly injured, the hero's friend lies on the ground, and the audience is shocked by the scene. The therapist then asks the referee to stop the fight, but he refuses to end the fight. Kneeling on the floor, the chubby guy refuses to give up and says he can still keep fighting. Seeing his friend's determination, the protagonist decides that he will cover him if he fails in the fight. The other team members also decide to trust him and will not give up on the match. The opponent approaches and begins to mock the fallen boy, saying that he is not that strong. With a cruel smile, the warrior says that it would be humiliating to be beaten in front of everyone. The girl worries, but the team leader calms her down, because he knows his friend will use that skill. Then the boy activates his secret skill called Berserker Heart, and a red aura surrounds him. This ability consumes your physical strength to increase your power and speed in exchange for your life. With his new strength, the chubby man advances and lands a powerful punch on his opponent's face. The blow is so strong that the barbarian warrior is thrown into the air by the impact. Wounded and surprised, the opponent kneels on the ground without understanding what just happened. The protagonist explains that this is his friend's ace up his sleeve, a desperate move. The boy then takes his giant sword and asks if the other had fun with the game. The chubby man's aura becomes even more intense, and the warrior realizes that the situation is not good at all. He then raises his weapon and shouts that now it is his turn to attack with full force. The barbarian warrior screams in pain as the giant blade rushes towards him with full force. The weapon hits him squarely, causing a large wound and making him scream in agony, but the chubby one stops the attack, and the surprised opponent asks why he didn't continue. With glowing red eyes, the boy replies that there is no need as the winner has already been decided. The warrior then stands up and admits his defeat, thanking his opponent for the fight. The referee raises his hand and declares that in the first group game, Group 4 emerged victorious. The protagonist's rival and his friends are shocked by the victory and say it was just luck. The teammates celebrate the victory, and the hero congratulates his friend on the beautiful fight. The boy's ability is deactivated, and he breathes a sigh of relief, saying he is very tired. A new fighter from Group 1 steps into the ring and tells the warrior to leave the rest to him. He introduces himself as Zhao Tianchen, a professional fire mage from Class 1 awaiting instructions. The chubby guy then prepares for the next fight, and the new opponent is already waiting for him in the ring. Our hero is worried because he remembers that fire mages have a very effective ability against warriors. The chubby guy activates his ability again and advances because he is low on energy and needs to fight quickly. The fire mage then creates a ring of flames around himself to protect himself from enemy attack. The boy's blade is repelled by the flames, and he is thrown back by the force of the explosion. The fire ring attack causes a huge explosion in the ring, hitting the chubby guy squarely. Watching the fight, the protagonist becomes worried because his friend cannot get close to his opponent. The fire wizard taunts him and tells him to admit defeat as he is no match for his skills. With a smile, the chubby boy responds that he will surrender if the other calls him grandfather, as in the bet. Angered by the provocation, the fire mage launches a series of flame attacks against the opponent. The chubby guy tries to defend himself with his blade, but the fire attacks are fast and numerous. He then uses his sword to cut through the flames, trying to open a path through the attack. But the fire wizard creates a huge fireball and asks him if he still refuses to admit defeat. The opponent then throws the giant sphere of flames directly towards their opponent. The chubby guy braces himself for impact with his blade, but the explosion is much bigger than he expected. The boy realizes that the situation is much more serious than he imagined and tries hard to cope. In the audience, the protagonist's rival comments that his friend will be in the hospital for a long time. The team's therapist then screams desperately for her partner to finally give up the fight. Suddenly, the protagonist enters the ring and stops the fire attack, saving his friend from the blow. The chubby guy asks if he's getting in the way, but our hero praises him for his great work in the fight. The beast tamer then introduces himself as the next fighter in Class 4 and prepares for combat. The fire wizard says he has already studied his videos and knows all his tricks, but the hero doesn't care. The opponent is furious that he put away his shield and takes his weapon for the next fight. With a confident smile, the boy responds that for that he needs to have the necessary skills. The fire mage then throws a powerful fireball towards you with all his strength. The rival and his friends are excited because the representative of Class 1 is strong and can win. The opponent launches a continuous blast of fire from his staff, hoping to defeat the beast tamer. But the boy uses an ice ability to protect himself, creating a barrier against the fire attack. Then, a system notification informs you that it copied the ant's iron bone skill. With a look of disdain, the hero stares at the fire attack and wonders if that's all it is. Seeing that, the fire mage is shocked because his opponent blocked the attack with just his body. The audience is also astonished because a beast tamer should not be stronger than a warrior. Seeing the scene, the hero's rival becomes furious and swears that he will steal his beast to end his arrogance. In the stands, the girl worries about their class monitor's safety, but his friend tells her to trust in his abilities. Meanwhile, the hero activates his Hawkeye skill in the ring. He smirks, thinking the fire attack is far too slow to hit a mosquito. Blue energy glows around his feet as he prepares to move with incredible speed. He then crouches into a starting position. The system notifies him that he has copied the sprint skill, and he challenges his opponent. With a burst of speed, he rushes towards the fire mage, leaving a trail of blue energy behind him. The fire mage activates his resistance fire ring. He is confident that the approaching young man will be repelled by the flames. From the audience, his rival observes that the class monitor's victory is a problem for their team's melee strategy. As the hero's hand touches the fire, the system activates his newly copied Iron Bone skill. He pushes through the flame barrier with ease, shocking the fire mage. The young man remarks that this attack is not enough to stop him. A new notification appears, confirming he has copied the Giant Force skill. He warns his opponent that he is about to attack. The fire mage glares back, refusing to believe that the fight is already over. A massive explosion erupts in the center of the ring as their powers collide with incredible force. After the smoke clears, the mage stands alone, wondering if he managed to kick his opponent out of the arena. But the hero suddenly appears right behind him, calmly asking where he is looking. Caught completely by surprise, the fire mage winces as he realizes his mistake. The protagonist activates his lightning wings skill, charging his fist with electricity and declaring that the fight is over. His lightning-infused punch connects squarely with the fire mage's face, who is stunned by the sudden blow. The immense force of the impact sends the mage flying backward across the entire ring. He tells his fallen opponent that the winner has been decided and that he should simply admit defeat. In the now silent arena, the fire mage stands defeated while debris from their battle litters the ground. The defeated fire mage stares in awe, commenting on the terrifying power that shook the entire venue. He then falls to his knees, unable to continue the fight any longer. With his head bowed, he finally admits that the hero has won. The announcer declares the winner from Class 4 as his teammates cheer wildly in the stands. Watching from the sidelines, a rival is visibly shaken and begins to doubt if they can actually win against such strength. The main rival's eyes glow as he clenches his fist, convinced the hero's power comes from his beast and vowing to steal it. The protagonist glances toward the stands with a dismissive expression. He stands confidently in the ring, looking at the opposing team and asking who will be next. A new challenger from Class 1 finally steps up, preparing to enter the ring and face him. The hero watches his main rival, sensing he is plotting some kind of evil plan. The next opponent from Class 1 steps into the ring, wielding a large staff. He warns the young man not to be arrogant, shouting that he will be the one to defeat him. Surrounded by crackling purple lightning, the hero calls him an idiot as the system activates his thunderstorm skill. Furious at the insult, the challenger grips his weapon tightly, ready to attack. The protagonist simply raises his hand, summoning a massive bolt of lightning and telling his opponent to leave. The challenger is instantly terrified by the overwhelming power and screams that he gives up. A powerful lightning storm erupts in the arena, shocking all the students watching from the stands. The other students from Class 1 panic and shout for everyone to run as the electricity spreads. Two of them are left comically stunned with their hair standing on end from the electric shock. His rival and his friends immediately protest, demanding the referee disqualify him for intentionally injuring someone. The hero casually explains his skill is a random attack. He suggests his opponents were just unlucky to be hit by divine punishment. A referee intervenes, taking the school's blame. He says no one expected a freshman to break the shield and declares the young man the winner. An announcer then states the competition is on hold. They need time to repair the field and strengthen the protective shield. The rival still doesn't accept the result and tries to report foul play. The referee warns him to stop interfering or face disqualification. The humiliated student glares with pure anger, vowing to make the hero pay double for what just happened in the arena. After the repairs, the competition resumes. His friend notes that one person can only fight twice and wonders who will go next. The girl from his team volunteers to fight. She says the last opponent is also a support class and asks him to cheer for her. As the two girls face off in the ring, his chubby friend predicts it will be a long fight. But the hero whispers that girls can be more ruthless. A moment later, the two girls are already grappling fiercely. Their friends watch on, unsurprised by the sudden intensity. The girl from Class 1 activates multiple skills, boosting her stats. She declares that she must win this battle for her team. Empowered by her skills, she rushes forward and throws a powerful glowing punch directly at her opponent. The hero's teammate creates a blue shield with her arms, bracing for the impact of the powerful attack. But the blow is too strong, and the force sends her stumbling back. She coughs up blood from the powerful impact. Watching from the side, her friend becomes worried. He now thinks they are going to lose this match. The hero observes calmly, noting that his teammate is nearly out of strength, while her opponent still has a backup plan. The attacker is surprised her opponent is still standing. She demands that the injured girl admit defeat. A green aura suddenly surrounds the girl as she uses a healing spell. She tells her opponent that she is the one who should surrender. Shocked by the recovery, the Class 1 fighter rushes in again, attempting to finish the fight with another punch. But this time, her punch is caught effortlessly. The healed girl asks if her opponent is out of energy now. The Class 1 fighter is completely stunned as a powerful slap lands across her face, reversing the tide of the battle. In the ring, the referee raises the girl's arm and declares her the winner. From the stands, the rival clenches his fist in frustration. His teammates rush over to the hero, excitedly celebrating their team's victory in the match. The girl thanks him, saying he took on the strongest opponents, which made the rest of the fights much easier for them to win. An announcer then confirms the results. He congratulates Class 4 for advancing to the finals, where they will face Class 3. With the final match set for the next day, the team celebrates their hard-earned victory. A day later, the decisive moment arrives. Meanwhile, the rival's friend angrily asks if they will just let this go. The rival snaps back, saying they cannot let them get away with it. The chubby friend spots the angry students approaching and asks what they want. The hero calmly says they will handle whatever comes their way. The student with the messy hair points directly at the protagonist, shouting that he won't forgive him for the public humiliation. The young man calmly replies that it was an accident, and the referee already made a decision, so he should complain to him instead. Furious, the student ignores the explanation and summons a massive level 49 frost wolf, demanding an explanation for his embarrassment. The enormous ice beast roars, its glowing form towering over the hero and his friends as they look up in surprise. One of his companions is shocked by the beast's high level. The hero wonders if this powerful creature is his opponent's trump card. The rival smirks, offering a way out. He demands that the protagonist kowtow, apologize, and shave his head to settle the score. The chubby friend points at them, warning that private fights are forbidden, and asks if they are not afraid of the academy's punishment. The student scoffs at the threat of punishment. He boasts that he has never been afraid because the powerful Zhao family supports him. Enraged by the arrogance, the chubby friend summons his glowing blade, declaring that they will have to get through him first. But the hero places a hand on his friend's shoulder, telling him not to be impulsive and to calm down for a moment. The Zhao family member and his companion laugh mockingly. They question if a low-rank warrior can really challenge a level 49 beast tamer. The protagonist tells his friend to step aside, confident that this opponent is no match for him. A teammate warns him to be careful. The rival points forward, vowing to show everyone who the top freshman really is, as his powerful frost wolf roars behind him. The hero's system activates a listening prompt as he senses approaching footsteps, wondering if it's his teacher arriving. Suddenly, two teachers appear. The one from Class 3, Wei Jinbo, shouts at them to stop, reminding them private fights are forbidden. He sternly orders the rival students to recall their beasts at once, and they comply as the teachers watch over the situation. The rival points at the hero, falsely accusing him of orchestrating an accident during the competition just to harm them. The protagonist and his friends are left completely speechless and dumbfounded by the sheer absurdity of the false accusation. The young man thinks about how shameless his opponent is, noting that the surveillance camera was conveniently broken just before this confrontation. The Zhao family member continues the act, telling his teacher that he almost ended up in the hospital and that a decision must be made. Teacher Wei defends his student, claiming he is an excellent child from a prominent family and that he will report the matter immediately. He then points an accusing finger directly at the hero, demanding that he must be expelled from the academy for his actions. But the hero's teacher steps forward to defend him, arguing that his student also has an excellent record, and he will not agree to an expulsion. The rival complains to his teacher that the protagonist shouldn't receive special treatment just because he is ranked number 1. He then demands a fair final fight, but proposes changing the venue to the Grey Wind Plateau, which raises suspicion. His chubby friend erupts in anger, shouting that they are twisting the truth and asking if they think Class 4 is that easy to bully. The protagonist analyzes the strange proposal. He recalls the plateau is full of wolves and wonders what his rival is planning. The rival thinks about his secret plan. Since he can handle wolves, he can use the beasts on the plateau to create chaos and steal the hero's pet. Just then, Director Ye arrives, Teacher Wei immediately runs to him, accusing the hero's class of attempting to murder his student. The chubby friend quickly refutes the claim, insisting that their opponents were the ones who provoked them first, and their whole class can testify. Director Ye approaches the hero's teacher and asks what happened, seeming tired of the other teacher's constant complaints. The teacher leans in and begins to quietly explain his side of the story to the director, away from the arguing students. After listening, Director Ye says he understands both sides have different opinions and dismisses it as normal friction between youths. The director states that competition is the only way to progress. He agrees to hold the finals at the plateau and changes the rules to 2 rounds. For the first round, each class monitor will lead their teams to the venue on their own. Anyone arriving late will be eliminated from the second round. The hero's rival sees this as a perfect opportunity to ambush him during the first round. The second round will follow the previous rules. The hero notices his opponent's expression and realizes he must be vigilant against a new scheme. With a raised hand, the director announces that the competition will resume in 1 day, giving the teams time to prepare for the new format. The scene then shifts to the first-year Class 4 training ground, a vast open field where a group of students is gathered. The hero has brought the elites of his class together. He tells them that he knows none of them would be willing to accept a loss to Class 3. His classmates agree loudly, declaring that losing to that group of thugs would be a complete shame and that they refuse to be defeated. Hearing their determination, the protagonist simply tells them it is time to train, leaving his classmates looking confused. He explains they will do stress resistance training. He says their biggest problem is coordinating attacks against high-level beasts. He holds out his palm where his small ant beast, Ai, rests. He tells them their strength will improve if they can withstand their joint attack. The tiny ant beast suddenly grows to its massive size, towering over the students on the field, ready for the training to begin. His friends look on in disbelief, wondering if they can really withstand a combined assault from him and the giant creature. A shield-wielding student steps up, telling the class monitor that he won't hold back and to be careful during the training. A red aura flares around the protagonist as he prepares to attack. The system confirms he has copied the giant force and iron bone skills. He leaps into the air, glowing with power, and dives towards his classmate who raises his shield to block the incoming attack. The powerful punch lands on the shield with immense force, shocking the student with its strength. The hero then attacks the other students with a sweeping kick. He tells them their timing is good, but their aim needs work. As he lands another blow, his classmates are thrown back. The chubby friend finally understands the overwhelming power his opponents face. A girl from the team uses a healing spell on her injured classmate, who gives her a thumbs up and says he is already feeling much better. A student stands behind a large cannon, instructing his teammate to protect him as he prepares to deliver a powerful boost to his leader. The cannon then fires a massive beam of blue energy directly toward the giant ant, while his teammate shouts a warning to be careful. The shield user leaps in front of the beast, activating a blessing of light to increase his defense by 50% and block the attack. He successfully withstands the blast, shouting to his teammates that he blocked it and that the rest is now up to them. The giant ant approaches the student. Her spirit form remembers that her master told her not to use her full strength, so she decides to take it easy. However, even her light touch sends the student with the shield flying across the training ground, surprising even her spirit form. The student in the cannon becomes frustrated, realizing he can't hit the class monitor from his current position. Suddenly, the giant ant appears right in front of him, hovering over the cannon and taking him completely by surprise. At that moment, another classmate teleports behind him through a glowing portal, causing the cannon user to shout his name in surprise. The giant ant watches in confusion as the student and his large weapon are teleported away in a flash of golden light. Meanwhile, the protagonist quickly pulls his chubby friend out of the way as the same teleportation portal appears right next to them. He tells his friend to move away. The chubby student runs for cover while the hero calmly watches the situation unfold. The cannon materializes right in front of the hero. The student controlling it apologizes as the weapon charges another shot. The weapon then fires, causing a massive explosion in the field as the other students are thrown back by the powerful blast. After the smoke clears, his chubby friend laughs, saying the hero has finally gotten a taste of what his opponents feel, while the others celebrate. But the hero remains unharmed, protected by a large stone shield. He admits he underestimated the healer's ability to create a mobile tower. His teammates are completely stunned, unable to believe he managed to block the attack. Seeing his master being attacked, the ant beast becomes enraged and attacks. The terrified student begs the class monitor to spare his life. With a calm smile, the protagonist calls his beast back. Oi transforms into her humanoid form and stands beside him with a pout. He praises his teammates, admitting they made him suffer a bit before ending the training. The hero questions his teammate, asking how a healer suddenly mastered spatial displacement. His system shows cognitive interference is in progress. The young man explains he used a newly bought teleport talisman, which allows ordinary professions to use a teleport skill in critical moments. The protagonist is impressed by the prop. Meanwhile, his beast is still annoyed that her master got hit because of that very skill. The chubby friend cheers, feeling he can control his strength better after the training. His female companion agrees that she has gotten stronger too. From the sidelines, their teacher watches with satisfaction. He is impressed by the hero's extraordinary ant beast and the training's effectiveness. The next day arrives, and the two most talked about freshmen, the hero and his rival, stand with their respective teachers before the finals. Other students gossip about the competition, mentioning the freshman who defeated a third year now has a conflict with the young master of the Zhao family. The freshman forums have been buzzing about this rivalry for days as all the students gather for the final announcement. The students are nervous about the chosen location for the finals, the Grey Wind Plateau, which is known for its dangerous beasts. The rival whispers a threat to the hero, warning him not to regret it later. The hero calmly retorts, asking if he wants another afro. Angered by the response, the Zhao family member grits his teeth, unable to come up with a reply. The director then calls for silence, officially declaring that the freshman competition finals have finally begun. He reiterates the rules for the first round. Each class monitor must lead their team to the venue, and anyone late will be eliminated. The protagonist's team is ready. He tells them it is time to set off for the Grey Wind Plateau, and they respond with a cheer. The scene shifts to the vast, empty desert of the plateau, where the two teams of students are walking toward their destination. His chubby friend notes that it has been half an hour without any trouble, thinking the journey to the venue will be quick and easy. But the hero warns his team not to get complacent. He says the academy chose this location for a reason, and the journey will be difficult. As soon as he finishes speaking, a pack of level 45 plateau wolves appears over a nearby ridge, surprising the young man. Watching from a safe distance, the accompanying teachers decide not to interfere, viewing this as a good character-building opportunity for the students. His friends are eager to test their new skills. The hero agrees, telling them to be careful and call him for support if they need it. While the hero's team fights with confidence, the other students are in complete chaos as the wolves charge towards them. The rivals' classmates panic, screaming that the wolves are coming and asking their class monitor what they should do. The monitor summons a spiritual beast, telling his terrified teammates not to panic and to get into formation since their leader is gone. Meanwhile, the rival calmly pets one of the wolves. He thinks about how the lure wolf bone from his family is working perfectly, confusing the beasts. He holds another item, the Scroll of Confinement. This special tool allows a user to forcibly create a contract with a beast. Watching the hero's team fight, he smirks. He just needs to wait for them to be defeated so he can use the scroll to steal the powerful ant beast. The hero's friends fight back fiercely against the wolves, their teamwork proving to be highly effective against the pack. The chubby friend proudly notes that thanks to their special training, they kept their composure unlike the other class. The hero credits their own efforts. Elsewhere, a student from the rival's class is cornered by wolves. He sits on the ground, frozen in fear and begging for someone to save him. Suddenly, a powerful archer descends from above, surrounded by green energy. The terrified student looks up, calling out her name in relief. An archer from Class 3 named Hime stands over him, holding her bow. She calmly asks the fallen student if he can still stand up. The hero and his friend watch her from a distance. The chubby friend is surprised that Class 3 has such a powerful student. The protagonist observes her movements intently. He notes that her strength is at least at the peak of the 3rd level. The rival is still holding his bone, but the wolves around him are starting to growl and become restless, ignoring its effect. A massive wolf appears on a nearby cliff. The hero immediately recognizes it as the Wolf King and tells his friends to back off. The level 50 plateau Wolf King lets out a mighty howl, its intimidating presence looming over the entire battlefield, shocking the rival's teammate. The rival panics as the Wolf King's aura makes the other wolves resist his item. One of them snarls aggressively at him. With his plan failing, he cries for help as the entire wolf pack, now hostile, turns and charges directly towards him and his team. The archer asks her class monitor to hold the wolves back for a moment, as her powerful skill needs time to build up energy, but her leader screams that he cannot possibly stop the Wolf King. He abandons her and runs away, leaving the archer stunned by his cowardice. With her leader gone, the archer is left defenseless as the massive Wolf King lunges down to attack her. She lets out a terrified scream. Watching from afar, the teachers grow worried. They realize the freshmen lack field experience and that it might be too late to intervene. But at the last moment, the hero dashes in, pushing the girl to safety. His system activates the thunderstorm and giant force skills. He unleashes a massive torrent of lightning from his fist, striking the wolf head-on and yelling for it to get out of his way. The powerful electric blast surges through the Wolf King, sending it crashing to the ground, stunned and defeated by the single blow. The archer looks up at her savior in complete confusion. She asks why he saved her when their two classes have been at odds for so long. He smiles back, explaining that his feud is with her class monitor and doesn't involve anyone else. He adds that they are all classmates. The once mighty Wolf King now lies defeated on the dusty ground, surrounded by the bodies of its fallen pack members. With their leader gone, the remaining wolves lose their will to fight and quickly scatter, retreating into the desolate plateau. The archer stands beside the protagonist, looking at him with gratitude as she sincerely thanks him for his help. He tells her it's okay and suggests she see the school doctor after the game to check for any injuries, and she agrees. Watching them from a distance, the rival's class monitor clenches his fist in anger, furious that she accepted help from the hero. The rival's teacher also observes with a cynical expression, refusing to believe the protagonist is anything but a pretender. The hero's system then detects a silver item on the ground. It identifies the lure wolf bone and its ability to pacify wolf-like creatures. He gets a brief vision of his rival using the bone to control the wolves, finally understanding the true nature of his scheme. He picks up the bone, now fully realizing why his opponent was so insistent on changing the duel's location to the Grey Wind Plateau. His chubby friend approaches and asks if he is all right. The hero smiles, saying they are past the wolf territory and it is time to move on. But his expression hardens. He thinks about how despicable it is to endanger others for selfish reasons and decides it is time to teach his rival a lesson. The scene then shifts to a large constructed arena deep in the plateau, where the students have finally gathered. The director stands before them all, announcing with satisfaction that every team from Class 3 and Class 4 has safely passed the first level. The protagonist and his team arrive at the final venue, looking confident and prepared after their intense training. In contrast, the rivals' team approaches with tense and angry expressions, the conflict from the plateau still fresh in their minds. The director explains that the final round follows the same rules as before, a team-based knockout competition in the ring. The chubby friend eagerly volunteers to fight in the first match, and the hero agrees, assuring him he has his back if needed. Full of confidence, the young warrior leaps into the ring, boasting that he will secure the first victory for Class 4. The rival also wants to fight first, but the archer he abandoned earlier objects, suggesting another student should take the first match. She argues that her strength is more than enough to win, but her class monitor immediately questions her loyalty. He openly accuses her of planning to lose on purpose to repay the hero for saving her from the Wolf King. She denies the accusation, but the rival ignores her protests and uses his authority to send a warrior named Tang Ming into the ring. The selected warrior from Class 3 steps forward, holding his greatsword and ready to begin the first fight of the finals. The two opponents face each other in the ring, introducing themselves as the Greatsword Warrior and the Berserker. With a loud crash, their massive swords collide as the first battle officially begins with a powerful exchange of blows. The Class 3 warrior is immediately surprised, admitting he did not expect his opponent to be so fast. Glowing with a red aura, the hero's friend leaps high into the air, promising more surprises are on the way. In response, his opponent begins to spin with incredible speed, building momentum for a powerful area of effect skill. He then activates his Blade Storm, generating a massive sword wind that engulfs his opponent in a swirling vortex. The chubby friend tries his best to block the relentless assault of blades with his own weapon, but the skill's force is too overwhelming, and he is blasted backward and sent flying across the arena. He crashes hard onto the ground, coughing and defeated, as his friends shout his name in worry. From the sidelines, the rivals smirk smugly, mocking their team and saying they are only good at bullying the weak. A girl on the team worries about their friend, but the hero tells her not to panic. He believes his friend has more combat experience and will win. In the ring, the opponent stands over the fallen warrior, telling him to admit defeat because speed is useless against absolute power. But the chubby friend gets back on his knees with a smirk. He asks if his opponent's teacher never taught him not to let his guard down. He then unleashes a surprise attack, a flurry of red energy knives that shoot toward his shocked opponent. The blades spin around the warrior from Class 3, hitting him from multiple angles as he cries out in pain from the unexpected assault. The attack finds its mark, with one of the glowing red knives piercing the warrior's leg while his greatsword falls to the ground. Wounded and defeated, the Class 3 warrior kneels on the floor, impaled by several of the energy daggers and unable to continue fighting. The director declares the match over. He tells the teacher to take his student to recover and announces the next fighter is ready. The chubby friend celebrates his victory from the side of the ring, and the protagonist gives him a proud thumbs up for a job well done. Furious, the rival points at the archer, ordering her to fight next and take down the victorious warrior for their team. But she confronts him, saying he suspected her loyalty before and now wants her to fight. She declares she is no longer there to serve him. His face darkens as he threatens her, reminding her that his powerful family can easily get her younger brother expelled from his school. Terrified by the threat, the archer pleads with him not to involve her brother. She reluctantly agrees to enter the next match. The archer is terrified by the threat and pleads with her class monitor not to involve her brother, reluctantly agreeing to fight. In the ring, his chubby friend playfully asks the archer for her contact info, reminding her that the hero saved her before. From the sidelines, the girl from his team asks the protagonist for his prediction on who will win the match. The hero finds it hard to say. He feels the archer is stronger, but his friend has a chance if he can fight at close range. In the arena, the archer immediately activates her shadow arrow skill, firing a tracking shot that grows stronger with distance. Her opponent is completely shocked by the ruthless opening attack, shouting in surprise. He dodges the initial shot and taunts her, asking if she was distracted by his handsome looks. Annoyed, his female companion yells from the sidelines, telling him to watch out behind him. The warrior turns around, confused, just as the glowing green arrow curves back and flies directly toward him. He reacts just in time, bringing his large sword up to block the unexpected homing arrow. But the force of the impact is too strong, knocking the sword from his hands and sending it clattering to the ground. The young warrior stumbles backward, clutching his hands and commenting on the force that left his knuckles numb. The archer gives him no time to recover, unleashing a volley of glowing green arrows toward her disarmed opponent. Unable to defend himself, the chubby friend cries out as the barrage of energy arrows hits him directly. Believing the match is over, the archer stands ready, watching her opponent fall. From the sidelines, the rival smirks, thinking this is his hard-won chance to humiliate the hero's friend. He shouts at the archer, ordering her not to finish the fight but to make her opponent suffer more since he can no longer move. The class monitor glares at her, coldly reminding her of his threat against her family. Torn by his cruel order, the archer hesitates and bites her lip, her expression filled with conflict. She then raises her hand, gathering green energy for a final blow while apologizing, saying she has no other choice. But his friend's sword glows with red energy as he activates his berserker's heart skill, refusing to give up. Now empowered, he scolds the archer for being ungrateful and declares he no longer needs her to show mercy. He leaps forward with a powerful roar, his body surrounded by a fiery red aura. The warrior brings his massive sword down, clashing with the archer as she raises her bow to defend herself. From the sidelines, his companion cheers, but the hero says his friend's chances of winning just dropped below 30%. Confused, she asks why. He explains that even facing the berserker's boosted power, the archer remains completely calm. This proves her true strength is far greater than what she has shown so far. The archer effortlessly dodges his blade and unleashes a powerful wave of green energy at point-blank range. Realizing the danger, the young warrior tries to shield himself, but the attack is too fast. The energy blast hits him directly, sending him stumbling backward as blood flies from his wounds. After the powerful counterattack, the archer quickly retreats to a safe distance. The hero and his friends shout their teammate's name in alarm, watching him get injured. Meanwhile, the rival cheers, ordering the archer to keep attacking until the berserker is finished. The archer's eyes show a hint of pity as she prepares to fire another shot. A new barrage of energy arrows strikes the chubby friend, causing him to cry out in pain from the repeated blows. The protagonist shouts at his friend to stop holding on and admit defeat to avoid further injury. But a teammate points out the venom from the arrows is spreading, likely paralyzing him and preventing him from speaking. Suddenly, a referee appears in the ring, his cape billowing behind him as he prepares to end the match. He raises his hand, declaring the Class 4 student has lost his ability to move, and that Class 3 wins the round. One of his teammates wants to fight next for revenge, but the hero stops her, saying she is no match for the archer. She agrees to let him fight. The hero then steps into the ring, introducing himself to the archer as the Class 4 monitor. The archer, Jaime, also introduces herself, holding her bow and ready for the next match. She immediately draws her bow, gathering a massive amount of energy and declaring her intent to end the fight quickly. But the protagonist simply raises his hand and summons his ant beast, which appears in a flash of red light. Jaime is shocked by the creature's immense power and wonders if this is his opponent's trump card. From the sidelines, his teammates yell at her, saying their class monitor should not have saved such an ungrateful person. The young man simply smiles and tells her she can find out for herself if it is his trump card or not. Accepting the challenge, the archer fires a powerful shadow chaser arrow directly at the small beast, enraged that someone is trying to hurt its master. The ant beast effortlessly deflects the glowing arrow with its pincers. The hero calms his pet, telling her the archer cannot withstand her punch, and that he will take care of the rest. Blue energy then begins to gather around the young man's feet as he prepares to move. Activating his skill copy and skill swap abilities, he gains giant force and dashes forward with incredible speed. The archer is completely stunned by his sudden burst of speed, barely able to react as he closes the distance instantly. He pulls back his fist, which glows with immense blue power, and declares that the fight will be over after this punch. However, he stops his fist just inches from her face, the pressure from the attack blowing her hair back. She opens her eyes in complete confusion, surprised that the devastating blow never landed. The protagonist stands there, holding his punch while giving her a calm and steady look. He then addresses the referees, saying the punch would have seriously injured her, and asks for the victory, which they grant. As he turns to leave the ring, the archer calls out to him, her expression still filled with confusion. He asks why he held back his attack, pointing out that he had just injured his friend without any hesitation. Just then, his chubby friend arrives and reveals that her arrows were not poisonous, only causing superficial wounds and paralysis. The protagonist smiles, telling the archer he understands she had her reasons for fighting. He correctly guesses that she was threatened by her aggressive class monitor. Jaime looks away, her silence confirming his suspicion. The hero's expression turns serious. He says she is not the one who deserves to be hit, but those who use their friends as tools are. He then turns and shouts at his rival, publicly calling him out for threatening his classmates and challenging him to a real fight. The rival's teammates are shocked to learn that their class monitor threatened Jaime, which explains her strange behavior. Enraged, the class monitor leaps into the ring, refusing to believe he cannot deal with the hero himself. He immediately addresses the director and teachers, requesting to fight alongside his twin brother to unleash their true power. The hero's classmates erupt in outrage, calling the request to fight 2-on-1 completely shameless and embarrassing. One of the girls from his team yells at the rival, questioning his nerve for proposing a 2-on-1 fight. One of the teachers explains that the two brothers are both beast tamers who formed a symbiotic contract with twin frost wolf brothers. The director asks the hero's teacher for his opinion. He admits the request is unreasonable, but wants to see what the young man will say. A referee then reminds the class monitor that this is a personal battle and his request is against the rules. With a sly smile, the protagonist says, there is no reason to refuse a chance to fight two opponents at once. He stands confidently with his giant ant beast, taunting his two opponents to come at him together. The rival summons his powerful level 49 Frost Wolf, boasting that he has two such beasts and questioning how the hero can possibly win. The two brothers stand confidently behind their massive, glowing ice wolves, ready for the 2-on-1 battle. A teacher suggests that the hero should just apologize, pointing out that his beast would be easily defeated by the two ferocious wolves. But the hero's teacher stands firm, retorting that his student has done nothing wrong and has no reason to apologize to anyone. Another teacher reminds him that even if the hero wins, he will offend the powerful Xiao family, who have connections to the Magicians Association. The hero's teacher scolds his colleague, questioning the point of education if they only teach students to bow to power. In the ring, the rival arrogantly demands that the protagonist kneel and hand over his beast, offering to consider letting him go. The hero retorts that without the system's blessing, his opponent would not be able to use the beast even if he did get it. His ant beast spirit clenches her fists, angrily declaring that the rival is not worthy of her master. Another of his spirits, the thunder beast, asks her master to let her take over and teach their opponent a lesson. The third spirit, a phoenix, threatens to burn the arrogant student to death with her powerful flames. The protagonist calmly pats his spirits' heads, telling them not to get angry over someone so worthless, and they obediently agree. He then turns to his opponents, sarcastically commenting on their arrogance for needing a 2-on-1 advantage. Ignoring the taunt, the two brothers get into a fighting stance, ready to attack together. They summon their two massive frost wolves, which let out a fierce roar and charge across the arena toward the hero and his spirits. Despite the intimidating display, the protagonist remains completely calm, with his arms crossed as he watches them approach. The rival smirks, taunting him and asking if he is too scared of the frost wolves to even make a move. In response, the hero unleashes his three beasts in their true, powerful forms, ready to face the challenge. The combined presence of the giant ant, the thunder beast, and the phoenix immediately overwhelms the two frost wolves. The once ferocious wolves now whimper and back away, completely suppressed by the overwhelming aura of their opponents. The rival's brother panics, shouting for him to quickly recall their beasts before they are seriously harmed. But the class monitor refuses, not wanting to admit defeat. His brother insists that their reputation is less important than losing their beasts. Seeing their hesitation, the protagonist gives the order to his ant beast, telling her it is time to start the attack. The ant spirit leaps forward, slamming the ground with her giant force skill. The powerful shockwave hits both wolves head-on. Meanwhile, the phoenix and thunder spirits unleash their phonics flame and thunderstorm skills, engulfing the wolves in fire and lightning. From the sidelines, the chubby friend cheers, amazed by the sheer scale of the hero's power. The rival's teacher complains to the hero's teacher that his student has gone too far, but the teacher calmly dismisses it. The other teacher insists that with the frost wolves destroyed, the Xiao family will not let the protagonist go. But the hero's teacher laughs, pointing out that this is a formal competition and the Xiao family would not dare challenge the academy's rules. As the smoke clears, the two brothers are left kneeling in disbelief, their precious beasts completely defeated. The protagonist stands with his three spirits, calmly asking why his opponents were so arrogant when they were so weak. Enraged by the humiliation and the loss of his beast, the rival vows to fight the hero to the death. He tries to rally his classmates from Class 3, ordering them to attack the protagonist together. However, his classmates refuse, calling him shameless for losing a 2-on-1 fight and now asking them to gang up on the winner. The rival is left speechless and flustered as his own classmates turn their backs on him. The hero laughs at the pathetic display, mocking the class monitor for being a clown that no one listens to. Still defiant, the rival declares he still has the tools to kill the protagonist, and a blue energy surrounds him. He holds up a glowing scroll, the very same one he planned to use to steal the ant beast earlier. The hero recognizes the item and realizes this is the trump card his opponent was relying on. The hero's teacher is shocked, identifying the item as the Magic Association's bending scroll, and wondering about the rival's true intentions. Before his opponent can use the scroll, the protagonist dashes forward, his body glowing with red energy. He activates his skill swap and giant force abilities, closing the distance and snatching the scroll in an instant. The powerful artifact now lies in the young man's hand, its blue glow surrounding his fingers. The hero's system identifies the binding magic scroll. He finds it interesting and decides to study it later, storing it away. Holding his swollen and bleeding face, the rival screams that he will make the hero die without a burial place. A referee quickly intervenes, telling the arrogant student he was the one who started the trouble and should not go too far. The protagonist suddenly looks up, his expression changing as he senses something strange approaching them. A massive sandstorm suddenly erupts, and a pair of glowing eyes appears in the swirling dust. The system alerts him that a large number of wind blade bats have been detected, warning him to be careful. The referee shouts in alarm, realizing it is a migration of wind blade bats, and ordering everyone to prepare for battle. A teacher quickly orders the students from Class 3 to help their defeated class monitor to safety. Just then, the hero's teacher points toward the sky in shock, alerting the others to a new threat. A mysterious horned woman with glowing eyes floats calmly in the middle of the massive bat swarm. The referee recognizes the figure, wondering if it could be the legendary Queen of the Night, an extremely rare king-level beast. Realizing he may not be a match for such a powerful creature, he pulls out his phone to send a distress signal. He sends the rescue signal, stating that as soldiers and teachers, they cannot abandon their students and must stand their ground. The referee then orders the other teachers to use the academy's 3-element defense formation to hold on until rescue arrives. As the bats swarm closer, one of the students complains that this is all the rival's fault for causing trouble. The protagonist creates a large, glowing shield from thin air, preparing to protect his classmates from the incoming threat. He hands the shield to his chubby friend, telling him to protect the girls, while everyone else follows his lead. The referee begins to chant, his hands glowing with blue energy, as he prepares to create a defensive barrier. Another teacher joins in, his hands also glowing as he channels the power of the earth for the formation. The third teacher completes the trio, focusing his energy and invoking the power of man. Together, they unleash their power, creating a massive defensive formation, just as the swarm of bats begins to descend. The referee shouts a warning as the swarm of bats approaches the newly formed barrier. The bats crash into the glowing blue formation, creating a massive explosion of energy upon impact. Some of the smaller bats manage to break through the barrier, diving down toward the students below. One of the teachers tells the hero that they must maintain the formation and that he needs to lead the students against the smaller creatures. The protagonist summons his 3 powerful spirits, their glowing forms appearing beside him, ready for battle. He stands with his classmates, who ready their weapons, determined to survive the onslaught together. One of the girls declares that the bats are no match for them after all the intense, stress training they have endured. The chubby friend slams his sword into the ground, creating a shockwave that knocks back the surrounding bats. A female teammate leaps high into the air, her body crackling with blue electricity as she prepares a powerful attack. She unleashes a swift and deadly slash, slicing through a bat and sending blood flying through the air. 2 other students fight back to back, coordinating their attacks to defend against the swarming creatures. Another student unleashes a barrage of fireballs, laughing as he takes down multiple bats with his explosive attacks. The hero watches his classmates, impressed by their teamwork and realizing they can handle the situation without his direct help. Just then, a group of powerful level 50 elite windblade bats appears, their horn figures much larger and more intimidating. The elite bats unleash a powerful gust of wind, forcing the students to brace themselves against the immense force. The protagonist system suddenly issues an elite-level mission to kill 10 of the elite bats for a reward of 3,000 points. Seeing the new threat, he tells his Phoenix and Thunder spirits that it is up to them to handle the elites. The 2 spirits unleash a devastating combination attack, combining Phoenix Flame and Thunderstorm into a single, powerful assault. The massive vortex of fire and lightning engulfs the elite bats, incinerating them in an instant. A moment later, the system confirms that the mission is complete and the reward of 3,000 beast taming points has been obtained. With the battle over, his friends gather around, amazed by his awesome display of power. The hero's teacher realizes the skills used belong to the legendary Phoenix and Thunderbird, wondering if his student possesses an ancient evil beast. Just then, the ethereal figure of the Queen of the Night fades away, disappearing as quickly as she arrived. The referee is relieved, speculating that the Queen never even noticed them, and that the student's safety is all that matters. He announces that they will leave as soon as the school's rescue team arrives, not wanting to linger in the dangerous area. The hero's teacher pulls the referee aside, whispering that he recognized the skills the protagonist used to control his beasts. The referee then approaches the young man, telling him to come with him, while the others stay put. He takes the student aside and directly asks him where he got his powerful beasts from. The protagonist thinks to himself that he cannot reveal the secret of the 10 ancient evils yet, so he decides to make something up. The referee is not convinced, stating that the beasts do not look like they were caught in the wild and seem to have ancient bloodlines. He stares intently at the young man, whispering the name of the legendary 10 ancient evils. Shocked that his secret has been discovered, the protagonist panics, unsure of what to do next. Suddenly, a strange white smoke begins to rise from the ground around them, catching everyone by surprise. The teacher senses the strange atmosphere and asks the director what is happening. The director suspects an enemy attack and orders everyone to gather together immediately for safety. The protagonist stands defensively, wondering what this mysterious smoke could be. He realizes the smoke is not normal and feels his strength beginning to drain away. As the hero stumbles, his 3 spirits appear in front of him, warning him to be careful of the mysterious smoke. The protagonist struggles against the smoke, his face covered in sweat as he tries to resist its effects. His spirits stand protectively in front of him, but they too are enveloped by the mysterious white mist. They cry out for their master as the smoke engulfs them completely, their worried faces fading into the fog. Suddenly, a bright light flashes, and the entire group is teleported away from the plateau. The hero wakes up in a massive stone colosseum, completely bewildered and wondering where he is. His 3 spirits rush to his side, asking if he is okay and checking for any injuries, but he assures them he is fine. Elsewhere, the other students begin to wake up, with one of them immediately blaming the rival for getting them into this mess. The defeated rival lies on the ground, lamenting the loss of his frost wolf and his current predicament. The protagonist and his chubby friend look around the strange new location, asking the director if they are trapped here. The director tells everyone to remain calm, speculating that they may have been transported to an ancient ruin. The students are shocked, recalling that ancient ruins are only mentioned as legends in their textbooks. The protagonist recalls that in ancient times, humans relied on these ruins to gain power and fight against ferocious beasts. Those who could pass the trials within the ruins would gain immense experience and treasure, allowing humanity to compete. A vision of a massive pile of gold and treasure flashes before them, hinting at the rewards that await. The teachers are stunned, admitting they had only ever heard of the ruins and never expected them to be real. A small, cute bat-like creature made of digital energy appears, welcoming them to the ruins battlefield. The creature explains the Rulus, a level 3 challenge for a single player aged 20 or younger, with failure resulting in everyone becoming ghosts. The director realizes this must be the rule spirit of the ruins, but he is too old to participate in the challenge. He looks at the group of students, hoping there is someone strong enough among them to face the trial and save them all. He announces that since failure means no one can leave, it is best for the strongest among them to take on the challenge. His companions, including the archer, look toward the protagonist, asking if he will take on the dangerous challenge for them. A new epic mission to clear the ruins appears in his system. He assures everyone he will do his best and formally accepts the challenge. As soon as he accepts, a dark voice echoes through the arena, It welcomes him to a deadly battlefield called the Hall of Death. The voice echoes through the arena, welcoming him to the bloody battlefield known as the Hall of Death. The young challenger smirks confidently, ready to face whatever this deadly trial throws his way. His eyes narrow with focus and determination as he prepares for the challenge ahead. He finds himself instantly teleported to the center of the ring, wondering what happened to his friends. From the stands, his companions cheer him on, shouting words of encouragement to their friend. The small rule spirit appears, explaining that the arena holds great treasures, but he must survive to claim them. The creature then announces that it is time for him to face his very first opponent. A massive green cyclops suddenly appears in a flash of light, roaring ferociously at the challenger. One of the teachers recognizes it as a level 50 diamond race cyclops, an elite and powerful beast. The rival watches from the sidelines, hoping the cyclops will defeat the protagonist with a single punch. With the first level challenge officially beginning, the massive beast charges straight toward the young man. He calmly summons his spirit, a humanoid ant who says she is eager to test her newly upgraded power. A status screen reveals the sky. Horndan is a level 33 ancient evil with immense strength and skills. His spirit meets the Cyclops' charge, blocking its attack and remarking on its impressive force. The giant beast swings its massive club, but the agile spirit gracefully dodges the powerful blow. She seems surprised by the creature's raw power, but remains completely undeterred by the attack. The ant's spirit counters with a fierce punch to its chest, telling it to take another one. She follows up with a brutal uppercut that shatters the Cyclops' jaw, sending it flying backward. A system notification confirms he cleared the first level and earned 500 beast taming points. In the stands, his chubby friend leaps to his feet, cheering that the hero is his awesome idol. The director smiles, impressed by the hero's performance. He notes that no one else could have passed the first level so easily. Meanwhile, the rival clenches his fist in frustration. He realizes the hero defeated the Cyclops in just 2 hits and was holding back before. The small rule spirit announces that with the first level passed, the challenge will now continue. From a dark gateway, a menacing red figure slowly emerges, crouching low in the shadows. Its hand grips the edge of the stone entrance as it prepares to step out into the arena. The creature lunges forward at incredible speed, prompting the chubby friend to shout a warning from the stands. He narrowly dodges the surprise attack, remarking on the opponent's speed as the ground behind him erupts. His new opponent is a blood zombie. The hero wonders why it relies on cowardly sneak attacks unlike the Cyclops. The director explains that blood zombies can evolve and gain immense power in desperate situations. Just then, his aunt's spirit leaps in front of him, confidently declaring that she has solved the problem. She blocks a powerful strike from the blood zombie, once again remarking on the enemy's huge force. The zombie's powerful attack sends her flying backward, its claws leaving red trails through the air. She braces for impact, surprised by the creature's speed, as she is surrounded by a flurry of attacks. Unfazed, she prepares her own counter, telling the creature to try this as her fist begins to glow. A system notification shows cognitive interference is active as she unleashes a massive energy beam. The blood zombie is completely obliterated by the attack, and the ant's spirit winks, declaring it done. He praises his spirit for a job well done, patting her head as she thanks him for the compliment. Suddenly, his other 2 spirits appear, eagerly asking their master if they can fight in the next round. The director shouts in alarm that the blood zombie has evolved, warning the young man to be careful. The hero looks on with a confused expression, caught completely off guard by this sudden turn of events. A new powerful aura erupts as the blood zombie transforms, now clad in menacing undead armor. Now a level 53 undead armor blood zombie, the creature radiates a much greater and more dangerous power. The teachers watch in alarm, realizing the beast has merged with armor, making this a very dangerous fight for the young challenger. He recognizes this fusion is similar to something he saw before, making a mental note to study the principle behind it later. With his cognitive interference active, he tells his aunt's spirit to take care of the new threat, and she eagerly agrees. She lands a powerful punch on the armored creature, causing it to grunt in pain from the force of the blow. The impact creates a massive burst of bright energy, momentarily obscuring the two combatants. His spirit confidently assumes she has won, hoping for more praise from her master. As the zombie rises behind her, the armored creature now wields a massive sword, its red gem glowing ominously as it prepares to strike. The hero shouts a warning to his spirit, who turns around in surprise as the blade swings down on her. She is shocked that her opponent is not dead and quickly brings her arms up to block the powerful strike. Gritting her teeth, she struggles against the immense force of the sword, barely holding it back. She finds herself unable to kill the armored zombie, no matter how hard she attacks it. Filled with rage, her eyes glow red as she screams that she is going to tear the creature apart. The hero realizes physical attacks are not effective and decides to have his phoenix spirit try using fire instead. He calls for his phoenix, who appears and says she has been eager to join the fight for a while. The fire spirit complains that this pile of junk is interfering with her relationship with her master. She leaps into the air, summoning a massive pillar of fire and unleashing her phoenix flame attack. The ant spirit complains that the phoenix should have warned her before using her ultimate move, as the flames engulf the enemy. As the armored zombie cries out in pain from the fire, the hero sighs in relief, thinking the problem is finally solved. His two spirits celebrate their victory. The phoenix claims she is the MVP, but their master assures them they both did great. Suddenly, he clutches his head in pain as a strange visual distortion washes over the arena. His spirits are also affected by the phenomenon, covering their ears and crying out from a strange, piercing noise. Even the teachers in the stands are in agony, wondering what is happening as the sound intensifies. The ant spirit shouts a warning, pointing to the armored creature, which has mysteriously risen to its feet again. Realizing the battle is not over, he and his spirits stand defensively, wondering what this new threat could be. A new status screen identifies the creature as a will-o-wisp king, a powerful star race beast. The teachers are stunned, recognizing the beast as a legendary creature that was thought to be extinct. The director shouts a warning, explaining that the king is immune to physical attacks and uses spiritual interference. Hearing this, the hero decides to test the monster's capabilities first, ordering his spirits to attack. The phoenix unleashes her flame attack while the ant rushes in, but they both feel an immense force pushing back. The will-o-wisp king just grins, surrounded by a strange pinkish aura that seems to protect it. The creature's body becomes ethereal, allowing it to phase directly through the powerful flame attack unharmed. The ant spirit's punch also passes harmlessly through its body. The hero wonders if it is truly impossible to attack. With its eyes glowing white, the creature lets out a powerful roar, preparing to unleash its own spiritual power. A massive wave of blue energy erupts from its body, a skill identified as spiritual disturbance. The director panics, yelling that the young man has no spiritual barrier and cannot block this kind of attack. Caught in the attack, the hero floats helplessly within the energy field, unable to control his own body. He is suddenly surrounded by fragmented images and memories, showing moments with his beloved spirits. He sees his companions struggling and knows they must escape, so he calls upon his system for help. He asks the system for a solution. It offers him an advanced mental attack skill if he breaks through with his thunder spirit. Without hesitation, he orders the system to use all his remaining points to initiate the breakthrough. His thunder spirit's eyes glow with immense power as she begins to receive the energy. From the sidelines, one teacher begs the director for a solution, but he says they can only put their faith in the young man. The rival smirks, seeing this as a great opportunity. He thinks that if the hero dies, his powerful beast will be his. The phoenix spirit struggles, realizing her attacks are completely ineffective against this new enemy. Meanwhile, the ant spirit furiously tries to fight the king's spiritual energy, vowing to beat the weirdo to death for her master. The phoenix looks up and sees a brilliant light beginning to shine from above, catching her by surprise. She sees the thunder spirit has emerged from her master's shadow and asks why she has come out. The thunder spirit holds her master in her arms, now freed from the spiritual disturbance. She explains that her master helped her break through, which allowed her to counter the Will-O-Wisp King's mental interference. He orders his Thunder Spirit to lead the attack with her new skills, telling the others to cooperate fully. The Will-O-Wisp King screams in pain as it is hit by the Thunder Spirit's powerful counter-attack. She unleashes a skill called Thunder, a mental attack that shatters darkness and suppresses all villains. Her Thundercloud skill then draws in a storm to paralyze the target. She scolds the king for attacking her master. The Will-O-Wisp King grins defiantly, trying to use its blur skill to escape the lightning, but the attack is too powerful, and a system message confirms that the blur skill has failed. The Ant Spirit is amazed by the Thunder Spirit's newfound power, calling her a stinky bird. The Thunder Spirit smiles, crediting her master for helping her break through, and showing her upgraded stats. With the enemy's void skill neutralized, he announces that it is now time for the Phoenix to take over. The Phoenix Spirit wastes no time, launching a powerful fireball at the stunned Will-O-Wisp King. The Ant Spirit follows up with a powerful diving punch as the creature cries out in agony from the combined assault. She smashes into the king with incredible force, creating a massive explosion of red and blue energy. With the enemy finally defeated, the Ant Spirit stands tall, surrounded by the fading remnants of its spiritual power. The Rule Spirit reappears, announcing that the second level has been cleared and the challenge will continue. His 3 spirits gather around him, relieved that he is okay as he praises them for a job well done. The teachers celebrate, impressed with how he skillfully used his beasts to turn a losing battle into a victory. A dark, booming voice echoes through the arena, surprised that he has made it to the final level of the ruins. He and his Phoenix Spirit look on cautiously as a strange pink energy begins to materialize in front of them. A mysterious figure steps out from the energy, announcing herself as the guardian of the ruin. She mocks him, asking if he really thought the rewards would be so easy to get after defeating a few minor beasts. The director recognizes the guardian as the legendary queen of the night and worries that the young man is no match for her. He tries to rush into the arena to help, but a purple barrier appears and repels him, causing him to cry out in pain. The queen reminds him of the rules, stating that only challengers are allowed to enter the arena and fight her. She grins sadistically, boasting that no one has ever passed this level and that the treasure of the relic is hers alone. The hero stands confidently with his 3 spirits, simply asking if he will get a reward for defeating her. The guardian laughs, revealing she is just a clone and that he will never be able to defeat her alone. The level 55 clone of the Dark Night Queen lunges forward, shouting for all humans to die. The Ant Spirit eagerly volunteers to fight the old witch and rushes to meet her attack. She lands a powerful punch, but the queen effortlessly blocks it with a single hand, leaving her completely shocked. He realizes the Ant Spirit's attack missed and wonders if the queen is using a skill similar to the Will-O-Wisp King's hollow form. The queen's ethereal form suddenly appears behind him as his system alerts him to a malicious fluctuation. She taunts him, explaining that king-level beasts can hide their killing intent, catching him completely off guard. He turns around in shock, realizing too late that he is in danger as the queen prepares to strike. The teachers shout a warning from the stands, but they are powerless to intervene in the battle. A system notification announces that skill swap has been activated. He grins, calling for his Phoenix and Thunder spirits. The queen is hit by a sudden blast of blue energy that seems to solidify her ethereal form. His 2 spirits appear and unleash a combined attack of Thunderstorm and Phoenix Flame, catching the queen by surprise. A massive explosion of fire and lightning engulfs the arena as the 2 powerful attacks collide. He tells the queen she was too careless, having successfully baited her into his trap. She admits she underestimated him but says he still cannot defeat her with such a simple trick. The guardian summons a flurry of dark purple chains, preparing to unleash her chains of dark night attack. The chains wrap around his 2 spirits, binding them and causing them to cry out in pain. He is shocked, realizing he cannot even summon his spirits back to the beast-taming space. The queen then lunges forward, unleashing a powerful shadow strike attack directly at him. The attack sends a wave of energy through the chains, causing his bound spirits to cry out in even more agony. With no other choice, he summons a massive blue shield, shouting for his black tortoise shield to protect him. The powerful strike slams into the shield, creating a massive explosion of purple and blue energy. He and his spirits are thrown back by the force of the blast. He remarks on what a tough opponent she is. The queen is surprised he survived, but notes that his shield is not a real god weapon and can only block one more attack. He realizes that even a clone of a king-level beast is incredibly powerful and decides it is time to stop holding back. A system notification announces that skill fusion has been activated, and he shouts for his spirits to fuse. His spirits respond, and a massive wave of multicolored energy erupts from his body, filling the arena. The powerful energy swirls and coalesces, beginning to take on a new, humanoid form. A mysterious armored warrior emerges from the light, radiating an incredible aura of power. His chubby friend shouts in amazement from the stands, realizing that his friend is finally going all out. The teachers are also stunned, wondering if he truly has what it takes to defeat the Dark Night Queen's clone. The queen acknowledges his newfound strength, but says he is still just a human and is destined to die. She summons a swarm of demonic bats, unleashing her soul-devouring decision attack. The armored warrior stands his ground as the massive swarm of bats descends upon him. He is amazed by the overwhelming power of the king-level beast attack as he braces for impact. With the queen watching from above, he decides to try one of his own tricks and gathers energy in his hand. He unleashes a combined attack of Phoenix Flame and Thunderstorm, launching it directly at the stunned queen. She is shocked by the sudden attack and is hit head-on by the massive blast of fire and lightning. The armored warrior is thrown back by the recoil, the force of the explosion shaking the entire arena. He coughs, the fiery energy of his attack still lingering around his body as he recovers. The queen is stunned, shocked that he possesses such powerful magical abilities. He smirks, activating his skill copy and frenzy abilities, and tells her he will give her a quick death, and rage that she has been pushed to her limit. The queen gathers a massive amount of dark energy. She lunges forward, vowing that he must die today as she unleashes her final, desperate attack.